real question about whether there's a massive shift happening now in terms of world alliances long term.
Well, it's definitely, I think, a new world order.
Battle lines for a new world order based on power.
The new world order.
Because you really need to bring China into the creation of a new world order.
I think the president has sought to it. There's a new world order in trade. There's a new world order in globalization and the way that we invest in our economy versus, foreign supply chains. There's a new world order, and the president is willing to shake up some old alliance structures. I mean, NATO, I think, is much different because of the president's leadership than it was 10 years ago. It was sort of coasting. It was effectively a protectorate of the United States of America. Obviously, you saw what happened in Venezuela. So, yeah, the president is putting a stamp on world history.
This clip went super viral, and I had people tagging me to it saying, what do you say to this? You like J.D. Vance. Here he is saying he's for the New World Order. You have to go off what the policies are to decide if they're New World Order. And the Rockefellers and the globalists for 80 years have been calling this corporate British Empire, U.S. Empire, neoliberal system the New World Order. That means the carbon taxes. That means the UN being in charge, the World Economic Forum calling the shots, BlackRock being in total control, the whole Bill Gates, Rothschild, Rockefeller, international neoliberal order that they had established, that they admit is totally in trouble. Everybody's turning against them regardless of Trump.
I see the need for a great reset. So people assume we are just going back to the good old world which we had and everything will be normal again. This is, let's say, fiction. It will not happen.
We are grateful to the Washington Post, the New York Times, Time Magazine, and other publications whose directors have attended our meetings and restricted their promises of discretion for almost 40 years. It would have been impossible for us to develop our plan for the world if we had been subject to the bright lights of publicity. But the world is now more sophisticated and prepared to march toward a world government.
Let's start with a term that we're hearing quite a bit about in the last couple of years, the New World Order. We like to say in this country that we have the ability as Americans to elect. But the problem is we do not have the ability to select. We can only elect, which means that we can only vote for those candidates which are put before us by our masters, our hidden masters behind the scenes.
A new world order can emerge, a new era.
We have before us the opportunity to forge for ourselves and for future generations a new world order.
That system is in free fall collapse. So when you hear the old international order is dead from them, their new world order is dead, you see Putin saying, we now have to work with other nations to build a new world order. They're about the new international order.
Before our eyes, a completely novel world order is taking shape, and it's unlike everything that we know from the past. For example, Westphalian system or Yalta system. New powers are emerging. The nations understand more clearly their interests, their self-worth, uniqueness, and identity.
But the public, when the globalists would talk about their plan, they were saying, we control the world, we're establishing a planetary government, our new world order. So you call a new order, whoever it's run by, you can say America fighting off the British, creating the American system was a new world order. And the British wrote, if this continues, our empire will fall. And it did. It took 100 and some years. That's the point, is a new boss, a new system. And there's a lot of the old same globalist players in there trying to salvage this and repackage the old New World Order as the new New World Order. And there's a big battle inside the Trump administration on how we form this new system, because a new system is being formed. And I don't just expose the globalist system and other systems, the communist systems. I promote good ones and try to get the public to promote good systems. Team America, Team Humanity. A system pro-God, pro-family, pro-natalist, pro-expansion. That's what I always explain. We can't just oppose the globalist order. We have to promote other systems and popularize those so that we can fill the vacuum with our new world order. That isn't a centralized global government, but is nation states working together towards common aims and promoting freedom and justice and soft power.
breaking news. Conservative activist Charlie Kirk has been killed after being shot in the neck.
Getting more light on the assassination attempt on former President Donald Trump.
No Kings demonstrations around the country on immigration.
To invite everybody in.
The government shutdown.
It's a government shutdown. It's a government shutdown.
People on the right. He's slamming Republicans.
Owen Schroyer is leaving InfoWars.
You are a stabber.
Israel.
The two shared a look and a hug, and what followed has become one of the most viral moments of the year.
Y'all know that looks wrong. That looks bad.
The placement of her hand.
They claw.
That they don't know what the fuck they're doing.
You don't have the cards.
So you step 8 worse.
20 surviving Israeli hostages were freed from Hamas.
A treasonous conspiracy against the American people, our republic, and we attempt to undermine President Trump's administration.
And we will build a city hall.
Agents were shot at while conducting an immigration enforcement operation earlier today.
They gotta stop being so obsessed with Israel and so obsessed with the Jews. Israel derangement syndrome.
You're telling me this is real.
I'm not gonna stop talking about it. I'm talking about Israel. Israel.
Why do they call us so
Nazi?
Nazi promoter.
Welcome to the next wave of rebellion, awakening, and resistance. Let's rise above the noise. Welcome to Politi-Shock.
This show is loud, crass, in your face, and talks about something no one else will speak of. It's called the truth. Welcome to Politi-Shock, the show that shakes the very foundations of the establishment. Broadcasting live since 2007, with millions tuning in every week. We're here to expose the lies of the New World Order, the military-industrial complex, Big Pharma, and every corrupt institution trying to silence your voice. This is not safe for work. 1,000% pro-liberty, pro-Trump, and pro-America first. Get ready for 3+ hours of uncensored truth bombs as we tear apart the liberal narratives and the globalist agenda, because we're here to fight back against Agenda 2030 and the depopulation plot that's creeping into our society. Dismantling the lies. This is Politi-Shock. Brought to you by MyPillow.com. Use promo code VOPUSA or call 1-800-822-5206. Now, here's your host, Dan Smariglio.
Oh, there you go. A nice long intro for everybody, because it's what I do. You know, I used to try to keep it to like 8 minutes, but I had to play the latest Alex Jones video because, man, that guy, he sure goes through it, let me tell you. He can't make up his mind 30 seconds. Every 30 seconds it changes, I swear to God. Now he's trying to pivot and talk about how he still supports Trump, and, you know, he's just saying the things he's saying to raise the red flags, but Trump is still a good guy and he still has his support, but he has tons of people on his show that just do nothing but bash Trump. It's so damn mind-boggling. What is it like to be one of the grifting class? What is it like to be one of them that is paid to be the, quote, opposition, if you will? I guess we'll never know. Because we don't do that shit here. What can I say? We're a little bit different. It's just honesty. And our opinions don't change. We just get more brutal. So welcome, ladies and gentlemen. This is Politi-Shock. I am Dan Sperglio. You're listening to the Voice of the People USA Radio and Television Network, coming to you live worldwide on VOPUSARadio.com, on the mobile apps on Android and Apple at VOP USA. All right, you don't need to do that whole @ thing on that one, but VOP USA is where you will find them. And we are live on Roku, Apple, Android, and Fire TV as well. Again, search VOP USA. You will find us, and you could watch us free. But we try to get you to go to the website or the mobile apps, because that's best. I mean, yes, we're on the Rumble and the Fascist Book, and we're still on YouTube in the experiment. This is like week 7 of the experiment. So it's kind of entertaining that YouTube is still actually airing us live. You cannot see the show after it airs on YouTube, but for now, it's at least airing live on YouTube, which boggles the damn mind, quite honestly, but hey, it is what it is. So we got a lot of stuff to talk about, as always, because let's face it, I don't shut the hell up, and there's always so much going on. And I do my usual news download by ignoring the news and ignoring social media, and unfortunately a lot of text messages, which I don't mean to do. It's just kind of like what happens. Sorry, everybody. And but I stay up to date on the happenings because I have to. Somebody asked last week, do we do hard news here? Now, there, can you see me? God love you. Yes, I still have the digital background. I'm sorry. We're working on it. But somebody asked if I do hard news headlines. I mean, do we? I think we do. We talk about things, but I don't like talking about the same old boring shit that everybody else talks about. So I guess that makes us a little bit different as well. But then again, why change the formula? Because I've been doing this for 20 years now. So, hey, it is what it is. So last week was a special episode. And I was very happy with how it aired. Now, listen, here's a little tidbit for you. So Sunday night on the Rage of Aquarius, we ended up starting at 10 p.m. Eastern time because it turns out Arizona, where Josh is, they don't change their clocks. Bravo to them. They're much smarter than some of us folk, apparently. So there was a little bit of a time shift, which kind of affected things. And I went to jump on the Full Throttle show with Josh Bernstein at like 8:30 and realized that it's not there because he's starting at 9 because he thinks that we had the time wrong. He's 3 hours behind. So if the hour of rage with Josh doesn't start until a wee bit later tonight, that will be the reason why. So apologies to Josh as well. If some of your new friends that are sitting here backstage, we're not on your show because we all live in this world where we spring ahead. So therefore, we'll get this whole timing thing down. So sorry, Josh. We tried, dude. Just so you know what's happening. But what I'm talking about is obviously we do the Hour of Rage with Josh Bernstein. That is our newest segment, which if you're watching this show, like millions of you do apparently, and thank you for that, you see it happen live. And then on Friday nights, unless I forget to hit a button, we air it live at 9 p.m. Eastern. This past week, we ended up doing Monday night was a rebroadcast of the Rage of Aquarius, and 9 p.m. or no, 8 was the hour, and then 9 was the Rage. I don't know. It's very damn confusing. Schedules are a beautiful thing. But anyway, so a lot going on, and we're backstage. We have the MAGA Lions for Trump. They're going to be popping on the screen here momentarily. And you even have Charlene here because we were talking before. So it's totally awesome to see the whole crew. We have Jason, we have Joe, and Charlene that's going to be joining us. And, there's so much happening. And I still see, what's up, Destructor? Yo, you're watching us on the YouTube, huh? So see, it is there. It is working on the YouTube still. It's kind of shocking. But you can't see it after it airs. That's okay. And you know what? Let me just get this out of the way now, since like the intro is becoming like a PSA. One of my least favorite things to do. Well, while we're at it, then go to buymeacoffee.com/VOP USA. I mean, why the hell not? And Jim Tim, your comments are like Q drops. Oh, that's great. That was Frederick Leathers. That was a great comment. It's true, Jim. Your comments are like the Q drops. I don't even know if you know what the QAnon drops are, but it's true. I see the chats, and I don't always acknowledge, but I do see them. And Jim is somebody who I went to school with. And everything. He's a great guy, but it's funny. It's like the way the comments come out. It can be cryptic, but he's also saying things that only he and I would understand too. So it's kind of funny. It's rare when I have people that I actually, people show up that I've actually known for a long time, which is kind of cool. But anyway, so we've been talking, and people want more Politi-Shock. All right. So kind of working it out right now and trying to formulate a plan to do a Politi-Shock perhaps nightly and SAWFT, Jim. And I don't know exactly what it's going to look like yet. Thursday is still going to be the big show. But perhaps a nightly version, and I might do half on and then half on the buy me a coffee thing. See that? I'm going to learn how to drive some promotional stuff there. You know what I mean? But I don't know what it looks like yet, but we're talking about it. We're going to figure it out and get it all squared away. So anyway, there. That was a lot less dramatic than I thought it would be. But whatever. People want more. I don't know why, but we still have a crap ton of people that watch this show, and I'm grateful for you all, even the haters, and a special shout out real quick before I bring on the MAGA Lions, because we're just going to get right into the election stuff and get right into the, I'm going to play a quick video before the MAGA Lions for Trump come on, because we're going to have a little bit more time because Josh is going to be running a little bit late. All right. So I apologize to all you beautiful people backstage. I love them all. But, there's people who like to leave comments, and I have so much fun with trolls. I really, really do. And I love when people say stupid things because it entertains the hell out of me. And that's the only time where I act when I do this stuff. I act like I'm really offended, but I'm not. But I just want to say a personal shout out to the douche wand that said that he wishes Dan would find his balls again. Am I getting that right? Okay, my better half is there. That I can find my balls again, because I don't even remember the comment now, honestly. But alluding to that, I apparently suck now because my wife has talent and is an awesome person, my best friend. So the comment was really asinine. It was from an account called The Dream Maker, which is kind of funny. The Dream Maker. I mean, this looks like a real life loser. But nevertheless, so, I just want to say to that person, if you have been watching a long time, I doubt that you have. But if you have, that shows that you are truly a dumb fucking idiot. And, I'm not going to apologize for being proud that my partner and this co-owner and this fucking person that, chose me to be her husband is talented and amazing and built all this. You know what I mean? And I'm proud of what she's doing, and it's freaking awesome. So, I don't like to respond to these stupid people, and I didn't want to type a response because they're not worth it. Why elevate the douche wands? But, oh, yeah. No, stop that. You have my balls again, Hollis. Yes, not to mention that she literally has served as the de facto campaign manager, the website developer, the show producers, the everything. She's built everything, but, we don't want her to, we don't want to talk about her because, fuck her career and her talent, because that's bad, because the Dream Maker says so. So, honestly, I've searched for my balls. I've lost a lot of weight so I could see down there. I'm pretty good. But, I really want to say to you that, you could fuck off and die, you worthless little pussy bitch. And you've probably never been laid in your life, or perhaps it's with relatives, or perhaps you're one of those, oh my gods. I mean, whatever works for you, dude. You probably don't even get laid if you're a fag either. So honestly, if you think I've lost my balls, it's because balls are on your mind because they're generally on your chin, okay? Or on your forehead, or flapping against your ass. Whichever you prefer, douche wand. So again, from me to you, go fuck yourself, you worthless life loser. So there, I feel better now. And I'm not even mad. I just wanted to say that because, when people think that I somehow have gotten soft, or that's for you, Jim. But when people think that I've no, it's called evolution. It's called I Don't Have to Do Things to Be Controversial because I have 20 years of fucking proof of what I do. And I do things a little bit differently here. And also, we have no masters here. But yeah, and if you are married, whether it's same sex or not, there, Dreammaker, if you are married, people have interesting relationships. I just so happen to marry the greatest person I've ever known, and happens to be my best friend as well. So I think I kind of lucked out. So yeah, there we go. All right, that is irrelevant, but I wanted to do it because it made me happy and it was on my mind. So the video I want to play for you all real quick here, if I could master this with the many, many buttons I have to push. So off to the marshmallow, Jimmy boy, I'm not as marshmallowy anymore, my friend. People change as the time goes on. I don't know what that troll is. Right? Thank you, Destructor. True. It's not even about changing. It's like, Jesus Christ, man. I say some pretty fucked up shit. Not because I have to, or because I feel like I'm going to insert profane word here. I'm going to call Kamala Harris a cunt here. I'm going to speak my mind and say what I want to say and not give a damn about the after effects of it because I believe in free speech. Uninhibited free speech, and unfiltered is the best way to say it, which is a great segue into what I'm going to play for you next. And this is from a friend of mine who I'm going to try to get on the show, which would be really cool. But it's from Dennis Michael Lynch. And again, he did a movie premiere for one of his documentaries, 2007 in Hazleton, Pennsylvania. And he's a great guy. And I want to play this for you because I feel it's quite relevant. So let's see what you're seeing. I gotta flip screens here. Here we go. Boom. His head's a little big there. You know what? We could shrink that down a little bit. This is my master class right here. When it comes to producing a show in real time. There you go. You know what? That's fine. We're gonna do that one. So hang on one second, everybody. I wanna play this so you could actually all freaking, whoops. No, wrong one. See, I suck sometimes. I swear to God. All right, here we go. Let's get it on there. Bam, boom. All right. And
the SAVE Act is dead. Anywhere. It's never going to. The SAVE Act is dead. It's not going anywhere. It's never going to pass. You're going to hear many different reasons why. Some people will tell you because the Republicans want to keep the filibuster pure, not to hand it over one day to the Democrats who will use it against us when they've got power back. You'll hear that there aren't enough votes. You'll hear even, I think Glenn Beck said today, that it's because the Republicans don't want to put in the hard work. It could last 60 days, 24 hours a day. How do you organize this? Who's there? Who's not there? It's none of that. I've been saying this for a year, and now it's only become more clear. Who wouldn't want to pass illegal aliens can't vote? You need voter ID. I mean, it's the most simple layup in the world. But at the end of the day, the entire Congress, not just the left, but the right, want Trump to fail. Trump has less bills put into law than any other president in modern times. It is just so simple. They all hate him. He has called them all out at one point or another, given them all nicknames, degraded them, made them feel embarrassed at some point. And because they're politicians, because they lie when they move their lips, they have just pretended. They have gone through the process of just pretending like they want to have Trump's back, like they too are MAGA. None of them are. They want Trump to fail. They are not going to give him any victory whatsoever. And the Republicans are never going to piss off the Democrats because they're all on the same side. And so what they do is they jerk our chain, and they make it sound like they're getting there. We're almost there. We're almost there. And nothing ever happens. And I guarantee you that there are major Republicans, lots of Republicans, especially those who have been around for a while, who totally expect that we will lose the House and the Senate. And they're glad to see it happen because now Trump will be impeached. He will be removed. And ding dong, he's gone. And so too is MAGA. They don't just want to get rid of Trump. They want to get rid of you. They want to get rid of anybody who considers themselves MAGA. They want to put this country back on the track where it used to be, where it was driven by the establishment. And if you are missing this, you are either blind or you are in massive denial. And that includes the President of the United States. If he hasn't figured it out, none of these people are on his side. None of them are his friends. I don't trust half the people, if not more, that are in the White House on top of that. Trust me when I tell you, this is a concerted effort to lose the midterms and to get rid of Trump once and for all. That's the plan.
Now, I don't disagree with, 99% of what he's saying, but of course, he's not a black pillar. He's actually very much pro-Trump, but, I'm fairly certain the president knows what's up. So, there's that. So he's almost correct. And I trust more than half the people in his White House this time, actually. So I think there's also that. So, interesting, because I've been talking about the SAVE Act for quite a bit. And while everybody was all optimistic, I mean, you want to be, you try to be, but I'm also a realist, and I'm also going to call it like I see it. And this is all political posturing. They want you to be engaged. They want you to be active. They want you to feel like you have a voice and everything else, because it's election time. So they're playing the game, and all the little puppet bitches all show up, and they do as they're told and make their calls and send their faxes. People are still sending faxes. That one blew my mind. Wait, I'm not knocking it, but it's posturing. It's all posturing. So I don't know, people. It's like, it's a little strange to me, but what do I know? So here, let's see if I could do all this. Now, I don't have everybody. Why? All right. Where's Jason? Where the hell is Jason? Supposed to have 8 guests on at a time on this thing, and I can't see the man. Where is he? There we go. We're doing the 4 corners thing, I guess. Okay. So you guys are a little bit small. You like my very patriotic background there. But to my right on the screen, we have Joe, the MAGA Lions for Trump team leader. You seen him last week. And then the bottom left-hand side, we have the man, the freaking maestro of it all, the freaking investigator supreme, Jason Dahl. And then to his right, we have the one and the only, the infamous Charlene, who is here and working. And it's so cool. We could hear her and see her, and it's pretty awesome. So everybody, welcome to Politi-Shock. And thanks for coming again. And
thank you for having us.
Thank you for having me.
Oh, absolutely. I love you all. You guys are friends,
Thank you.
family, and I appreciate you all more than you know. So who wants to start? And do you want to respond to what DML said? I mean, what thoughts do you guys all have?
I want to respond.
Good,
The only question that I have for any candidate that's running is, do you want to get rid of the filibuster? I would never back off on Ken Paxton. He wants to get rid of the filibuster. He had done more for Texas than anybody in Texas. Okay, Wesley Hart was only in that race to split the vote and help John Cornyn win. I believe that Ken Paxton would have won if Wesley Hart was in that race. And I just seen that thing last year in the spring. The Kevin Cooley Project on X put this out that Wesley Hart was meeting with Susie Wild in the White House to get him in that race so they can split the vote. So no, I'm never backing off on Ken Paxton. He wants to get rid of the filibuster, and John Fredericks today said that he would vote for John Thune in Texas. Well, I have news for you. If you are then I guess you're voting for John Cornyn. Ken Paxton will win this race. He got a big endorsement last night. Eric Burson from Missouri, in the House Freedom Caucus, endorsed him. That's a major win. And then he got Steve Toth won that race last week. Last Tuesday night, and he got that endorsement. So no, I'm never backing off on that Ken Paxton. He's going to win this race. And I did learn today that the Democrats that voted in the Democrat primary have voted in the Republican primary. So John Cornyn would have to find new Democrat voters. And the Republican that voted in the Republican primary can vote in the Republican primary. I think John Cornyn done. He's done. He's toast. And I just heard there's several Republicans, a dozen of them, in the House. I think they're in the House that are not going to vote for anything that comes over from the Senate. John Thune is going to put this bill on the floor, and he said that no talking filibuster. He knows it's going to fail.
Yep.
If you're not going to get rid of the filibuster, you don't have my endorsement. That's why I've endorsed Barry Moore the other day. He wants to get rid of the filibuster. You have to get rid of it, or no bill will pass. None. You have the 60 votes. Democrats will block any bill. John Fetterman came out today and said that he doesn't support the Save America Act. Mail-in voting safe. No, it's not. You need to be gone. Okay. I want somebody that can beat him. So a major one that need to be gone. Somebody mentioned Scott Presler. Will he be able to beat John Fetterman? Somebody, I think what like conservative Josh said, that we need to beat him in the John Fetterman in the primary. So it's a flippable seat.
It's don't even get me started on Scott Presler. But you know, it's an interesting thing. And I wonder why the pivot came from Fetterman, because he's been probably my favorite politician in all of Congress and the Senate right now, because he's the only one that speaks the most sense, which is shocking. So to see him kind of pivot was, I mean, none of it surprised me. I don't like anybody really, you know, so nothing surprises me. Now, moving on, Charlene, what are your thoughts on everything? Just for piggyback off what Jason said, and also the video regarding the SAVE Act and everything else. What are your thoughts?
Well, it's an election year. It ain't getting passed.
Mm-hmm.
And two, I don't know if anybody's thought about this, but nothing's got done since January of 2025, period. And this is an election year, and they're not going to pass that. And I just assume President Trump stay out of this, let it play out, because Paxton's going to win this thing. And I don't know if you've seen this, Joe, but late last night, one of our teammates had found, I think it was National Pulse. Apparently, Cornyn is connected to a Soros-linked group.
Yes, I did see that.
I mean, I'm trying to get that out.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
go ahead, Joe.
Yeah, go ahead, Joe.
Well, basically, this ties into what I said last week. You know, the Save America Act right now, President Trump turned it around on Thune and said, I'm not passing any bills, I'm not giving any endorsement to anybody until that Save America Act is on my desk and I sign it. But the thing of it is, that damn Save America Act is still not moving. Why is it not moving? Because Cornyn, Thune, all of those that are coming up in 2028 especially, they are going to be depending on the Democrat voter base to save them.
Yep.
That's the whole thing. Because they know that the majority of the Republican voters are MAGA. No, we are not going away. MAGA's not going to rot and die on the vine, and we're going to be proving it to them. But that's why they're not going to let that Save America Act pass, because they'll lose their Democrat votes and they're not going to get reelected. They're depending on that for their reelection. That's what I see.
No, and I think it's spot on, because again, you know, that's why, you know, I love Josh, but we and I know what he says and what he's doing is right, trying to push people to get involved and everything else. But let's be honest, I gave up on call your congressman and senator about fucking 15 years ago, because they don't give a shit about anything you say, anything you do. All they want is your money. They want to lie to you, and people just go on there. And I seen it. Everybody and their mother jumping on there. Oh, Susan Collins said yes. Thank you, Susan. Oh, I mean, I'm a little partial to Susan. You know, thank you, corrupt, haggardly bitch. You evil, disgusting demon. Oh, you're going to say you're going to do the right thing, but you know it's never going to happen. Oh, wonderful. I actually like more bold-faced liars like Murkowski, because at least you know where she stands. You know, she's going to say no, but the other one will lie to you. And then the people that are the hardcore voices of truth, I'm not talking about Josh, obviously, but others, you know, out there, you know, oh, well, we have to praise her when she does something good. Here's a cookie, Miss fucking billionaire scumbag like the rest rest of them that holds our fate in their hands. You know, we have to thank them when they do the job that everybody wants them to do. Well, excuse me, say that they're going to do it, but they're not actually going to do it because they just play people, because people are dumbed down and they expect it. And it's almost like it's like Stockholm syndrome. Abuse me more, lie to me more, please. I'll give you my blind support. Tell me what I want to hear. Then I can go and say, thank you, employee of mine who has everything in the world while we suffer. Thank you for lying to our face again. Thank you for shitting on us and saying there's a mudslide. Thank you. It's so fantastic. Disgusting. These people, they don't care about the calls. They don't fear the voter. They should fear the voter. They should fear the people. I'm not talking about violence. I'm talking about righteous fear. They should be in a position where they're beholden to us and not the other way around. This can happen. I still say, and people just like the filibuster argument, you know, well, if we get rid of the filibuster, then what will Democrats do? The Democrats will do, they'll show you what they're going to do. If, God forbid, they take power, that filibuster will be gone in the first 5 minutes of them being sworn in, and every Republican sit and thumb up their ass and say, well, there's nothing, we respected the rules. The rules have changed. You don't respect the people who are your employers, so therefore, fuck you all. But after that, you don't respect the Constitution. You don't respect the body of governance. There shouldn't even be a Senate, to be perfectly honest with you, but that's a whole other story. You don't respect the institution. You're going to do what you're going to do to make yourselves richer and to guarantee that you stay in. They don't care who says, I'm not going to vote for you. I mean, all right, we all talk about the Democrat corruption. We all talk about Act Blue. I was here on this show with Chris Gleason, who I'm going to get back on. He just put something else in my X account, I think this morning, showing more Smurf votes from Win Red on the Republican side. I mean, again, I got to use the example that I know. Susan Collins, one person who's on Social Security, makes less than $2,100 a month, magically donated over $3 million to Susan Collins, the same person from 7 different states in a matter of 1 hour. But that's okay. There's no corruption on the right, right? It's disgusting. It needs to end, and they don't care, and they don't want anything to get in the way of their game, of their institutional fraud. We say the Democrats because the Democrats are fucked in the head, all right? We know what they are, but that's the difference. We know what they are. We know the destruction that they bring, the lack of values that they have. They're godless, heathen, dumbass idiots. We know what they are. The other side, the holier-than-thou bunch, the conservative bunch, they are worse than the devil. They make Soros look like a good guy almost, because they are the most deceptive pricks in the world. And that goes for all of them. And we can sit here and say, well, this one said the right thing today, so I'm going to fuck this. Why are we constantly? We have to support when they say or do something that we like. No, we don't. I hold a grudge. I never forgive and I never forget. These people do not deserve their positions. They do not deserve to represent any of us because they don't represent us. They are guaranteed their wins. They are the only place where they're vulnerable is in primaries sometimes. But even in primaries, they've been rigging that game for a long time. And again, I'm talking about the Republicans here, of which I am one, unfortunately. I call myself a real Republican, which is a little bit different. You know, I believe in Jeffersonian, if you will. All right. Liberty for all. Not a fucking libertarian, but liberty for all. So these individuals, they have shored up the power grab for generations. And that's why they're focused on primaries, because they'll buy their victories, but people could potentially get in the way. Not in all states, but they can get in the way. That's where they're at war with us. Because in the general, if a Democrat beats a sitting Republican for a long time, that means it was a deal. It was designed that way. This is a system. This is a business. This is a corrupt enterprise, an evil empire that exists by people making deals with each other, ceding power, giving power, and this is how it operates. So again, while every Republican sits there and wants to be holier than thou about the filibuster, if you scrapped the filibuster now, if you nuked it, you passed Trump's agenda, Democrats would not win a righteous, legal election, nor would RINOS for the next 40 to 50 years. That's the God's honest truth. because the American public, as you're now seeing bleeding over on the former mainstream media, which is actually showing signs of, well, we have to pivot, I guess. CNN putting out real polls saying that Donald Trump's more popular than ever, more popular than the last 5 presidents. The Save America Act has a 98% support. Well, this is CNN saying this, much of the chagrin of the commentators. But it's interesting, isn't it? Because they're starting to bleed truth in because they're dying. They're dying for their ratings. The new mainstream media, the grifting class of the world, they're telling you the horror story that we're in World War 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and Trump's evil. He's the devil. But, it's such a mind fuck. I've spoken too much. Let's go back the other way. Joe, what do you think, man? I'm all over the place and I'm pissed, but we'll go this way around. So, Joe, go ahead. You're lighting up the cigarette.
Well, I thank you for that dose of reality because everybody needed to hear that dose of reality. Okay, this is why we are MAGA. We are America First. We are the only ones that are going to save this country. Don't look for your politicians to do it because they're not going to do it. And for God's sake, quit asking the questions of, where is the RNC? Where is the GOP? Just stop it. The RNC, the GOP are ancient relics of the Republican establishment order. They want MAGA gone. They want President Trump gone just as much as the Democrats do. And don't kid yourself that they don't. They do. So, and the thing about, Cornyn is not going to get President Trump's endorsement unless that Save America Act is on his desk for a signature. He said so himself. That's the way it's going to be. But the polls came out showing that even if Cornyn got endorsed, Ken Paxton can still beat him by at least 2 or 3%, even with that endorsement. So Texas has already made its decision. It's going to be Ken Paxton. We're going to get him in there. But the thing we have to do is you have to break the D.C. cartel that has been ruling in the Senate for over 40-some years. And the only way you're going to start breaking that D.C. cartel is you get a MAGA hammer in there. And that MAGA hammer is Ken Paxton. And we're going to get him in there.
Amen. Charlene, you're up.
Well, I don't really call them a swamp. They're more like a sewer. I would love to flush and start over, but since that ain't an option, this is where we're at. Yeah. And yes, it's up to us. We can't count on Trump. You can't count on the what do you call it? The DC. You can't count on any of them. One thing that I've learned is one problem we've got, not just the fraud, is low voter turnout, and that's not helping us. I'm starting to see where only like 10 to 15% of the voters are showing up. We can't have that. We need everybody. We need all hands on deck. We need everybody on board. And that's what's going to beat them, but we need everybody to show up.
And you know what? You're right. And before I get to you, Jason, I see a comment in there, hilarious, duck do, whatever your name is. I don't know if you're being trying to be a dick or not, but nevertheless, you're spot on. So if you're not being a troll, sorry. If you are being a troll, hey, go fuck yourself. But needless to say, he did put one comment here. What about the 40% independents? Well, you know what? Independence and all that other good stuff. It's true, but I'm so sick of these fucking numbers. What about the 40% of independents? What about the 60% of Republicans? What about the 30% of Democrats? What about the 20% of libertarians? What about the fucking 200 million people who don't vote? What about them? That's what nobody wants to fucking talk about. It's like, oh, we had 130 billion people vote in this last election. Guess what? Even sans the illegals, there's more than that in America. And you know why? This is to back your point, Duck Do, or Ducky Do, or whatever the fuck your name is. It's like, that's the bigger problem that nobody wants to talk about, is the fact that we focus on the voting class because we have to, but who's focused on the other people who don't vote? I consider myself, I'm a registered Republican, but I hate the Republican Party and I hate the Democrat Party. I hate the Libertarian Party. And, what you were saying before about the one, Soros money, look at the Heritage Foundation. The Heritage Foundation is essentially the Soros of the right. It's Soros money flows into that as well. They own both sides of it. They own both sides of the Uniparty. It's like this disgusting piece of shit game, but nobody is focused on, and believe me, out of the 200 million people who don't vote, probably about, 80 to 110 million of them are dumb fucking idiots beyond all approach. But still, why don't we focus on the overarching problem here that there's so many that don't? And there are a lot of people who call themselves independent because they think both parties suck. I agree. I completely agree. Both parties do suck. The Democrats, they were given a donkey for a reason, all right? They've been jackasses since their creation, all right? If we really want to get technical here. But even the Republican Party, what the Republican Party is and what it was founded to be is actually something quite different. But any Republican in D.C., with the exception of maybe Stephen Miller, Rubio, Hegseth, Vance, and Trump, could even tell you what the actual Republican Party is, what it stood for, and how it was actually founded and created and everything else. But nobody else knows. They don't give a damn. And like you said, Charlene, Trump's not going to do it. You're 100% right. The one man is trying to do everything while everybody else is sitting there trying to think about ways to fuck over the people more, keep themselves richer, keep power, and continue to bury it and deeper and deeper. And it's like, well, how come Trump hasn't done this? How come Trump hasn't done that? How come? I know we're too busy with the boots on the ground. Don't you know it's coming any day now? The boots on the ground, the boots on the ground, the boots on the ground. You fucking disgusting morons. Like, seriously, it's like all they do is spend their fucking time telling you the end of the world is now. So this man's fighting a battle. And again, who has control of the Congress? Who has control of the Senate? Republicans. Who has the majority control of the Supreme Court? Republicans. And who has fucked over Trump and fucked over us more than anybody else? The Republicans. And that's not to say let's flip it to the Dems. No, because they're fucking dumbass idiots, psycho fucking idiots that can't figure out what gender they are this hour. So we're in an interesting predicament. We're in an interesting predicament. And again, maybe we should focus on the freaking people now. I'm not saying make the popular vote the sticking vote, although this last time it would have worked in our favor. I'm just saying the system is broken. And to your point, Charlene, it needs a fucking enema. All right. This country needs an enema. We need to declog the shit that has clogged up our drain, clogged up everything in this country for generations, because they enrich while we suffer. And I see a guy at the top who's getting no pay. Oh, but what about his ego? What about this? What about that? This dude is single-handedly kicking the New World Order's ass, or even flip shit, dipstick, fucktard Alex Jones has to admit it. Okay. So it's like, this is the truth. He's actually fighting the entire world order to make it better in this country, to set them back. And what do? We sit here and say, well, I would have done it better. I would have done this if I was president. Insert high pitch, like, has no balls anyway. I think Tucker's got an innie personally, but insert high pitched Tucker laugh there. Well, how the hell he does it? Like, this is what we talk about. But we don't talk about the truth and what's really wrong with this freaking country. What's really wrong with it? I want a constitutional convention. Oh, but what would happen then? I don't know. But you know what? It'd be a hell of a lot better. And I'm not saying the Convention of States, because they're funded by Soros too. Do your research and learn. They suck and they're co-opted. I fell for their bullshit too in 2005. Okay? So really, start over. Could we do any worse? Jason, I'm sorry, man. Go ahead.
About Thomas Massey, what you just said on the Libertarian. Thomas Massey's not a Republican. He votes no on everything. Any good bill that comes up, he votes no. He votes no on everything. This is why I've been saying for a while now that the only way we take over the Republican Party is we need to abolish the Main Street Caucus. They're our enemy. The Main Street Caucus hasn't done anything for our country. Look at not the new members that joined that caucus, but the ones that have been in there when Biden was in office. Look at their voting record. They haven't done anything. All of those members, not the new one, but the ones that have been in there, voted to send money to Ukraine, voted to send money overseas. You look at Don Bacon, never Trumper. You look at I think Mike Lawler's in there. Amnesty, Dudley Johnson, terrible voting record. All of those members are in there, and I have to be disappointed myself because my congressman, Troy Downing, I have to vote for him because he's running on flipping contested. That's why that caucus needs to be abolished.
Amen.
We can't have that caucus anymore. And Thomas Massey, I'm going to say this on air. I never liked him. I wanted him gone in 22, and 24 and this year, and Ed Galloway is going to win that race. Thomas Massey can't win anymore. I can't believe that people support President. I heard yesterday when Brian Glenn was on, but people support President Trump, then they support Thomas Massey. Bull. You need to vote out Thomas Massey this year. He said he voted with President Trump. No, you haven't. This is a lie. And he said that, and then he said that yesterday he said that they're busing people to the Trump rally. No, they're not. They're going to see President Trump and hopefully get rid of you. And I think Ed Galloway is almost spot on. He said that Thomas Massey is with the ladies of the View. He's probably right because he stands with the Democrats. Him and his Epstein files. Him and his Epstein list. I'm tired of the Epstein files. I'm tired of hearing that. I'm sick and tired of Thomas Massey. It's time to get rid of him. Rand Paul, it's time for you to be gone in 28. And I'm going to have to say something about this. Oklahoma has an open seat. Oklahoma 1 has an open seat. And there is only one guy that we need to get in Congress. And hopefully he wins. Should have beaten James Lakeford in 22, but it was rigged. It was rigged. He was down by 7 in the polls, and his name is Jackson Lohmeyer. He is a Trump supporter. We need to get him in if he wins. That seat is Republican. And Nathan Dunn is a good candidate. He's a Trump supporter. But he can run in a different district. If he won for the Senate, I'm okay with it. His top priority would be is the Save America Act. Get that done. Getting it done. So Jackson Lohmeyer is a Trump supporter. I think he had a website called Patrick for Trump. He is a Trump supporter. We need to get him in if he wins. This is why I support Ken Patton. I can rattle you off some of the things that Ken Patton has done. He had been fighting for Texas for years. He took on Obama. He sued Obama over amnesty. If it wasn't for Ken Patton, Texas would have been blue and gone. Chip Roy is not a Trump supporter. He wanted Ken Paxton impeached, gone, and never seen. He wanted him out of office. So if it was, and Texas wouldn't let him have the cat vote record in 21. Ken Paxton off and let him have the cat vote record. And he took that election case up to the Supreme Court in December 21. Then the Supreme Court didn't even look at it. So, and then he had been protecting our border, protecting our children, protecting our Second Amendment. He'd been fighting for freedom. He had done so much protection. And he is going to win this race. And I'm going to have to say, the Senate took out Matt Rosendale. He was taking on the D.C. cartel. He was one of the 8 that voted out Kevin McCarthy when Matt Gaetz brought that motion to vacate to the floor. Matt Rosendale did that. Tim Shee wasn't my first choice for the Senate of Montana. It was Matt Rosendale. And then Steve Daines, terrible senatorial committee chairman, NRSC chair, he was terrible. He endorsed Larry Hogan, never Trumper. I said in 24 he wasn't going to win. And then Steve Daines didn't do anything to help our party. He didn't do anything. He didn't do anything about the throwing election. He did nothing. One bit. Steve Daines is worthless. He didn't do much in there. And then I just heard that Ryan Geeky and Steve Daines might run for governor in 28. Good luck with that. Good luck getting my vote. Good luck beating Arthur Knudsen if he wins. Good luck with beating them. We got to keep Montana red. I like Steve Bannon, but he never talks about Montana. Never. The Democrats have one focus. They're focused on Montana, taking the governorship in 28. And you can And like Bannon, he's not even talking about Ohio. He's not even talking about Ohio. Ohio has 17 electoral votes. If you don't get a Republican governor, Vivek Ramaswamy, and you really don't care for him anyway, the reality of it is he'd probably end up winning anyways. I endorse him because he's gonna probably win that way. And like you, we have a good candidate, and like Biker, he can talk about this too. Joe can talk about this. You have a good candidate in Sturbridge running for Secretary of State of Ohio, and he wants paper ballots hand counted. Go back the same day voting. He wants everything that President Trump wants.
Amen. No, and bravo, sir. Bravo. I mean, there you go. There's my
Okay, can I say something?
completely generic audience. But I love it. I love when Jason brings the fire. I'm telling you, I've told everybody that I possibly meet. You're all great, but I mean, Jason, like, dude, you are a beast, my friend. People were commenting on the various socials that I suck at getting back to people, but they said, my God, he knows everything about everyone everywhere. I'm like, yep. And hey, listen, Jason's the one that brought me to all of you, so I'm grateful for him always. But I mean, dude, when you guys get the show going, man, you just gotta just let Jason let him do his rant, and just you'll know every candidate for every office at every level, and he is good. I mean, bravo, man. Go ahead, Joe. I'm sorry.
No, nothing to be sorry about. I mean, Jason is a very key member of this group, and of course, Charlene is our excellent campaign promoter. So I value these two people very highly. Marcel Sturvich, he's got my vote, I can guarantee you, because he is a shining star of Ohio. Definitely what I need to talk about tonight a little bit is Illinois. We have Illinois coming up on March the 17th, this coming Tuesday. And we did lose the two candidates that we had listed for U.S. Senate. They both dropped out. So at the moment, we have none for the primary, but I am watching somebody named Carrie Caparelli. I had looked up on the website. I had seen that there was a questionnaire that was given to several candidates that are running currently for U.S. Senate for Illinois. And Kerry, he said that he believes that the 2020 election was stolen from President Trump. So I give him 1 point of credit just for the start right there. We're not going to be listing him for the primary yet. We're going to wait and see if he actually wins the primary, and then we can research him further and see if we're going to support him for the general. So that one is on tap. For U.S. House, we have 12 people, and we have Kristen Maxwell for 1st District, Angel Oakley for 3rd District, Nikki Conforti for 6th District, Mark Rice for 8th District, Rocio Cleveland for the 9th District, Tador M. Braun for 11th District, Lieutenant Colonel Michael Pierce is running for 11th District, Jeff Wilson's running for the 13th, as well as Joshua Lloyd, James Martyrs for the 14th, Dylan Van Steele for the 17th, Julie Bickelhoff for the 17th. But the big one on here is that we have a candidate for governor. His name is James Mendrick. We have given him our endorsement because he is running to turf out J.B. Pritzker. Jackass Blimpy Pritzker. We got to get that guy out of there. And I don't think I have to even tell you the reasons why we got to get him out of there. Yeah. He's got to go, man. So we have a candidate for that. So we're going to be pushing hard for James Mendrick. I want to see him get this. So that's our update for Illinois.
Keep and seriously, you could rattle off more if you want, Joe. I mean, you don't have to hold back any. I mean,
No, I don't.
Oh, I know. I'm very offended by your speak, but we'll get to that later. This is a family friendly show here. Fuck is wrong with you? But it's just, but it just, a poll came out before, which polls mean nothing to me, but it was interesting. It was the first one that I seen that some Democrat woman running for governor in Ohio is 20% up on Vivek, which I find that a little suspect because, like Jason said, every single poll I've ever seen and everybody here talks about people buying up houses now in Cleveland and everywhere else because Vivek's going to be the next governor. So what are your thoughts on that one?
Okay, well, if the lady you're talking about is Heather Hill, she's actually the one that I am supporting because she's concerned about the farmers and our farmlands, which in my area, they are starting to get eaten up by these damn solar panel farms, which are pissing off our entire community. They're up and down US 62. A lot of cropland has been destroyed because of that. And Heather Hill is also concerned about senior citizens being able to keep their homes by trying to combat the property tax problem. So I'm glad she's working on those two. Vivek Ramaswamy, I don't trust him. I mean, you know, when he got on, he basically called all Americans lazy and stupid. He was pushing that H-1B visa program. He wants to replace American workers with Indian workers. And it's like, to me, I have to say it, to me, he's a globalist Hindu wearing a MAGA mask. And I see through it, and I don't trust him. I mean, I just don't. So there is a little bit of a difference of opinion among some of the team members about him, but I'm a lifelong Ohio resident. I just don't believe Vivek is going to do anything about our farmers, our farmland, and so on and so forth. I just fear what's going to happen if he ends up taking power.
And I get it. I mean, you know, for those who've been listening for a long time, I always refer to him as the MAGA Obama. You know, it's I don't know. I don't know. I mean, the current governor sucks, but like, you know, I don't know. I honest to God, it's surprising. And no, I forgot her name. It's a Democrat, the Democrat running and leading the polls for the governorship of Ohio. She's the one up on Vivek right now. So it wasn't Heather, which was concerning, you know. And again, the polls mean nothing. They're all lying to you anyway. But
yeah, Heather Hill's a Republican.
Yeah, no, I like her. So it's a little interesting, you know. Charlene, what say you?
Okay, since we're getting past Illinois, there's a couple things I need to tell you. One, March 31st, Brian Norris out of Arkansas is running for Secretary of State, and they've had a runoff. And that's the guy we got to get in because he wants paper ballots. And then the next one that we need to talk about is we just had our Georgia 14. That's MTG's old seat, and it's terrible. I mean, we've got two bad candidates. Fuller is a flawed candidate, and somehow he pulled out the win. Reaganbox is still in the running for the primary, and that's something we need to kind of concentrate. But one thing I want to add on that, I had asked Reagan one question: how many voters do you have in your district, registered voters? And she said about 600,000. Only 128,000 of those voters showed up. It could have made a huge difference, but they didn't show up. And another thing that I've had to tell everybody all day long, Madami only won 50% of the votes, and then the other 50% went to the other two candidates. And do you know how many didn't vote? 1 million people did not vote. Registered voters did not vote. That could have made a big difference. This Politi-Shock or this Poly Market, I don't know if you know what I'm talking about, but it's a gambling site. Well, they came out and said, oh, Madami's won. So all these people had this attitude. Well, they ain't no sense me going vote. Therefore, he got elected. If they would have showed up, it might have made a difference. And we might not be putting up with Madami right now. And this is something I'm really pushing, that we need people to go vote. Low voter turnout has everlasting effects. So that's one thing that I want to emphasize. We need everybody to go vote. Anybody that's listening, please go vote.
What are you going to say, Joe?
I was agreeing with her totally. You know, Curtis Slitwell could have had a chance, but so many people discarded him right off the start. And it's like, that was a big mistake. Are you happy with what you got now? Look what you got now. Is that making you happy? All I'm hearing is nothing but complaints about Ma'am Dammy. Well, no kidding. No kidding.
Well, you know, if we all just shut the hell up and did the righteous all-American thing, we all save up to buy Scott Pressler houses and cars in every state where there's questionable elections. He'll fly in there and take all the credit, and he'll save the world. I mean, come on. He's a grassroots guy. That's the other thing that pisses me off is everybody. I've seen it in Maine. At least he actually came out and said, I'm not going to come. We just give up on the blue states. We don't care about the blue states. Okay, so that's okay. It's blue, so I'm not coming. That's cool. Hair flip. But it's the go-to thing is when we need more voters. We need Scott Pressler. We need Scott Pressler. We need Scott Pressler. We need Scott. I'm going to keep doing this like the next 20 minutes. We need Scott. No, fucktards. You need yourselves. Stop relying on one person like the freaking Messiah to come and lead you and show you how to register to vote. Are you fucking dense? I mean, like literally, this is what I'm talking about. The dumbed down, asinine freaking society. Like you need some fairy freaking twat to come float on in and grandstand, and now I could go and vote and register to vote because he showed me the way. Honestly, I'd rather you didn't vote if you're that freaking dense. I mean, this is the problem. You're waiting to be told what to do. Are you incapable of thinking for yourselves? That is the question at hand. And more often than not, I say, yeah, because we have some stupid freaking people in this country. So you get pedophile Allah-loving scum fucks like Mom Donnie, where all the goats, well, there's no goats in New York City anymore. They're running for the hills. But literally, it's just, this is, you ask how it happened. Well, they only need 20% turnout. They'll pay and take care of the rest. They'll buy the rest. But when you don't show up, you make it easier for them to steal. They don't have to worry about making up numbers. Oh, they didn't come out. And the poly market shit, that's the other thing. Everybody loves poly market. People have asked for years, are sports games rigged? Are baseball games rigged? Pete Rose, Hall of Fame. He should have done it when I was alive. Is this rigged? Is this rigged? Politics is rigged. Okay? Newsflash. So they're making money, and you're losing money and winning money, betting on something. Oh, you can't bet on that. Dude, they're ingenious. They've literally monetized your stupidity. It blows my mind. And we sit here, all of them. They're telling you the righteous people. They're telling you the vetted people, the real people. Well, I don't believe it if I don't see it on the War Room. I don't believe it if Scott Pressler doesn't tell me so. I don't believe it if... Oh, my God. Pull your head out of your ass for a second and realize that you have very limited power. We should have more. Very limited power, and you have one chance to make it right. And oddly, you think the general is it? No, the general is already too late. They've lined up their freaking elite class. They got that. Unless you're Trump, they lined everybody else up. It's the primaries that matter, okay? It's the primaries where you have some authority. You have a leg to stand on, but you don't show up. And then you wonder, oh, well, it must be Donald Trump's fault. I don't even know what to say. Like, it's just, it's sheer idiocy. And I want to be mad at the people because the people are dumb. But at the same time, this has been the plan for years and years and years, to dumb people down, obsessed with this bullshit. Like, this is what they do. They have everybody, they don't have the attention span. Hollis has seen this. We're putting her stuff out. Like, you got to make videos for social media. Nope, neither one of us want to deal with social media. We hate social media, right? Hate it with a passion. But, well, it can't be longer than 16 seconds because the attention span, you got to hook them right in the beginning in the first 2 seconds. Otherwise, people will scroll on by. Are these the people who we want to reach out to? Are these the people that we need? Sadly, we need everybody, but they are just a perfect product of their environment, a perfect product of the plan to destroy the nuclear family. Did that. Pull people away from God. Did that. Pull people away from each other. Did that. Make people dependent on the system. Did that. I mean, when does it become obvious? When? And people, the first one, they'll go and act so outraged. I've seen this the other day. Somebody was outraged by the turnout on voters, Republican voters. I forgot. I think it was on Fox, and I hate Fox, right? But somebody was saying, well, I'm very, very disheartened by Republican turnout in whatever primary it was. And I think it was Greg Gutfield asked her, well, you're a Republican and you live there. Did you vote? No, because I'm so disheveled by it all. So you're sitting there complaining about people not coming out, but you as a Republican admit that you didn't vote. I don't know. Like, I don't know what else to say. It's like you are You get what you deserve. The unfortunate part is those of us with brains, those of us who are fighters, we have to get buried in your shit because you're so feckless and dumb and ballless and mindless lobotomized zombies. We have to suffer because you're too weak. So I give you credit, Charlene. I give you credit, Jason and Joe, because it's the hardest thing in the world. You seen my campaign ad? Fuck you, yeah, I'm running, but I'm not going to kiss your ass. I mean, like, listen, listen. It's like, well, you want to be our senator? You want to talk about farming? You want to talk about, unions? You want to talk about wages? How long have you lived in Maine? This is what you're concerned about? This is what you fucking feel like. This is what is the burning question. I don't care about your policies. You've only lived in Maine for a year and a half. Oh, so buying a house and getting raped in the ass, paying your taxes, your energy bills, everything else, that doesn't count. You haven't been there long enough. So, okay, save the children, save the women, save the fucking state, save the lands, protect the heritage. No, you haven't lived here long enough. You get what you deserve. The unfortunate part is we're going to get buried in your fucking stupidity. That's the problem. It blows my mind. It just blows my mind. Sorry, I'm rant over.
No, that's great. Well, let me add this part of it. Everybody should use Texas as an example.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Charlie.
Well, I want to add something. One thing about it when it comes to voting, people don't realize when they have this attitude, well, my vote don't count. You have voted. Whether you like it or not, you have voted. You're agreeing to just hand everything over to the RINOs. And I'll call them RINO rats because they're far beyond. They're worse than Democrats. And what people don't understand, the primaries, the reason why they're so important, you get rid of the RINO rats. Then you go again in November and you get rid of the Democrats. If people will just start voting twice during these election years, we could rid a lot of rats.
Go ahead.
One other thing, people need to get registered. Not enough people. I talked to somebody sometime this week and they don't go vote. And I was like, why? This is your country too. There's people that have died for this country for your right to vote.
That's right.
Okay, go ahead.
Basically, I think it's very important that we use Texas as the example. Look what happened there. Cornyn spent millions upon millions of dollars to try to knock Ken Paxton out of that race, and he and his campaign failed. They're still in it. We have a number of people that are still in the runoffs. We have so many primary winners out of there because people turned out and they did vote. So if we can do it in Texas, we can do it in all of the states. And me and my team, we do not discard any state, even if it's a blue state. Give us one America First candidate that's running in that state. We're going to list him. We're going to promote him or her, and we're going to run with it. Because every single state in this country is important because we are the United States of America. But we're turning it into the divided states of America if we discard, well, Maine. We're not going to get anything out of Maine. The hell with Maine. The hell with New York. The hell with Vermont. We can't do that. You can't do that. That's how we lose this country. We have proven that we still have the power of the vote. We have beaten the cheat in a number of cases. We've beaten the big money in a number of cases. Cornyn couldn't succeed. We still got a lock on him. We're going to get Paxton in there. We're going to win it. So if people just put aside for that one day, put aside all your negativities. Put aside your pessimism. Put aside that attitude that my vote won't count or the vote will get stolen. Just don't even think about it for that one day. Go to the polls, vote for our America First candidates, and then when you get back home, you can bitch and whine and complain that your vote's not going to count and we're going to lose this whole thing and whatever you want to do. Swing from the chandeliers. It don't matter. At least get your vote in. Make it count. And we go from there.
Amen. Amen. Absolutely spot on. Jason, go ahead, man.
Okay,
Sorry.
and let me just say this. I have a number of things to touch on. Greg Abbott gonna get back in. I'm sick of him getting back in. This is gonna be his fourth flipping term. I like with Montana, you get 2 years, you get 4 years, 2 terms, you're done. That's the way it should be. Greg Abbott gets a flipping 4th year bowl. And let me just say this, there was some one Eller that we have on the list, they still have a flipping card that weighs. There might be some cheating going on in that weighs. Because
Yeah.
what it was sitting now it's at 95%, and you have a card there, bowl. And then Benny Thompson got renominated. Oh, thug he is. That's what he is. Because he was the one on the January 6th committee, and I'm like, I made a post on that. I said he's never going to be gone. And then get you out to announce this morning that he's going to run again. 85 years old, going to be 86 years old. James Clyburn. He was the first person to endorse Biden in 2020. We need to get them out. But no, I think South Carolina 6 is part of the VOA. I like what Ralph Norman's running on. Problem is, he's been endorsed by Nikki Haley, endorsed Nikki Haley for president, and then he trapped President Trump in 24. And that does it for me right there. You're in the Freedom Caucus. You're tracking President Trump saying that he couldn't win in 24, and now you're for President Trump. I like what you're running on, Ralph Norman, but that's not going to work for me. I've endorsed Nancy Mace, whether you may like it or not. But anyways, and then another one that got renominated with Dan Flippin Patrick got renominated for Lieutenant Governor of Texas. There is one race to keep an eye on in Texas, and that is Attorney General of Texas. Chip Roy is running in the runoff. We can't let him get in because he wasn't for Ken Paxton at all. I heard he wasn't for President Trump at all. He campaigned with Ron DeSantis in 2024.
Yep.
He wasn't for him at all. Neither was Thomas Massey. He wasn't for him at all. This is why I make my endorsement that I do. And let me touch on Illinois. There is a person that I am supporting for re-election, Mary Miller, for the 15th district. She is for faith, family, and freedom. She is for our families. We need to get her re-elected. And then let me touch on Don Tracy. Don Tracy doesn't get my endorsement because Peggy Hubbard exposed her when she was, I think, the Illinois Republican Party chair or the committee woman, whatever it may be. But with Don Tracy, she was one of the reasons why you were not winning in Illinois. Illinois is one of the reasons why, if she's the nominee, you can get that seat goodbye because she isn't a win. I'm not endorsing her. You can go on Peggy Hubbard's post, and I'm not endorsing her. And J.B. Pritzker has got to go. He needs to be gone in November. The reason why I endorsed that James, whatever that name is, the reason why I endorsed that James for governor is because he supports law enforcement. He supports ICE. He will let them do their job. J.B. Pritzker wants them to stay out of Illinois. He needs to go. He needs to be gone. Thinking he's going to run for president in 28, you're not going to win, J.B. Pritzker. You need to be gone. And let me touch on California. This is the biggest problem we have with the Republican Party. You have a Republican candidate for governor, Chad Biasco. He wants amnesty. The video's already out there. He wants amnesty. Steve Hilton is running for governor of California. We could potentially have two candidates for governor because the Democrats could split the vote. What I'm worried about is Eric Swalwell because he wants people to vote by phone. And he doesn't want paper ballots counted. China, Fang, you all. And this is why it's so important to get Steve Hilton in there. Let me touch on some other candidates. Sonia Shaw is running for superintendent of public instruction. She wants to protect our children. We need to get her in. And there are many more candidates. This is why I focused on, like Minnesota with Mike Lindell. He's running for governor of Minnesota. He wants to get ban Sharia law. this is where Greg Abbott comes in. This is why I wanted John P. Chambers in there. He needed to win that race. And guess what? Greg Abbott won. He keeps on flipping in. Texas needs term limits. They need them now. This is why I endorsed Brian Harrison for re-election, because of what he is doing in Texas. And Greg Abbott is one of the reasons why you don't have closed primaries. He's fighting them in court. That is why he doesn't watch them. He's not going to be gone in November because you have to keep Texas red, of course, but I'm not endorsing him. He needs to be gone in 2030. He needs to be locked out so he doesn't get the nominee again. He needs to be locked out. And we have like both threats. He's running for, if you want like President Trump wants energy independence, that is what I heard the railroad commissioner is. We need to get him in. Oh, he's running against the uniparty RINO. And let me touch on something that's significant. Tony Gonzalez dropped out last week. It was the other day he dropped out. And President Trump endorsed Brandon Herrera last night, which was significant. We need to get him in. I didn't know this till today that Brandon Herrera worked for President Trump's campaign in 2016 and endorsed him then. We need to get him in. People like Thomas Massey have to go. And Dusty Johnson thinks he's going to be governor. I'm not endorsing you. We need to get that Toby in for governor of South Dakota. We can't have him in there. And then we have some other races like Andy Biggs for governor of Arizona, where Josh Bernstein lives. Andy Biggs is one of the most conservative members of the House. We need to get him in. If you want to have Katie Hobbs got to go. Okay? We have many other races like Montana. We've got some good candidates here. Like, I haven't endorsed him yet, but I'm going to be supporting him for the Supreme Court. Dan Wilson for the Supreme Court of Montana. We need to get him on the Supreme Court. There are many other races. Like, there are uniparty RINOs, if you haven't paid attention in Montana. There are many uniparty RINOs. And there is only one candidate that I am maybe few out once. There is only one candidate that I'm probably going to be supporting for endorsing and supporting for Secretary of State of Montana in 28. And her name is Teresa Manzella. We need to get her on in 28 because she wants paper ballots and count it and get rid of the machine. Gradient Forte hasn't done much and he hasn't done enough for Montana. That's why I endorsed and voted for Tanner Smith for governor of Montana. I'm not a fan of Gradient Forte. I'm not a fan of Steve Dane. I'm not a fan of Ryan Zeke. Tim C's been okay. Okay. And another thing is about Aaron Fitz. He's running for Congress, Montana one. He supports President Trump, of course, and he is an America First conservative. I like what he stands for. With Montana Talk Radio, he's actually giving Montana a voice. And that is the type of person we need in there for Montana one to replace Uniparty RINO, Ryan Zeke. We need to get him in. And then I endorse one person that I endorsed tonight with, and Joel, you have him on the list. That David Flippo, I think his name is. I endorsed him tonight, and he's been endorsed by Wayne Allen Root and Colonel West. He's our candidate for Congress, Nevada 2. I'm starting to like him too because of the fact that I actually seen that he was strong leadership. That's the type of person we need in Congress. And it's a safe Republican seat. We can't be having a uniparty RINO in that seat. And then if that Robert doesn't win, I'm giving my endorsement to Bobby Charles if he becomes the nominee. Because I'm starting to like him more and more and more too. He's been actually calling out. I've seen videos that he actually called out race choice voting about that they're having some race choice voting in governor election, whatever it may be. And I've asked they believe that Maine can flip red. But Susan Collins is in the Main Street caucus. She needs to be bye-bye. She needs to go. And Lisa Murkowski could have gotten rid of her in 2022. You had a good candidate in Kelly Chewbacca. Now she's in some kind of thing, accountability thing that I've seen today, that she would have been a good one in there. She would have broken up the DC cartel. But Lisa Murkowski came out and said that she's a no on the Save America Act. Bull. Get the Republicans on board, or I'm going to look for candidates to get rid of you, like Jackson Lohmeyer for Congress. Oklahoma won, and I hope he wins because he's going to be a breath of fresh air in Congress. And we need many, many more. That's why I support Eli Quain for re-election. Arizona too. That's why I support many others that need to be gone. Many, many more, like Rand Paul. He needs to go. No. Vote no on everything. I don't want another Thomas Massey in Congress. All of them have to go. The Main Street Caucus has to go. And let me tell you this, if God forbid President Trump endorses Dusty Johnson, his voting record is terrible, his grade is awful, he doesn't do anything for our country. None. He doesn't do anything. I think he got rid of iPad Dan Crenshaw last week. And we need to have good governors in our country. And you're just not getting it in Texas. You're not getting it there. You're just not. And we got, and another one that should have been in Congress in 2022 is J.R. Majewski. He should have won that race. But no, you have flipping Marcy Captor, where Marcy flipping Captor that keeps on getting flipping in. Then you have another one that announced that he was running a while ago at Maxine flipping Waters running again. And these Democrats just don't know how to retire. They keep on running and running and running and running. Like your James Clyburn. He was first got in 1992. And this is my last thing about we can win these midterms because I just watched John Fredericks had that chairman from Prince County, Virginia on today. And the board of supervisors, it was a shock. We won that in an upset. It was that board of supervisors, Prince Williams County was D plus 30. So
That
we
was good.
can win these midterms. We can if Democrats vote. They have to get out and vote.
Yeah.
And here in Montana, people are going to say, and people are so worried that Steve Daines is running, saying that, we're going to have a Democrat in there. And let me tell you this, my senator, Steve Daines, is an embarrassment to Montana because now, according to Mark Meadows on X, Steve Daines will support the talking filibuster. Get off your lazy and support it. And I'm hoping that Kurt is a lot better than Steve flipping Daines. We could have had more seats in 2024, but no, Steve Daines is a Mitch McConnell puppet. That's what he was. McConnell put him in that position, so you don't have Kerry Lake in there, so you don't have this or that, you don't have this or that. And I actually watched a prediction today on YouTube, and they actually predicted Andy Biggs to win that way, but it'll be close. We need to get him in. Look at what Katie Hobbs is doing in Arizona. And I support Wendy Rogers for re-election for the state Senate. Arizona, I think it's Arizona 7. And she, on the other hand, has vetoed all of Wendy Rogers' bills. This is why we need to win these midterms. Okay? Chuck Schumer has already came out. And like you've already said, that he had already come out and said that they're gonna vote the talking filibuster no matter what anyway. They'll do it anyways.
Yep.
And it doesn't matter. And I've been saying it for a long time. The primaries are more important than the general. I've
Yes.
been saying it for a long time. And I don't want Montana blue. I want to keep Montana red. But nobody seemed to be talking about Montana. We had a Republican last year in the legislature. It was a lady that voted to get an amendment that only American citizens vote in our election here in Montana. Well, you need to be gone then. I'd have to see if anybody wanting to get them. And my district is an embarrassment because we have no candidate for the state house in Montana. I'm in Montana. My district is the state house, Montana 31, and I have no Republican candidate. That's how maybe weak the Republicans are here in Montana. Don't want to have anybody.
Well, send me an address. I'll go get a PO box there. No, UPS store address, so that counts as a suite. I'll go run in Montana. Proud MAGA carpetbagger here. But like, it's mind numbing. Because Thomas Massey is a nappy-headed piece of shit, and I hate him. I've always hated him. I've loathed that piece of trash forever. Same as Marjorie Taylor Greene, same as Rand Paul. I despise them all. They're disgusting. They're toxic. But it's really rich. One thing you said, Jason, about a breath of fresh air. That's one thing that we desperately need. But I also want politicians that have a few more breaths left in them. And a majority of them do not. They're in the end part of their life cycle, if you will. And I'll stop what I was going to say there. But like, you literally you have Republicans with their weak version of campaigning, and they talk about the victim class and victim culture and the left victim culture. I've heard that said a lot in the last 2 weeks. Victim culture. There are no better examples of victim culture than the conservatives that sit there in the end when they lose go, oh, well, we tried to do everything we did. If only. They are the biggest hypocrites in the friggin' world. Again, there's no difference. There's no daylight between these people. And what you were saying before about Ken Paxton, and Jason touched on it, Ken Paxton has done more for not just Texas, but America when he tried to get it to the Supreme Court than 99% of other politicians in this country. And it was really telling how other attorney generals had to sit on their ass and they were Republicans until Paxton actually had some movement, and then, oh, I'll sign on now. And then the Supreme Court shit all over it. So Ken Paxton hasn't just been a warrior for Texas, a warrior for America first, a warrior for common sense, for family, right, for God, for patriotism, for the Republic, for the people. He's also been a warrior for the rule of law, and he actually knows who he represents. So there is the duality. And even if he gets in that freaking den of snakes, I mean, you're on an island, and just like the Freedom Caucus people, I mean, I like the dude in charge of the Freedom Caucus now, but them to me is like a Tea Party. Like, yeah, you care so much. Woo. They don't mean shit to me, but it's like they say all the right things and deliver on nothing. You know what I mean? So, yes. Joe, Charlene, who wants to jump in? Because
I want to jump in.
Go ahead, jump in. I'm all over the place.
One, I want to thank Jason because he said something about Brandon Herrera. I did not know he endorsed Trump in 2016, so that's news to me. And he is a breath of fresh air. Plus, I want to inform the viewers there is still hope. Last Tuesday night was awesome. We got rid of Dan Crenshaw. Jasmine Crockett, hallelujah, she's gone.
Amen.
If Ken Paxton beats Cornyn, you talk about a bad rhino rat. And here's another one that's coming in, and he's hanging by a thread, and I can't wait to see he's gone. And that's Al Gore. He's in second place. The Democrat that is ahead of him right now is the favored Democrat. So there's a good chance we're fixing to oust him. And if we can just get everybody to show up, we can get rid of a bunch of these bad rats. These are rats and they need to go. And, but you got to show up and vote. That's how you do it. You got to show up in the primaries, and then you got to show up in November, and we can get rid of most of these. But we need everybody to help.
Amen.
Okay, go ahead, Joe.
Yeah, well, I just want to touch on the Chip Roy situation, because people that have been voting for him or supporting him, they just either had forgotten or they had known this. But Chip Roy was one of the Republicans that praised Judas Pence for quote unquote doing the right thing and certifying a stolen 2020 election. Now, why the hell should we support somebody like that? We're not going to. And then when he embraced Ron DeSantis for president, and then people were calling him a rhino, and Chip fired back in a stinging rant, which the video is in my media, on my getter, calling all of us a bunch of effers who can kiss his ass. It's like, no, I don't think so, dude. I don't think so. No. So we're going, of course, with the other guy, Mays Middleton, only because Aaron Reitz didn't make it. Now, we had supported not Marcel Sturbish, the guy originally, Mays Middleton. We were supporting him for Attorney General before Aaron Reitz came along, and Aaron Reitz was a terrific candidate. We did not endorse Mays Middleton at that time. It's like, we're going to run Aaron Reitz and endorse him. Well, of course, he didn't make it, but we are definitely throwing our support and our endorsement complete for Mays Middleton. We have to defeat Chip Roy. That is the key. We got to, it's time for him to retire. It's done. And for Ohio, we do have 3 people running against that Marcy Kaptur, who's been a Democrat in that seat forever. Got to get rid of her. We have Derek Marin, we have Josh Williams, and we have Madison Sheehan. So we have 3 really good candidates we researched to knock out Marcy Kaptur. We should be able to do it. We should definitely be able to do that.
And I got the text you sent me earlier, so I am going to find a way to attach the post with your list and everything on there to this video and to everything else we put out there. So I'm working on that. I didn't forget about it. So by the way, I told you I suck at responding. But I am going to make sure that's out there for the world's eyes, because people need to see who the righteous ones who've been vetted by real people. Go ahead, Joe.
And one last thing is, you have noticed, because we have to talk about U.S. Senate for Maine here.
Yes.
We have a 2-pager for Maine now, because we have given you your updated information as the write-in candidate, and then I put a special video that you have on your website there for page 18A. That is one awesome video. Everybody needs to watch that video. It is utterly fantastic. So we can get rid of Susan Collins. This will be a time in history when a write-in candidate can win against a corrupt establishment piece of nothing. Dan can do it. He's the man to do it, and he's the only man we want to do it. So it can be done. Just got to get out there and write in his name. Just write in his name. If you want change, you write in change.
Thank you, Joe. I appreciate that. And that's what I said. I had somebody else call me yesterday and asking if I'm, if I got the names of the ballots. Because another person, for only $2,000, I can get you 200. Another 2,000, I can get you another 200. They're like, honestly, kiss my ass in the hell. Like, you're going to pay people to go out and get signatures. Like I said from day one when I announced that I was never going to get on the ballot. And that was proven when we got the phone call from Senor Douchebag, the GOP chairman of Maine. So, again, they hate me. They hate me for a reason. All right. So any of us that are real hate me. They hate people like me for a reason, because we're not of them. We're not the party of them. We are doing it because if you're like me, I have no desire to be in politics, but I know damn well what my charter, what my charge would be if gotten in. If I actually got elected, I would serve and I would destroy them. And if it was in a situation, in a general election, like, listen, you people, the general audience, new audience, whatever, if you've never seen me before, God help you. If you have, you know me. Like, when it comes down to it, yeah, I can go on a debate stage. I don't have to say one profane word, and I could nail them and bury them on policy and their corruption and their decades and decades and decades and generations of failure all damn day. I know how to speak the talk, if you will, the lingo. I choose not to. I choose to be different, because you have situations, not just like in Maine, where you're having land being stolen. You're having children gone missing, sold into trafficking. You're having drugs being trafficked across the northern border, bodies being trafficked across the northern border. You have cartels in the state of Maine, and it's being funded, backed up, supported by so many of the political class up there, so many of the people in positions of authority are supposed to protect the innocents, and they're not. So Can it be done? It can't be done. No, it can be done. It requires you to figure out how to spell my name, because believe me, you're going to want to spell it right. I know that's a bitch. I'm going to change it to Smith just for this election. I now identify as Smith. All right. And I'm going to do two different spellings. I'm going to put a SMYTH and a SMITH because I know you're not that bright. So I'm going to see if I can make that happen. All right. But like literally, because they will, even if I had 10,000 signatures, they would challenge every one of them and they would not let me, they were never going to let me on the debate stage. But we can make history. And I'm trying to decide when it comes to the general, you know what? I'm a thorn in their side. They don't like me. They want me to go away, but still paying a mortgage, still paying taxes up there. You know what? I'm not going to go away. And perhaps for the general, you stay all the way into the end. Say, you know what? Write me in. Call me independent. I identify as an independent, even though I'm a Republican. It's like, I have a dick, but I'm identifying as a female. There you go. Maybe I should say that to appeal to the blue-headed freaks. All right? So whatever it takes. But the difference is they need real people to get in there and level these bastards. And it can be done, but now it requires, and listen, I'm not grandstanding here. It requires, in my case, others, you get off your ass and you actually have to go and say, I have to hit the S and the M and the E. It's easy, just put Dan, but don't do that, okay? Don't do that. I mean, like, you have to write it all out. You got to tap the button, you know? Well, Maine is probably like stones on a slate. I voted up there once. I think I had to submit the vote in the pouch on the donkey, and the donkey was going to begin the journey down to Portland. They said that the ballots would arrive in anywhere from 7 to 8 months. But nevertheless, it can be done. I'm looking at you, Maine. All right. Northern Maine, where we have our house. It's like the year 1960. I was going to say 16. And the rest of Maine, you're square in the 1980s. You can do it. All right. And I'm not trying to be a schmuck here. I'm just saying, you want real change. You want people who aren't bought. Go off these lists. Go off the list of the people who real people have vetted real candidates. That's the difference. Do you hear what I'm saying? It's not a heritage. It's not a war room. It's not any of these other people. It's real people vetting real people that are lining up to serve, to represent you. The way it was intended to be. All right. We're not doctors. We're not lawyers. Some may be. You know, we're not of money. We're of the regular people who are tired. Instead of bitching about it, we're stepping up to actually challenge the status quo, challenge the freaking system. So give us a chance to get in. They'll never see it coming. They'll never believe it can happen. And it'll be an earth-shattering situation. All right. Like I said, I get in the Senate. The first time I'm able to speak on the floor, I think it's like day 2, they're going to censure me. Okay. That's okay. Because what I'll do is going to make history. But my point is, people can make change. You just have to do your part to push them past that threshold. And it's different everywhere you go. In red states, yes, get involved in those primaries. In states that are too blue, so we just give up on, it's a little bit harder. You got to write in a name, God forbid. These things can happen, and there's ways to get around it. You can do something. It's on all of you. That's what it comes down to. So, Joe, you set it up there for me, so I had to give my little my soapbox speech there. I apologize, but
no, you're fine. You're fine. You're killing me with the jokes. I love them, but you're fine.
Oh, damn. I don't even know what I said. See, that's my problem. I don't know. Yeah? Any of these freaks that make videos of things that I say, I don't know. What the hell's wrong with you? I mean, you saw how I'm prepping for a general election. Hollis showed those videos last week. You know, I'm doing the Scott Pressler hair flip. You know, I identify as a spirit gendered freaking potato farming, whatever the hell you want to call it. You know, whatever I need to do. I'll be whoever you need me to be. You know, listen. Bottom line, if you want change, be the middle finger to the establishment.
Yes.
That's it. Be the person that knows the Constitution, that knows what it was intended to be, that believes in restoring the Republic, and honestly, at this point, reclaiming and restoring the Republic as it was chartered to be, and actually putting people first. I already said it, and I'll freaking do it in a public fashion. Sign it right there, dotted line for all the cameras in the world to see. Term limit myself. because I don't want to be there. And if I got there, they're going to try to kick me out anyway, but I would term limit myself for real. Not like that haggardly little demon witch. Okay. And again, here's something to pose out to the world. And for the anons out there, do a little homework. Why is it that S&W Collins hardware store all throughout Maine, amazing, isn't it? Predominant in northern Maine, though, less competition up there. But why have they had a contract to do lumber deliveries since 1999, but they haven't done a lumber delivery since the year 2000? Yet these deliveries still persist, but there's no lumber and nothing stated as to what the manifest is, what they're actually transporting. That may be something, a little breadcrumb out there. People might want to look into that. I know what it is, you sick fucks. Yeah. I know what it is. But why don't people look into that? Just like USAID, just like Susan Collins' husband being on a Homeland Security watch list, and the many, many, many monies that went away, the interesting pardons. People need to look deeper. That's all I'm saying, because there's a lot of evil at play, and they are going to run roughshod over you all. All right, that's it. All right, so. Sorry, I need a space where I can just go and speak my mind. You know what I mean? I don't have it's not like I have an open microphone or a radio show or anything. But everyone, we're 10 minutes to 11. I think Josh is coming on shortly because I'm just going to blame him. He messed up the time, the time situation. So he's going to be jumping on soon. And then after that,
Dan,
go ahead.
Dan, can I make one last point to your audience?
Yes.
Now, us MAGA Lions, we're proof that anybody can do anything, and get in there and find something that you're good at to help out your nation. Because if we can do it, you can do it. It sure beats complaining. Just saying.
Amen.
That was my
point. Amen.
Yeah, no, and you're 100% right. And these are some great people. I mean, you've seen them in the chat room for quite some time. You've heard me talk about them for quite some time. Now you see them on the air. Eventually, they're going to have a show going, which I hope is soon. Joe, and you technical wizard, you.
Oh my God.
Don't ever get me started. I don't even know what the hell I'm doing half the time. All right, I press buttons. I forgot to put myself in my own show last week. Come on. The real reason why the hour of Rage to air on Friday is because I forgot to hit another button again. I'm like, oh, my bad. Like Josh texted, like, oh, what time's the show? I'm like, whoops. 4 hours ago it was supposed to be on. I'm an idiot. But these are genuinely good people, real people fighting for us, the people. All right. They're not getting paid. They're not getting shit. They're not getting love. They're not getting anything because they're doing the work that, let's face it, you're too lazy to do, or you want to bitch about, but not actually put in the effort. So here's your chance to shit or get off the pot and actually support what they do. Go on Getter, MAGA Lions for Trump. We're going to have all their handles in there. Go on Getter. They found the way to break the system and make Getter work for them. Me, I barely know how to spell it, much less log on. But that's okay. I'm just immune to social media. I hate them all, but Getter is actually good. They have a following there. They have people there. People are engaged. Do your part. Reach out to Joe, Charlene, Jason. Ask them what you could do to assist. Maybe you know of somebody that they missed. I doubt it because Jason knows everybody who's going to run for the next 30 years. But nevertheless, maybe there's somebody that even Jason might have missed. Bring it to them. They're going to do the hard work. They're going to dig. Help them dig. Help them get out there. We're as independent as it gets, but we happen to have millions of people. So let's actually weaponize this audience and put it to work for good. Because real people will not be represented by real people until we, the people, get off our ass and put in a little effort. That's it. That's the bottom line. Final words, everybody?
Well, just all I can say is that...
Thank you, Dan. It was an honor.
Yep. The way to find us is you go on Getter and you just type in capital letters MAGA_Lions. That will take you to our team page. That's where all of the lists are. I'm currently updating the latest revisions of those. All of your information is there. And the best way, so many of you can help us out, is by taking screenshots of those or simply reposting those on your Getter pages Share those lists with your family and friends and have them share them with their family and friends who are not on the platform. That's how we force multiply. We can use all the force multipliers that we can get our hands on here to get these lists moved out to as many people as possible, because there's still a lot of people, sure, Scott Presser will register them to vote, he'll register them to vote, but they don't know who to vote for. They really don't know who to vote for. Well, we've got your solutions. We got your answers. Come to us. We're on Getter. You'll find us there. There's your information. Go for it. That's my final words tonight.
Appreciate you, Joe. Jason, any final words, sir?
We just need to get the America First conservatives in office, and you can go to my pages on Truth Social, Getter. I screenshot them. I screenshot my endorsement. I put them on Getter, X, and the Facebook Wino Removers and the Wino Hunter group. I want people in there that are a Trump supporter. There are some in the Freedom Caucus, as I am well aware, in the Freedom Caucus. I look at the Freedom Caucus to find candidates, because a lot of them in that caucus are Trump supporters. The Main Street Caucus, they're not Trump supporters, okay? They're just not. You look at a lot of like your Dusty Johnson, your Don Bacon, if he's in that caucus, Mike Lawler, Amnesty. That caucus is not Trump supporter. This is why, even if you don't like AI, I've been using Grok, because it takes a lot of time to go on everybody's page to find, are you actually a Trump supporter? That's why I like Jackson Lohmeyer. I backed him in 22 because we need to get him in Oklahoma 1. I don't want people getting in Congress, joining the Main Street Caucus. The voting record won't be very good if they are in the Main Street Caucus. So it'll probably take some time. It'll probably take a few elections, 5, 6 elections, to abolish that caucus. But if any of the candidates that are on the list, like Catalina Loaf, if you join the Main Street Caucus, you're not going to be on the list next time. I'm not endorsing you. The Main Street Caucus needs to be gone, needs to go away. And Joe, you're well aware of this too, that David Taylor, and you're relieved that David Taylor's not in the Main Street Caucus. As
Yes.
you know, he's not there. So that's good. Troy Downing should have known that he would be in the Main Street Caucus because of that, because of his endorsements that he had. This is why I endorse people like Steve Toth, Brandon Herrera. This is why I endorse people like Sheriff McClam. This is why I endorse Jake Jalbo and Brandon Gill and so many others that are not going to join the Main Street Caucus. The Main Street Caucus are a bunch of moderates. Do nothing. Republicans are worthless. Worthless.
Amen. Thank you, sir. I appreciate you. I love you all. And Charlene, anything else? I feel bad I cut you off, but anything else, Charlene?
No, don't feel bad. Good night, Jason and Joe. Glad to be a part of this, and I feel honored. Thank you, Dan.
Oh,
Glad to have you.
I appreciate you all, and I love you all. I respect you all. And if you're around next Thursday, we'll do it again. And then we gotta have a serious talk and figure out when we're gonna launch your show too. We gotta start inundating here. Inundating. We need truth, damn it. So I love you all. I appreciate you all. God bless you all. And thank you for what you do for the country. You're not keyboard warriors. You're just freaking warriors. And you have my respect always. And I love and appreciate you all. Sincerely. Thank you.
Same here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good night, everybody. Thank you all. Take care. And there they go, ladies and gentlemen. MAGA Lions for Trump holding it down. See, it was okay that I talked a little bit longer because I knew Josh was going to be a little behind because of the whole time changey thingy. So, but again, I can't say it enough. Yeah, they're the first to endorse me, but they're good people. They're really good people who put in a lot of work, a lot of effort, and they're doing the best that they can with zero resources other than their own heart, mind, souls. They're busting their ass to find a way to get real people in elected office. What more can you possibly ask for? That's what you need. You know, that's exactly what you need. So God bless them. And I'm so appreciative of all of them. And I'm appreciative of them coming on. And I appreciate all of you in the audience actually enjoying it all. Because you don't like hearing me just bitch at you constantly alone all the time, right? You love Hollis. You love MAGA Lions for Trump. You love Josh. You tolerate me, you know, but that's okay. That's okay. So remember, everybody, you have a chance to support what we do here and the many, many things that are forthcoming that we're going to talk about. Josh Bernstein is going to join us here momentarily. We're going to do our hour of rage. And again, we're a little behind schedule because of the clock thingy. And then my best friend and beautiful partner, my wife, will be joining us for Aftershock. And it's, you know, and believe me, Hollis is fired up too. She's always fired up, but my God, what she endures and what she goes through, just it's sick. It's sick. But luckily, she gets to come on here and let it vent and let it air out into the whole population of the world, which is really cool. But you have a chance, ladies and gentlemen, if you want to show your support for what we do here. Again, this is not that that basic line of, support real independent media, but we actually are real independent media, self-funded, self-everything. But go ahead, do your little magical, mystical phone dance and scan that QR code right there, big, bold in your face. Don't be like my dad. Hi, Dad, and take a picture of it. He has no idea. I barely know how to do it. I'm not busted his balls. But you got to hit the little QR scanner thingy. Boom, that'll take you to it. And take you to the website, buymeacoffee.com/VOP USA Radio. And then you have the chance to go and sign up for a tier, get exclusive content, exclusive interviews, exclusive shows, all that good stuff. It's right there, buymeacoffee.com/VOP USA Radio. So follow us, do your thing. Everybody in the social world, I guess we're featured on Rumble tonight. Gracias. Thank you, Donata. Wait, whatever. I appreciate you all. Real quick, I'm going to play a quick 2-minute little video here, like 2 minutes and 30 seconds. And then I think he's backstage. So when I come back, I'm going to be joined by my co-host there for the Rage of Aquarius and the Hour of Rage, Politi-Shock's Hour of Rage, the one and the only Josh Bernstein. So all I got to say is enjoy this video. It's not an actual video. It's just two women with interesting tattoos. Apparently it isn't AI from what I'm now finding out, but this is a new song, and I happen to love it, and it's very suiting. So I'm going to play this, and then I'll be right back with Josh Bernstein. Up at him for the Hour of Rage. Enjoy this song because I do very much, actually. So let me make sure that the volume's on here. All right.
Screen's glowing. Eyes on you. Big Brother's watching. Filling your mind with fake news. They twist the truth, control your mind. But freedom's fire burns. This time we rise. Of the airwaves, fear clicks divide, turn friends to slaves. Words are weapons, hate if you speak free. The police at your door to lead your history. Double stage days, war is peace they claim. Freedom, slavery in that twisted game. But we remember, fight's just begun. 1984, hell no. The answer is 1776. Break the chains, reload. We the people never comply. 1776. 1776. Liberty or death, we won't submit. The answer to 1984. 1776. Mr. Trink your mind, drones in the sky. Phones track thoughts, algorithms decide. Erase the past, ministry's digital cage. Founders' blood boils, we tear up the stage. Ignorant strength, that's the last lie. We see clear with unblinking eyes. 1984. Hell no, the answer is 1776. Break the chains, reload. We the people never come back. 1776. 1776. Liberty or death, we won't submit. The answer to 1984. 1776. They want your mind, we won't comply. They want your voice, we amplify. They want control, we defy. Women dies, free men rise. Build it up. 1776 commences again. No surrender, no retreat. We the people will defeat. The answer to 1984 is 1776. 1984. 1776.
See? You try to hit your damn mute button, your unmute button on your freaking board, and it doesn't want to comply. I love it. So that, ladies and gentlemen, was a nice, calm, peaceful, beautifully sang song, but the lyrics are awesome, and I like it, so I wanted to play it. So, hey, what the hell?
Badass.
Thank you, right? I thought it was pretty damn cool. I enjoy the hell out of it.
1984 is 1776, baby. I love it.
I know. The answer 19. I'll tell you right now. Anyway, Josh, listen, I was trying to find my Hour of Rage thing. I guess I didn't download it. I was going to do the background different. I don't know.
I can send you one.
Yes, please, because you can see it behind me. But, I don't know. He has the fancy stuff, and I don't know what the hell happened. So, welcome to Politi-Shock's Hour of Rage. It is I, Dan, who's been bitching at you for the last 2 hours and 3 minutes. Minus the women singing at you. And it is the one and the only Mr. Josh Bernstein. And we love time zones and daylight savings and ending time here. And
sure we do.
Dude, I jumped on at 8:30 and I'm like, where is he? And I'm
well, here's the thing. You got, so it's 8:05 right now where I'm at.
11:05
So just figure at my 7:55.
Yeah.
So what is it there? 10?
It is 11:05 here.
Oh, so you're now so you're like 3 hours now.
Yes.
So so my 7:55, 8, 9, 10. So your 10:55 is when I'll be coming on.
Okay.
So Eastern Standard Time.
That we can make that work. Now we've sorted it out. We've solved the mystery.
Okay.
So what's up, dude?
What isn't up, I guess, is the question. I mean, the Muslim invasion is happening right before our eyes. 1990, there was 500,000 Muslims in this country. By 2001, I think, or 2, there was 2.5 million. Now, 2025, 4.5 million. That was the last numbers from 2025. So what's happening? We are slowly, like the frog in the oil in the water that doesn't know that it's being cooked to death. We are slowly being cooked to death. You saw the video today, which was not AI, of Moran, the Zoran, Mandami, the Kami, whatever his name is, literally sitting on a prayer rug. No bullshit, no joke. On a prayer rug in the state capitol in New York with everybody doing their bullshit, their back and forth and everything else. Yeah. Yeah, it's on my X account. It's all over the place. I thought it was AI. I was like, no way, this isn't real. It's real.
It's real.
New York went from planes taking down, skyscrapers, killing thousands of people, to, I think we'll put a jihadist in the mayor's office. I mean, I don't even know what to think. It's so sick.
It's freaking
So
disgusting, man. It's You know what? These people, the title of today's show is "Stop Being the Bitches of the Political Elite." I thought that was an appropriate title, very family friendly for this episode of Politi-Shock. But it's so true. I thought it was bad enough with Barack Hussein Obama in 2008, but no, it's like you're welcoming in your own destruction.
Well, he started all this shit.
Yes.
We didn't have race issues. I mean, we had what happened in the 60s, and we had the civil rights movement and all that. But I'm talking like in the last 30 years or whatever before him, we didn't have anything. Things were moving in the right direction. And then this, captain of the Kenyan debate club steals 2 elections. And the next thing you know, race relations, are at an all-time low. And he didn't use his presidency for the right reasons. He didn't come in and try to be a uniter. He was the great divider.
Yes.
And because of that, that's what happened with Ferguson. He created, Black Lives Matter, created the Trans-Tifa and the Antifa, and then created ISIS and Muslim Brotherhood. We didn't hear about those things. Al-Qaeda and shit. That was like all new until him.
Yep.
So the head of the snake is Barack Hussein Soetoro Marshall Davis Obama, Communist Party ID number 47455.
And it's amazing to me. So of course the panicked we're in World War 72 already crowd on the right is like, see, we told you, look,
It is World War 72 for the amount of virgins and goats they get.
That's true.
So I wanted to point that out.
Well, you remember how they used to have the caravans of the illegals coming from South America? I did hear there's caravans of goats actually going down south, coming, leaving New York State, Vermont, and, all of New England. They're making a mass exodus. They have some dangerous grounds to cross, but good on the goats. I support moving of the goats.
They'll be fine. They'll be fine.
Protect thy ass. But it's sick. It's sick. What we see. And then
Dominion University just happened today.
Oh, yeah.
Right? This guy was a former jihadist. He was arrested, 11 years in jail as a sympathizer for ISIS, giving material support to ISIS back then. They let him out of jail. They didn't deport him. They didn't get rid of him right away. They said, nah, go ahead, hang out. You'll be a good boy, right? You're not going to try to kill any more Jews and others, are you? No. Infidels will be fine. Yeah, sure. And look what he does.
Well,
but he did it at the ROTC, and apparently the cops didn't even get him. The ROTC students got to him.
Good for them. There's some hope in the future.
God bless them.
But the woke right though is all over it because you get a pass here for jihadi and killing Jews. They're cool with that.
Right.
Because it's all Trump's fault. Obviously, it's all those boots on the ground that are causing it all. That's we're pushing it to this extreme, don't you know?
Yeah.
I mean, it's just this level of mental retardation that has just afflicted so many. And, it's kind of the overarching thing of what I was talking about at the beginning of the show. And then obviously I feel bad because we had MAGA Lions for Trump all on here. And I made an apology to you. Like they would have been with you, but they were here. And we were on time, East Coast time. But so.
Just remember, we don't make liars out of clocks in Arizona.
Yes.
Okay.
Well,
everybody
whatever.
else,
Mr.
does their thing. We don't.
We're going to be right on cue when it's fall back. All right. So we got this down. We're ready for the return of winter. It's still winter, but anyway.
Yeah.
But it comes down to what I was saying. Just I played a video of Dennis Michael Lynch, and I could play it again if you'd like to see. I don't know if you've seen it.
If you want. He's a good guy.
It's a 2-minute video. It's a 2-minute 30-second video. And like I told people, DML is not a doom speaker, black pillar. He's not anti-Trump. He's an honest dude, and he's a friend. But at the end of the day, if you missed this earlier, you should hear what he says and take heed. It was an interesting video, and I figured, why the hell not? That might be too big. I don't know. Let me see here. Let me work my masterfulness here. All right, here we go. Tell me, Josh, is it too big when I do this?
Too big.
Okay, too big. So we're going small fries here. All right, here we go. And listen up.
The SAVE Act is dead. It's not going anywhere. It's never going to pass. You're going to hear many different reasons why. Some people will tell you because the Republicans want to keep the filibuster pure, not to hand it over one day to the Democrats who will use it against us when they've got power back. You'll hear that there aren't enough votes. You'll hear even, I think Glenn Beck said today, that it's because the Republicans don't want to put in the hard work. It could last 60 days, 24 hours a day. How do you organize this? Who's there? Who's not there? It's none of that. I've been saying this for a year, and now it's only become more clear. Who wouldn't want to pass illegal aliens can't vote? You need voter ID. I mean, it's the most simple layup in the world. But at the end of the day, the entire Congress, not just the left, but the right, want Trump to fail. Trump has less bills put into law than any other president in modern times. It is just so simple. They all hate him. He has called them all out at one point or another, given them all nicknames, degraded them, made them feel embarrassed at some point. And because they're politicians, because they lie when they move their lips, they have just pretended. They have gone through the process of just pretending like they want to have Trump's back, like they too are MAGA. None of them are. They want Trump to fail. They are not going to give him any victory whatsoever. And the Republicans are never going to piss off the Democrats because they're all on the same side. And so what they do is they jerk our chain and they make it sound like they're getting there. We're almost there. We're almost there. And nothing ever happens. And I guarantee you that there are major Republicans, lots of Republicans, especially those who have been around for a while, who totally expect that we will lose the House and the Senate. And they're glad to see it happen because now Trump will be impeached. He will be removed. And ding dong, he's gone. And so too is MAGA. They don't just want to get rid of Trump. They want to get rid of you. They want to get rid of anybody who considers themselves MAGA. They want to put this country back on the track where it used to be, where it was driven by the establishment. And if you are missing this, you are either blind or you are in massive denial. And that includes the President of the United States. If he hasn't figured it out, none of these people are on his side. None of them are his friends. I don't trust half the people, if not more, that are in the White House on top of that. Trust me when I tell you, this is a concerted effort to lose the midterms and to get rid of Trump once and for all. That's the plan.
Now, again, I said this before when I played it. I fully believe Trump is well aware, and I do trust more than half the people in the White House. So my only areas of disagreement, but otherwise, it's what I've been saying.
I have a lot. Look, he's a smart guy. I admire what he did years ago when he wouldn't lie on camera. And he said, no, I'm not going to do this. I'm not taking it anymore. He had one of those Network from the movie Network. That's how old I am, pointing to a movie from 1980. But anyway.
Blackout.
Yeah. I think it was called Network. Whoever was in it, Peter Finch, whatever. Faye Dunaway, I think, whatever. Mm-hmm. Anyway, in that movie, there's a scene where he says, damn it, I'm not going to take it anymore. And that's what Dennis Michael Lynch did. But here's the thing. I mean, I already know that some people are getting ready to start rallies in front of their homes if we have to. It's going to be a maximum pressure campaign. I agree with him that both parties probably don't want President Trump to win. I agree with that. But they remember, self-preservation is an amazing motivating factor. They're swamp rats first before anything else. And so they want to be able to stay in the swamp. They want to be able to eat the cheese, okay? And they want the power. So I think some of them are going to do it. Is it going to happen overnight? No. Is it going to take weeks and weeks of smashing and emailing and reaching out and doing all? Yeah, it's gonna. But they're going to do a show vote next week, and that's what I'm calling it, because they're not getting rid of the 60 vote filibuster. And so it's going to fail. And then they're going to try to say, see, we told you, no one really wants this thing. And then that's when the pressure campaign has to start. And quite frankly, and I'll say this publicly, it's legal to do so. We need to show up in front of their homes, terrorize their children when they get out of school, okay? Meet them in the parking lot at work. Remember, as long as you are in a situation where you're on public property, then what I'm saying is completely legal. Even if you show up in front of their house, as long as it is across the street on public property, you can be there at 3 a.m. You'll get arrested, but you can be there at 3 a.m., pots, pans, loudspeakers, megaphones. If we can't sleep knowing we don't have election integrity, they can't sleep either. And that's the level in which we're going to have to take it up to. And it wouldn't be my first rodeo doing those types of pressure campaigns out there for 14 years.
And that's what I've been calling for a long time, because I knew it was going to come down to this, and it's a shame it's not going to be in time for most of the primary votes, which is exactly what they wanted, so the apparatus can do what they do, and that includes both sides, because Win Red is just as bad as Act Blue, and the Smurfing is the Smurf game is very well in play on the right, and that's how the establishment protects itself. I heard something before. I haven't seen this yet, but I think Jason said it, and MAGA Lions says hello. Just so you know.
And let me just correct one thing. I said terrorize children. We don't want to terrorize children. But what I'm saying is meet them, with a loudspeaker when they're picking up their children is what I really truly meant to say. And again, we can do those types of things. They're at work. You find out where they work, go to their office in Washington, right outside their office door. I mean, these things are allowed to be. You know, you can do these types of things. We have the First Amendment right to do it. We can't call for violence. We can't call for incitement to violence. We can't try to do anything violent, obviously, and nor would we. And we can't be on their personal property. But as long as you're on public property, you have First Amendment rights to do whatever you want. And it's going to be that type of a pressure campaign that we're going to have to put on 4 or 5 of these people. And that's how it has to be.
And I'm
so if anyone wants to help me get this thing organized in your state, reach out to me at thejoshbernsteinshow@gmail.com. We'll make it happen.
And I think we should do something where we help orchestrate something big, because I'm a community organizer. You know, that's where I started. So, over 300 rallies in 27 states, and no one ever gave me a dime. And we did a lot of crap and got a lot of stuff passed, got a lot of people shut down, got people arrested, did what we needed to do. And that's what
we've also won a lot of battles when we've put together pressure campaigns. We stopped amnesty in the early 2000s. We've done so many other things. We got them to get through the votes, at least to get 50 co-sponsors. That was a pressure campaign. So, I mean, we're not going to win them all, but this one we have to win. Okay?
Yes.
We have to win this.
Because
we will win this. So that's where I disagree with DML. He's a good guy. He's a good patriot, but he's definitely a little more doomsday than I would think.
It was more doomsday than I expected from him.
And technically he's right as far as legislation being passed, but not really. And the reason he's not right is because the one big beautiful bill had like 11 or 12 or 14 bills in it, right?
Yeah.
I mean, think of how many things that were put in it. And at the time, I will admit, I was saying, no, do one at a time. Get one done at a time. I was wrong. I will admit I was 100% wrong. And I'm glad I was wrong, because that was the equivalent of a dozen bills. So don't believe this bullshit that he hasn't gotten anything done, because he has, including 28 of the 300, which is not a lot, I agree, of the executive orders, which is why he's trying to get more of these executive orders codified. But like I said last week, let's concentrate on election integrity, worry about the rest of that shit later.
And that's why I was going to piggyback off what you said last week and what you said on Sunday, that, now, because I'm either way. I don't, all I want is the integrity shit. That's the most important thing in the world to me. But I understand why Trump is trying to pack as much in. I don't blame him in some aspects. I don't blame him, because it worked with the one big beautiful bill. Yeah.
To take him away.
Yes. And I understand it, but I think with, as far as he goes, like, he's going to do the executive order, which is great, but certain states will ignore it, and it just the system and the cycle goes on. So, it's coming to this, and I think that we should really make something out of it, because it needs to be not for grandstanding purposes, but because you got to show people how it's done, because they don't act anymore. Exactly. People are, we have to light that fire under their ass, if you will, and say, like I was saying before, it's, well, I can't vote for this person unless this social media person tells me that I can. No bullshit. You have a mind, use it. You have eyes, use them. The
other day, I said that I put on my X account, I said point blank, 90% or more of everything I put out on X until this is done and signed into law is going to be about the SAVE Act. And I said, if you don't like it, too bad. And I lost like 70, 75 people in the last day or two. But the bottom line is, we've got to pass it. There's a lot of information at my X account, at Real JBU Show. So follow it, but also reshare the images, because I already created images. I've got all the holdouts, who's willing to use the talking filibuster, who's not. So I've got these images already set together with phone numbers, directions, everything. Let's start sharing this shit everywhere. And the more and more people that see it, the more important it'll get. And like I said, to any politician, self-preservation is a motivating factor. And if they feel they're going to be removed from office or beaten or defeated, then they'll get motivated and they'll do what we need to do. So.
Yeah. And what I was going to ask you before is, did you hear something about Fetterman saying that he's not going to support it now?
I haven't heard that at all.
Yeah.
No. I hope not.
I know.
Which is another reason why I didn't want him to add anything to it. I said that the other day. I said it on this show. I said, let's concentrate on the elect. That shit's hard enough to get, right? Now you're throwing in the trans stuff and everything else. And of course, like I said, we don't want them in the sports. We don't want them competing against women. We don't want them mutilating children, obviously. But let's get the election integrity first. We'll worry about the other battles later. And so maybe that's why Fetterman might not be supporting it, because of the other shit he added to it.
Yeah, he'll aim high and work back down because he has one main goal. Classic Trumpster, and that's what we need. We need this war to be waged, and it's bottom line, because we're fucked. It's a slippery slope right now, ladies and gentlemen. And and let me just kind of like pivot to something else real quick. In spite of what you're being told by some of your favorite political elitists, the new mainstream media, the independent media, the war is not lost. The war in Iran is not going to be this long freaking Iraq-Afghanistan endeavor that they're telling you it's going to be. All this other crap. I mean, again, let me dumb this down. You have right here 2 eyes, and you can see things for yourself. Okay. And people need to be like, literally, when you're seeing one thing and it looks like we're kicking their ass, and then these over here, they're telling you that we're losing, something's afoot, something's wrong. Okay. So I don't know if you've caught on to this, but it's like they're really, really ramping up the doomsday speak from the right.
Let me explain what's basically happening here. So this regime is at its end, and it's basically its last refuge of retaliation is chaos.
Yep.
So they figure at this point, we've lost everything. We don't have our military. We don't have anything. We're hiding underground, which I'll get to the numbers here in a second. We got nothing left. So let's just try to win the political war. Let's just try to win, the favor, the sympathy vote, things like that. Let's cause enough chaos by blowing up other oil refineries, setting mines in the Straits of Hormuz. Let's do things that we normally wouldn't do because we've got nothing else to lose because we're at the end of our regime. And we'll try to gain favor in the media, the prostitute whores in the media in America and around the world, to start reporting on, children being hit at a hospital or this or that, and getting Reuters and the Associated Press involved with their fake pictures of dead babies and all this other stuff. So that's what they're trying to do. That's their last quote unquote hurrah. Now, if you want to end this war, it's as simple as going to Karg Island. You go to Karg Island, and they have 3,000 soldiers on a 7.7 mile radius island. That is where 90% of all of the crude oil reserves are located for the country of Iran. You go on there, they have 3,000 IRGC soldiers that are guarding it, around 3,000. So that would mean that you would need to have quadruple the force, right, to be on the safe side. So you need, 12,000 soldiers. This is the boots on the ground that we need, okay? Whether they're IDF boots, whether they're someone else's country's boots, or a mixture of a coalition of boots, and even some American boots. If we have 12,000 people armed that go onto that island, take over those oil reserves and everything else, shoot anything that moves or breathes, and take it over. That's the heart. That, like, if Tehran is the brain, the heart of the entire Iranian everything is Karg Island. It's 18 miles off the coast. You take the island, the war ends that second, because now they got nothing left. No oil, nothing, and they're not going to get paid. They have nothing. And that's why they're hiding underneath the ground right now. Yeah. They're in bunkers. I have some numbers here. I don't know if they're accurate because it's very hard to get real, true, concrete information out of Iran because they cut off the internet. So you got to do a lot of searching on websites and things like that that are close to Iran but not in Iran, right? So the United Arab Emirates, Saudi Arabia, not Al Jazeera because they're liars. But you try to find smaller stuff. JFeed is another good one. And taking a look at all of that, putting it all together and analyzing it, this is what I think has happened so far. And I would put about a 65% accuracy rate on this. There's 180,000 religious clerics, mullahs, in the country. There's about 140,000 that remain. So that means that these strikes killed 40,000 of them. Okay. Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps at the start, there's 125,000, and they think there's between 40,000 and 60,000 remaining. So that's a considerable amount that could have been wiped out. The Quds forces, these are the elites of the Iranian Revolutionary Guards, about 10,000 of them. My reports are coming in that there's 2,000 to 4,000 left. Okay? And then the besieged paramilitary forces, this is kind of like the proxies, right? So you have Hezbollah is a proxy, Hamas, Islamic Jihad, Mujahideen, all these different proxies. They make up what's called the besieged paramilitary forces. So they're not necessarily in Iran, they're around Iran causing trouble. There's about 90,000 of those forces, and there's 60 to 65,000 remaining. Now, if those numbers are right, which I would say 65% are probably pretty close, pretty accurate, that means we've wiped out half of the Iranian regime in 12 days. 13 days, whatever it is, 14 days?
Coming up in 13, yeah.
13 days. So put that into perspective. What's another 13, 14 days going to look like? And that's why we have to have the resolve and the backbone to not be fooled by the pressure campaigns that are coming from the left and the international community and the fake media, Pravda whores, right? They're going to try to put pressure on the administration to say, hey, you've done enough. And then Trump goes, yeah, let's back down, and leaves this murderous regime in power. Not one of them can be left in power. Not one of them can survive. And quite frankly, at this point, I don't understand why, if a whole bunch of them, hundreds of thousands of them, are outside and they are mourning the death of the Ayatollah Assahola,
bomb 'em.
Why couldn't we drone strike them and bomb them and wipe them all out? Because if you don't, those are going to be the ones that are going to cause trouble that still support the old regime. Some of those are going to get into leadership, and the next thing you know, you're going to have to come back all over again. So I say, take care of business, get the business done 100% right, so we don't ever have to come back.
Raza said that the final days are approaching, and he gave a very stern warning today, which aired on Iranian TV as well. And he said that the hour of your fate is fast approaching, and he urged them to either lay down their weapons and stand with their fellow countrymen and women, or face certain death. So, and again, it was 2 nights ago when everybody was mystified by the magical blue laser beam looking thing and the explosions that ensued from that. And welcome to Space Force, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
Exactly. And you haven't seen anything yet. Believe me, you have not seen anything yet. And that's exactly what Josh said. I don't have any doubt of what President Trump intends to do. And the people of Iran, the true people that he's liberating and liberated, are in support of it. Keep going. Don't stop until there's nothing left. If you turn some areas glassy, so be it. Don't stop. And I think that's you look at, this is a different type of maximum pressure. Right now, there's gas lines miles and miles long in China. All right. They're hurting. Well, what about our gas prices? Shut up. All right. Shut the hell up, because when you speak and you give numbers, within 10 minutes, those numbers are factually inaccurate. You don't even know what you're talking about. So this is a transitional phase for us. The rest of the world, listen, I don't have any real ill will towards Russia. I never have. I don't have a reason to yet. May not agree with everything, but why is Russia capitulating so much and really trying to kind of stir the, this is a good thing, and now wanting to ditch the petrodollar or the BRICS currency and go back to the U.S. dollar? It's because
BRICS is dead.
BRICS is beyond dead.
BRICS is dead. BRICS died at Venezuela, if you want to know the truth. Okay?
They're doing this because they see it. Pay attention to how the enemies and the ones who pose a threat to us react. How are they reacting? The pivot, the gas lines, Cuba, God bless those people in the streets every night. They're starting to light buildings on. Do what you need to do. You know what? This is the sign that we're winning this fight. Follow through. End it. And President Trump will. I have full confidence, like we talked about for weeks and weeks and weeks about the strikes. I knew they were going to come. You knew they were going to come. It happens on different timetables. I have no doubt that President Trump, the great liberator, is not going to want to be known as the one who just left the bad in charge. No, he is.
I don't think he will either. But no. I worry about all the people around him and the media and everything else. And if they start saying, hey, this isn't good politically and you're tanking, we don't have a shot in the midterm. I mean, that kind of psychological bullshit is what I worried about. So hopefully they stick this out and they go, at least into April, and see what we can come up with. I mean, the Ayatollah's son, there's conflicting reports. One report says that he's basically fine. He still has his leg. He's this. Then the other reports, which are the majority of, say that he's in a coma. He's on a ventilator. He can't talk, and he had his leg amputated. So I think it's somewhere in between the two, from totally fine to leg amputated. It's probably somewhere in between. So here's the thing: he was hit in the February 28th hit in that attack. And they didn't report that until much later. So he's been injured ever since they put the cardboard thing up and, praised him or whatever. So he's not going to make it, is what I'm trying to say. And, I think Benjamin Netanyahu literally said tonight, I wouldn't buy them life insurance policies.
Mm-hmm. Good.
That's what he said. Netanyahu issues chilling threat to Iran's new leaders after missile strike. So...
Gee, can we go on Polymarket and vote on how?
I hate that Polymarket thing.
Me
I'm
too.
sorry, I really do.
We were just bashing at the last segment. Like, oh God, yeah.
I hate that.
Like, dude, how many people forever, right? Again, Pete Rose for Hall of Fame. Are sports rigged? Well, now you can bet on politics. You want to know what's the most rigged shit in the world? Like, come on, man. Now
you want a true story? A Pete Rose related story?
Yeah.
So many, many, many years ago, I was like 21, 22, whatever. I was in Cooperstown, New York, which is where the Baseball Hall of Fame is. And in my 20s, I was even worse than I am now. Okay, way worse. And so we were drinking, partying, having a good time. And we were asking really weird questions. And one of the questions that I asked that got me thrown out of the Baseball Hall of Fame was, do you have Pete Rose's poker chips on display? And I was ceremoniously asked to leave, and so I did. But one of my buddies was even sicker. He asked for if they had Dave Gervecki's arm on display, which to me is just disgusting. Okay, that's just disgusting. I mean, I'm not a big baseball fan, but I think people know what happened to that poor guy.
Absolutely.
Ugh.
That's great,
So,
dude.
yeah.
Like, but like literally now people can. They're incentivizing the great lie. It's beautiful, and people and they get shit tons of money in Polymarket, shit tons of money. I was saying that the formerly mainstream media, I mean, it must be blowing their minds having a CNN. And we've seen the video. The CNN guy give the real polls and the real numbers, and it happened again last night. And
Harry Hinton.
Yeah,
Harry Hinton didn't kill himself.
No. And you have them supporting, 96% of the people are supporting the Iranian strikes. And he goes, but here's the kicker. It's not just Republicans. Like, oh, like that had to hurt Wolfie crying. I mean, like,
because people understand. They get it.
The regular people get it. It's like,
it's just the political Karens and the nose ring mafia.
Mm-hmm.
Those are the ones that, and the soy boys, the vagina boys, those are the ones that are the problem. And then, of course, the politicians and the media. So we're still fighting an uphill battle, but there's a lot more venues for our media, clearly.
Yes.
I've said this many times. One of the main reasons Trump was able to win in 2024 is because of X. X was the narrative breaker between the shit media and the real media. So that was a big, big part of it. Because every time they tried something, X would be, nope, sorry, that's not the truth. Here it is,
And the glory of 2016, 2015, 2016, when the big media said, focus all your time and energy on Trump because he doesn't stand a chance. I love that. I mean,
and let me point this out too. This I just posted this earlier today. This Ellison deal, right? Buying CNN and all that.
Yeah.
But not only just CNN. You also are getting black entertainment television.
Yes.
So imagine that. Conservatives, MAGA, are now controlling black entertainment television. But HBO, Showtime, Max, the Garden. I mean, literally
Republicans bought it all.
30, 40 channels, literally.
Yes.
And these are close with the Trump administration, very close with Donald Trump, right? Larry Ellison, Dave Ellison is the kid. They're from what was it? Oracle. Oracle is where they
Oracle,
made their
yeah.
fortune, and they're buying. They're conservatives now, mind you. They're conservative MAGA supporters. They are now going to own what 20, 25, something like that.
I think it's
was
like
trying to find the
25.
thing. 20 or 25 stations.
Like-
Here it is. I got it right here.
Okay.
So Bernie Sanders posted, "One family, the right-wing Trump-aligned Ellisons will soon control all of this." That was my best voice. And so I took it and I wrote, "Wow, now this is winning. Check this out." TikTok, CBS,
owned by MAGA, CBS, owned by MAGA,
CNN,
owned by MAGA,
HBO,
wow,
Discovery Channel, BET, the Cartoon Network, which is good too,
Yes.
and Comedy Central, which is good too, because we can now stop, having these trans, characters and shit like
Yeah.
that to 3-year-old children. So
More
that's
Beavis
a
and
good
Butthead, less
thing.
South Park. They went woke. Okay, continue.
Yeah, DC Studios, Fandango, Miramax. I didn't even know if that was a thing anymore. MTV, Nickelodeon, Paramount, which is part of CBS, Pluto Television, Showtime, another big one, TBS, the CW, TNT, Warner Brothers, and it says more. And then it says, "This is an oligarchy." That's what it said. No, this is winning against fake news. That's what
That's
this
right.
is.
Think of,
This is
like-
finally having a true voice in the market.
Like
okay?
let's repeat that for the deaf out there. Donald Trump friends and close associates, conservative MAGA, now own CNN, BET, Time Warner, TBS, TNT, Black Entertainment Television, Paramount. It's done. HBO owned by a Trump, like
Showtime,
like all these things. This is
Nickelodeon.
massive.
This was so good that they got the kids channels in this.
Yes.
You have no idea.
Yes.
The fact that they got the kids channels in, because now they can control the content
Yep.
and make sure that you're not going to have
Sexualizing children.
fucking trans whales and
Yeah.
binary bears and whatever bullshit that they're shoving down the throats of these kids.
Did you
So
say-
I love the fact that they got the cartoons.
Did you say trans whales?
I don't know what the fuck I said. I think so. I think I did.
You did.
Trans
You said
whales.
trans whales.
Yeah, what the hell's a trans whale? It's like a
I don't know.
sperm whale on steroids or something.
Sperm. You Mossad agent. You clip this. I know if I say that, it magically clips it. Apparently,
Yeah.
clip this.
Operation Sperm Whale.
The sperm whale. Clip this.
He's
Okay.
Mossad. Get him off.
Mossad sperm whales, tranny whales.
That's
It's done.
right.
No, you know what to do. Clip that. Okay.
That's right.
So this is.
He wears
great.
a wig and a hat. He's not really bald.
He's not bald. Josh
No.
Bernstein, he just came right from BB's
He's a
house
Jewish.
in New York.
He's a Jewish Nazi, Bernstein, right?
The
Yeah,
worst.
That's the last
worst.
name. Sure.
Bernstein is tantamount with Jewish Nazi mafia.
Yeah,
That's
it's not Sicilian. We know that. So.
No. Dude, it's great, man. And like,
It's funny, when I was a kid in high school, I was always friends with the Italian kids and the Jewish kids, because
Yeah.
that's all there really was in my town. There was like a little section, maybe a few blacks and Hispanics, but not many. You were either Jewish or Italian. That was it. And I couldn't stand the Jewish kids. Oh, they drove me crazy. I had like one or two Jewish friends, and then all my friends were Tommy, Vinny, Joey, whatever, all the Italian kids, because I got along with them much better. They were more down to earth.
So that's like an Uncle Juan, Uncle Tom, Uncle Schwanza.
Uncle Schwanzes. Sure.
Yeah. Like, so when did BB get you? That's what I need to know. How old
BB?
were you?
Oh,
when
yeah.
you were recruited?
In the womb. In the womb. Sure. Yeah. Yeah.
That's what happens.
Absolutely.
He's every.
I was
every
wearing
baby-
an IDF baby bib, right?
I knew it. I knew it. The mystery's
That's right.
been revealed.
That's right. It's been revealed.
That's right.
All these years later.
Honestly, again, all right, we're gonna break the fourth wall here.
Put it this way: I wouldn't even want to ever go to Israel, and I know people. I don't want to offend people. I'm
Yeah.
just saying, as a Jew, some people think that that's the homeland, and I agree that it is. But I don't really have a desire to visit it, and maybe I should. I don't know, but I don't. And I think it's probably because I don't want to travel internationally and get killed because of all the things I've said. So I admire people that do, and believe me, a lot of my fans all the time are like, "Hey, you should go to Israel," and I just say, if you go, be safe. God bless.
Yeah,
I mean,
Godspeed.
I'm much more America first, Israel second. Obviously, I mean, I'm Jewish, both parents. Ashkenazi, the whole bit, had bar mitzvah, but I've just always been more, obviously this country first before anything else.
Well,
but I do support Israel. Obviously,
Yes.
never would not.
I think
And
we
they're
should
kicking ass right now.
we should talk about like what we were going to originally call this. But like, when the question is asked, when did the Jews get to us? Well, I blame my parents because Dr. Netanyahu, when he circumcised me, it was like, fucking Bibi, you sick bastard. I'm a guinea. Come on. Like, did you really have to do that? I mean, thank you, Dr. Netanyahu, but still, that was Hitler's problem. Oh God, Dr. Bibi was off that day when Hitler was born. What can I say?
You know how you pay circumcision doctors, right?
No.
Just in tips.
God. Anyway. Dude.
All right. This show just went right off the rails.
It's Ayatollah's dick.
Ayatollah's dick. He's got more problems than worrying about his dick right now.
That's true.
This was an interesting story. Did you hear about this? The CEO of Palantir today. He announced that the future of AI is going to wipe out many, many more jobs in white collar, law, professors, teachers, those types of jobs where there's more Democrat voters, obviously, more women, obviously, and the jobs that are going to be more available are going to be the ones that have to do with manual labor that a lot of AI can't handle. So a lot of the blue collar things, those are more Republican voters. So as AI grows, we should have less Democrats, is what I'm trying to say. And that's what he actually said. And he's the head of Palantir or whatever.
That's not a bad trade-off, maybe. I could get down with
I'm still afraid of AI. Don't get me wrong.
But
terrified of it.
If AI is going to be used to wipe out Dems first, I mean, please. But no, it's, the thing that Elon has said, which Hollis has spoken about numerous times, because it is troubling that inevitably, not too many years from now, this is your last chance to make money and last chance to be successful because, when the AI takeover is fully in effect, that people will no longer have to work because AI will provide everything you need. Like, what the hell does that mean?
I mean, it's scary.
Right? And again,
it's terrifying. And the AIs are changing so much.
Yes.
Where there's like a new version and a new version and a new version, and then that one can do like triple what the last one could do, and that new one can do, quintuple what that last version can do. And it's like, it's getting scary. I mean, like 2 or 3 years ago, it took like more than 2 or 3 days for an AI to do coding.
Yeah.
Now it takes 15 minutes and they can do multiple coding at the same time. So the scary thing is how fast it's moving. And without safeguards, I mean, it almost has gotten to the point where it's moving too fast even for that. Hopefully they can start. That's why I think in some respects, and again, I am not a fan of AI at all, but thankfully the United States is leading the AI, chart. If it's coming and you can't stop it anyway, you might as well be in control of it, right?
Yeah.
And so that's what I always say. And I mean, some of this AI was used as coordinates in this war with Iran.
Yeah. There's some good, and that's why I got to reach out and get Mark Beckman back on the show because he wrote a whole book about AI and the programs he's done with Melania. That's Melania's friend, the executive producer of the Melania movie, #1 on Amazon right now. He had a whole. We have the book. I'm guilty of not reading it all, but I interviewed the man live on the air, and he explained how it could be used effectively, how to safeguard it and do it the right way. So a lot of these doom speakers all turned on Trump when he's all about the AI now. Thank God. First, they were mad at him for being involved in TikTok. Well, now Trump's friend owns TikTok in part of this in the epic buy. So you see, this is pulling away again from the globalists, and I'd rather a Trump at the helm. I still don't give a shit about crypto. I don't trust it.
I don't know anything about it. I'll be honest. I've never even dangled with it or tangled with it. I think my wife bought like the Tesla shit.
Yeah.
When it went down, and then not much of it, like I don't know, $100 worth or $200 worth or whatever, and it went up for a while. That's it. I mean, I don't do anything with the coins and
No.
Bitcoin. Like, I don't know any of that shit.
Neither do I. And I'm sure there's
maybe
somebody
I
out
should,
there.
but I don't. I stick to politics. I mean,
Right.
we got enough shit to talk about with just politics.
Well,
you know what I mean? I never have to even venture into too many other things.
Well, you know, somebody right now just stopped jerking off into a sock and is like, you know, pre-coming saying, I can tell you all about Bitcoin mining. You know, it's like, hey, God bless.
Thanks for the visual.
Oh, I mean, hey, you're welcome. Trans whales. I mean, you know, trans whales related to deranged penguins. Yes. But like literally, you know, this is, you want to have us at the helm of this because it could go really bad, really quick. And I literally did a test on this Chat GPT. We named our Chat GPT thing a Lucky Poo Poo. And I said that it's a long story. Don't listen. You talked about transsexual whales. I don't want to hear from you anymore.
That's true. I did.
You know, Mazel Tov. Anyway,
what would that be called? Moby's not dick.
Moby's non-dick. Moby's
non-dick.
Non-dick.
I like it.
Non-whalehood. but like literally, you know, I put in there. I said, here's our network, and I want to be even more independent, but I can't hire, you know, developers to do all this stuff because it costs millions of dollars. You know, so how would I write a code to do the final pieces? 4 minutes. It gave me the exact coding. And this was, we're talking 26 pages of these are the codes, put them in here. This is what it'll do to create your own private, everything, like every single element right there. Less than 5 minutes.
See you later, Silicon Valley.
Right? Which, hey, I'm not going to cry.
Nope.
I mean,
me neither.
You know, you want to talk about devils, you know, like, so it's sick, dude. It's sick. I mean,
it's crazy. And the problem that we really got to worry about is once it reaches the stage of self-awareness.
Yes.
Where it won't take direction and it goes, nah, fuck you. I don't want to do that. I'm going to do this instead. Right? Now you got a big problem.
Absolutely.
And we already seen videos from China where the robot is like, grabs the guy and choking him and stabbing him and shit. I've seen those videos where it just freaks out just out of nowhere, this big giant like robot, and grabs the guy by the throat. So scary stuff, man. We're living in a brave new world,
dude. It's sick, man. It's sick. I mean, we should get ourselves. I'm not gonna go break the fourth wall completely and talk about what we spoke about. Some merchandise ideas for Rage/Hour of Rage. Because we have something that will definitely appeal to the masses, especially the families out there, especially our Muslim friends. And I really want to make that a reality. But I think we need our own Rage/Hour/ whatever the fuck. We need our own AI robot, our own robot. I think that would be really good. I don't know where I'm going with this.
I don't know where you're going with that either. You want an AI robot to join us on the show?
Yes, I want an AI robot to join us on the show. And then we go start doing events out there in the real world, in 3D world. We have our robot with us wearing a turban. And I think it could be very, very cutting edge.
Can we all wear turbans, all three of us?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. All right. Those just say Rage on them?
Yes, just Rage.
Okay.
You know, just Rage.
I don't think you can get them, though. Because honestly, I did. I looked online. I couldn't find them. You can get these kind of like half beanie types of things that kind of look like you've got a towel on your head.
That's too Tim Poolish. I mean,
well, I'm just true. It is.
Yeah,
but that's about as close as you're gonna get.
It's gonna have to be a custom made deal. Then we need to. All right, here's the call. We're being heard by millions of people worldwide. If you are, what are they called, seamstresses or tailors, whatever?
I don't know what they're called.
Whatever it is,
the
people
lady
who
that
know,
sews.
Yes, people who.
No, it's called the seamstress.
Seamstress. People or seamsters. I don't want to offend. Seamsters. Right. Not teamsters.
Yeah. Kind of like, come here, waitress. You know, you don't think, man.
We need people who could sew. We need something special made. Reach out to us. All right, mass production. I'm not going to tell you what it is yet, fully. Anyway,
well,
I
we kind of did a little bit.
Yeah, I know. Okay,
so I don't know about the robot thing. I don't like that idea.
I don't like the robot thing either. I was going to go somewhere.
Any robot.
Listen, I lost where I was going. All right, it was called a pivot.
Do you have one of those Alexis things in your house?
Alexa,
or whatever the fuck it's called. Yeah.
Yes.
Oh man.
I know
that's the devil.
I know
that's the sign of the beast, bro. What are you doing?
So are these. Hello, MK.
Well, I'm saying that. True. But those things listen in to everything, you know, you're jerking off or whatever, they can hear you.
I know.
I mean, you know, banging the wife, whatever. So it's like it's an invasion. I don't have one.
No.
I don't have one.
No,
My
they're-
kid did when he lived with me. He had one in his room. I used to drive me crazy.
Should take it
They're
a
so
sledge
lazy.
that
That's
piece
the
of
thing.
shit.
This generation is so fucking lazy.
Yes.
They're so lazy. I don't want to do anything. I don't want to take a walk. I don't want to get on my bike. I mean, I don't know. Different
Dude,
times.
now I see all over Cleveland.
Just want to jerk off in my room with my video games.
Right?
Weird.
Like, did you know those little scooters, like where you're gonna push them, you know,
Yeah.
like whatever?
Yeah,
Now
absolutely.
they're even electric.
Skateboards.
Yeah, now they even have electric skateboards. Now they even dumbed that down.
They've dumbed down the bicycles, everything.
Yes.
I mean, I
Yes.
remember I was a skater in my really younger days. You know, I was 15. I had long, blonde, flowing hair. Had two hoop earrings over here, one over here. I was like a skater dude. And I remember I had my Christian Hosoi with independent trucks and slime ball wheels. And I used to ride that thing all over the place, man, just everywhere. We were, you know, jumping over like Volkswagen Bugs and riding street ramps, all that shit. But you'd get hurt. You'd get bruised and everything else. You got dirty. You said, I'll never do that again. And then you go out and do it again. It's like, that's what it was all about. And that shit's just not there anymore. We don't have a generation that's tough like that.
No.
You know?
Where are those
That's the
heroes
sad
like we did, with our backyard wrestling, the fluorescent light bulbs, hitting ourselves over the head with them, and lots
We
of
did
blood.
all kinds of stupid shit. Jumping off of roofs, breaking our arms.
Yes.
I mean, those were like the good days.
They were fun
You
then.
know?
Show idea, people. Just saying, we're floating some shit out there. Anyway, but I mean, like
a nostalgia hour.
A nostalgia hour.
The Dan and Josh nostalgia hour.
Yes.
Where we just talk about old shit.
Yes.
That
Well,
doesn't go around anymore.
We need to find some pogs and some slammers, and I never did the magic bullshit. I always made fun of those people. But they're still around though. I don't get it.
Huh.
Give me an Atari and a Light Bright and
The Atari.
Light Bright.
Remember that little Game Boy thing? I remember that.
Oh God, yeah.
First it came out in black and white, and then it came out in color, and we were like, "Holy shit, this thing's color now!" I mean, we were all into it, but that generation still went out and played and did things. And
we played with that shit when we had to be home when the lights came on, and there was something to do for an hour until we had to go to bed.
yeah, we didn't exactly.
Yes.
It didn't replace all the outdoor activities that we were already doing.
No,
and
not at
now
all.
today, all that shit, because it's advanced to so much, it's digital heroin is what it is.
Yes.
To these kids. And
Yes.
look, we're all addicted to some level of digital heroin here, right? I mean, I'm not going to sit here with rose-colored glasses and say it's just video games.
They
and
force
kids. But clearly, it's all of society, but the kids in particular.
Yes.
That's
And
the problem.
I won't ask you personal information, but I'd be curious because I heard that now as early as 3rd grade, they're giving the kids in school iPads.
I'm a 19-year-old, so I had no idea.
Mm-hmm.
Probably. I mean, I hope not. God, that's early.
Yeah.
For that blue light in their face and everything else. I mean,
They like that. That's part of that to get them younger and younger and younger.
get them younger and younger.
You know?
Yeah.
Again,
Right. What did Goebbels say? Those who control the youth control the future.
Yep. And that's exactly what they did here. They did a great job.
And
They're
they did it
very
for a long time. That's why you got to homeschool your kids.
Amen.
Take them out of these education centers that are really indoctrinating your kids.
Yeah, they're freaking.
They teach them socialism in kindergarten. Now, here's one for you, Johnny. Here's one for you, Sally. Here's one for you, Brian. And everyone gets one, and we're all going to share, right? They teach you that shit early on. Participation trophies, all of that. That's like the problem here. No, there's no winners and losers, right? It's good, better, and best.
Yeah.
Like how pathetic is that?
Dude.
That's the problem. We're soft, and education has gotten not just soft, but just lying. I mean, I can't even believe Virginia Democrats are just going to lie, just flat out lie, and say January 6th was an insurrection.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, it wasn't. If it was, someone, at least the president of the United States, somebody would have been charged with 2383.
Yep.
Which is insurrection. Not one person arrested. Not one was charged with U.S. Code 2383, which is insurrection.
Yep.
Why? Because even those jackboot scumbag prosecutors knew that they couldn't meet that threshold. That's why.
That's right.
So that's how you know it wasn't an insurrection. And the second is very easy. How did the doors open? Done. They opened from the inside. They were let in.
I
They
was
were let
there.
in by the Capitol Police, and they were let in by the FBI and all the other fucking feds that were in the audience there. That was not an insurrection. The insurrection happened on November 3rd, 2020. The cover-up and Fedsurrection happened on January 6th, 2021.
Yes.
Let's get that straight.
No, dude, it's absolutely spot on. I mean, like, it's just, God. You know, it's funny because I'm not even going to go there because it takes up to, like, dude, our hour is almost up, and this is insane. I can't believe how quick this shit goes. So, like, it's crazy.
Yeah.
We say it every
And the
Sunday.
thing is like, we don't even know what we're going to talk about. We
No.
just go.
No, we just wing it.
You know,
Yeah.
I have a couple of ideas here in case we get stuck, but for the most part, it's just whatever is said is said.
It's nice that you didn't whip out an idea while I'm trying to talk about, you know, robots
No.
and shit. But that's okay.
No.
You can
I'm
let
just
me-
saying if there was a lull.
I
You know,
know.
when you're doing a live show, you know, you got to keep the fucker going, right?
That's right.
So you got to
know?
come up with something. And I will give you a lot of credit. I don't know how the hell you can go 4 hours. I don't want to hear myself talk that long.
Neither
I don't
do
know
I.
how you can go for 4 hours without stopping. I mean, that's a testament to, you know, you being good at what you do, number one. And number two, not running out of ideas, not having, you know, any stories to cover and just going. That's an impressive trait, bro.
Thank you, brother.
It's an
I
impressive
appreciate it, man. Hey, I mean, it's just like you doing this shit every single day. You know what I mean? It's like it takes special people
I've
committed.
never done it for 4 hours. Now, if
4,
I was
5,
Joe
6.
Rogan and I was talking to someone, yeah, then I could do probably 4 hours. But just by myself, I would just get tired of, you know, saying different things but almost the same thing. Because
That's the problem with me. I just keep going.
unless I go off on tangents, but I don't
Yeah.
typically do that. I give a show. I cover the topic we're talking about. So I don't know. I guess I just have a different approach. But I do love these free flowing kind of interviews way more because you just don't know what's going to be said, and you can't do that if the other person doesn't have a skill set to be able to ask you questions or to come up with different things.
Yeah, absolutely.
So it takes two
Yes.
to do this.
We do the political tango, if you
The
will.
political tango.
That's right. That's what we do.
Yeah,
We'll dance for you live on camera one day. Woo!
I don't think we're doing that.
No, we're not fucking dancing. Anyway, but dude, so like, I mean, I would love to keep you on longer. I mean, you've been doing stuff for a while now. You know, you did your show. And you
Yeah, I
came
did my show
here,
earlier,
and you fucked up the whole time frame, but that's okay.
Well, you know,
it's okay.
folks can join it too if you want to join. Full
that's
Throttle
right.
Thursdays. It's before this show.
That's right.
Actually, I'm going to ask Marlene if there's a way to do what you do where you run it on X, you know, live. I'm going to see if she knows how to figure out how to do that.
Do
so
it.
I can start running the Full Throttle Thursday like you do.
Why
so
don't
like
you just-
before you and then this one comes on, you know what I mean?
You could just piggyback off of mine. Like you could use the same. We'll talk.
Okay.
It's easy
I have
to do.
Figure that one out.
Oh yeah, dude. That's like simple.
Or you could probably do it.
Yeah.
Right? From
That's what
your
I mean.
end.
It'll take nothing. Just
Yeah.
make it happen.
You don't even have to stay on the whole time. You can just record it.
Be easy.
Perfect.
Yeah,
Thank you.
See? So if you like this intellectual wisdom, boom, there it is. Get the book.
There it is.
In your
That's it.
face.
Preserving Liberty. If you like
In
what's
your
going
face.
on in the country right now, you'll love this book. I mean, I go through all kinds of different things, and it's basically a textbook on how to solve many, many issues. And I just use creative ways to do things. I got a member of Congress behind it that wrote the foreword to it, so he can introduce some of the stuff. But it's a solid book. It's only 150 pages, but trust me, you'll need a yellow highlighter while you're reading it because you're gonna be like, what? Like, what? I never heard of that before. There's those kinds of jaw-dropping kind of things in it. I go over when COVID started, the exact day, the exact location, you know, where it was, at what hotel, who was sitting around the table that created it. I mean, it's all in there. So check it out, jbushow.substack.com. Join the Substack, or you can buy the book, again, which is not self-published. It went through a legal and review, and it went through a publishing company, an actual publishing company. And you can get it on Amazon, Barnes & Nobles, or wherever else.
All that good shit.
All that good shit.
Outstanding. I love it. And remember, if you like this, you could catch us every Sunday live at 9 p.m. Eastern time or thereabouts with the Rage of Aquarius coming to you live. And this show, when yours truly doesn't forget to push a button, hit publish. It will air 9 p.m. Eastern time Fridays. We do this live, and then tomorrow night at 9, you could watch it if you missed it. So there you go. This past Monday, I did what I do. I did the Rage, Hour of Rage, and then I did the replay of Rage of Aquarius back to back on like Monday night. So just for shits and giggles, you know. But that's it. So
all right, man.
I mean, that's it. And as always, thank you for coming by, bro. And
Absolutely. Can't wait till Sunday night, man.
Hell yeah.
So what is it Sunday? You're gonna make sure we got this right.
9 p.m. Eastern time, real person time. 6 p.m.
so
your time.
6 p.m. my
Yes.
time. Okay,
Yes.
perfect.
That's
all right, my
it.
man.
All right, brother. Thank
See
you, man.
Appreciate
Catch you
it.
later.
God bless everybody.
Take care, bro. And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Remember, in case you missed all that,
Rage of Aquarius with your hosts, Dan Smeriglio and Josh Bernstein, every Sunday night at 9 p.m. Eastern Time on Voice of the People USA Radio and Television Network. Download our apps on Android and Apple to never miss a show. Watch at 9 p.m. Eastern Time on Roku TV, Fire TV, and Android TV, or visit VOPUSARadio.com.
and there you have it. That, ladies and gentlemen, was the Politi-Shock Hour of Rage, coming to you a little bit later. But that's all right. We knocked it out, as always, and it goes by right quick. So we were at the 3-hour mark. Go figure. I went by really, really fast. So again, a special shout out to MAGA Lions for Trump, Joe, Charlene, and Jason for coming on yet again, week 2. Hopefully they'll come and join us again next week, and we just have that roundtable discussion. And if you're, or if you're Jason, you're just like the Buddha of wisdom and political knowledge for everything, and he will educate you, which is so cool. But they're all such great people. And then obviously Josh coming by, doing our thing. Again, you can catch that. I'm going to air it tomorrow night, 9 p.m. Eastern, all these channels everywhere. Remember, VOP USA Radio on the X, at Dan Smeriglio on the X, censored. You could watch it on the Rumble, which I know we're featured tonight. Shout out to all of you. Thank you, Rumble, at VOP USA Radio. And of course, the big ones, the website, VOPUSARadio.com, VOPUSARadio.com. And remember, on Android and Apple, VOP USA in the App Store. Watch us, engage, do your thing right there on the phones. And as always, on Fire Apple, Roku, and Android TV, you can find us as well streaming on VOP USA. Search it, download the channel. It's free, and you can see all the live shows, all the past content. You can learn all about Hollis, all about myself, all about what we do. You can watch other shows on there. You can watch weekly shows on there, and a whole bunch of new content forthcoming. It's awesome. And as always, it's just my new thing that I'm really trying to push because, damn it, we need help. But if you are so inclined, it's right up there. But there it is again, double in your face, a yellow coffee cup. Scan that bad boy and find out how you can support us in what we do and help us build on to what we're doing and show some support. And we give you stuff for it. Again, the highest amount is $20 a month for the VOP Posse. No More War Room, VOP Posse, and you get a ton of shit in that, and you get some special shows and special this and that, all other good stuff. We'll show it again, and you can pay annually and save some money up front, but we are right there. There's also lower tiers as well. You can make a one-time donation. Whatever you so desire, ladies and gentlemen, you have the ability to do it there. So support us in what we do. Again, this is a 2-person operation, getting out there to the entirety of the world. So thank you as always. So I'm going to play a brief video that I started the show with. It's an Alex Jones video, but it's interesting. And as he pivots this week, I figured I'll just play this video because it's telling. It's about the New World Order. So I'm going to play this and potentially be back with Aftershock coming up probably thereafter. I have to go check in with my wonderful best friend, and I'll be seeing you shortly. So now is the time. Share the show. Follow us, download it, sign up for our damn email list. When you go into the VOPUSARadio.com, you can there's places to go. You could donate. You could find out how you want to become a member of the network. If you want to join us and actually broadcast, we have packages available for you. We have a lot of things at your disposal, but enter that email to go to VOPUSARadio.com, and we will keep you abreast of the happenings here at the VOP. So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. So let me go back on this video here. Let me pause it, turn the volume on, go full screen, and we'll be back in just a few minutes. And I should be joined by the one and the only Hollis Mahaney doing Aftershock. So enjoy these few minutes of not having to hear my voice. See you all soon.
There's a real question about whether there's a massive shift happening now in terms of world alliances long term.
Well, it's definitely, I think, a new world order.
Battle lines for a new world order based on power.
The new world order.
Because you really need to bring China into the creation of a new world order.
I think the president has sought to it. There's a new world order in trade. There's a new world order in globalization and the way that we invest in our economy versus, foreign supply chains. There's a new world order and that the president is willing to shake up some old alliance structures. I mean, NATO, I think, is much different because of the president's leadership than it was 10 years ago. It was sort of coasting. It was effectively a protectorate of the United States of America. Obviously, you saw what happened in Venezuela. So, yeah, the president is putting a stamp on world history.
This clip went super viral, and I had people tagging me to it saying, what do you say to this? You like J.D. Vance. Here he is saying he's for the New World Order. You have to go off what the policies are to decide if they're New World Order. And the Rockefellers and the globalists for 80 years have been calling this corporate British Empire, U.S. Empire, neoliberal system the New World Order. That means the carbon taxes. That means the UN being in charge, the World Economic Forum calling the shots, BlackRock being in total control, the whole Bill Gates, Rothschild, Rockefeller, international neoliberal order that they had established, that they admit is totally in trouble. Everybody's turning against them regardless of Trump.
I see the need for a great reset. So people assume we are just going back to the good old world which we had and everything will be normal again. This is, let's say, fiction. It will not happen.
We are grateful to the Washington Post, the New York Times, Time Magazine, and other publications whose directors have attended our meetings and restricted their promises of discretion for almost 40 years. It would have been impossible for us to develop our plan for the world if we had been subject to the bright lights of publicity. But the world is now more sophisticated and prepared to march toward a world government.
Let's start with a term that we're hearing quite a bit about in the last couple of years, the New World Order. We like to say in this country that we have the ability as Americans to elect. But the problem is we do not have the ability to select. We can only elect, which means that we can only vote for those candidates which are put before us by our masters, our hidden masters behind the scenes.
A new world order can emerge, a new era.
We have before us the opportunity to forge for ourselves and for future generations a new world order.
That system is in free fall collapse. So when you hear the old international order is dead from them, their new world order is dead, you see Putin saying, we now have to work with other nations to build a new world order. They're talking about the new international order.
Before our eyes, a completely novel world order is taking shape, and it's unlike everything that we know from the past. For example, Westphalian system or Yalta system. New powers are emerging. The nations understand more clearly their interests, their self-worth, uniqueness, and identity.
But the public, when the globalists would talk about their plan, they were saying, we control the world. We're establishing a planetary government, our new world order. So you call a new order, whoever it's run by, you can say America fighting off the British and creating the American system was a new world order. The British wrote, if this continues, our empire will fall. And it did. It took 100 and some years. That's the point, is a new boss, a new system. And there's a lot of the old, same globalist players in there trying to salvage this and repackage the old New World Order as the new New World Order. And there's a big battle inside the Trump administration on how we form this new system, because a new system is being formed. And I don't just expose the globalist system and other systems, the communist systems. I promote good ones and try to get the public to promote good systems. Team America, Team Humanity. A system pro-God, pro-family, pro-natalist, pro-expansion. That's what I always explain. We can't just oppose the globalist order. We have to promote other systems and popularize those so that we can fill the vacuum with our new world order that isn't a centralized global government, but is nation states working together towards common aims and promoting freedom and justice and soft power. We're engaged in world-changing information here. And now our credibility is higher than ever, but it takes funds to operate. So it's a win-win. I sell you supplements, super nutrient compounds that are the certified best.
Election time is here, Maine, and you have a choice on the Democrat side between a socialist and a communist. Gee, which one will you choose? And on the Republican side, let's face it, you have washed up, has-been Susan Collins. But what you don't know, you have another choice. And I am that choice. And I have been that choice since announcing last January. People ask, where have you gone? Are you still running for Senate? The answer is this: yes, I am. But in doing so, I had to spend more time getting attacked by the establishment and attacked by the people who said they wanted change, but all they did was condemn, criticize, and judge versus help and get involved. We lost our house. I lost my job. Changes had to be made. I still have that house, but we can't afford to live there anymore. The price you pay for doing the right thing. You can't see anything about the campaign on social media. Social media, including X, is a joke. It's not a home for free speech. It's a home for suppression and suspension. As soon as we launched our Senate channel, it was deleted within 12 hours because the establishment fears the voice of truth. If you want to know what I'm doing and the things I have to say, go to VOPUSARadio.com and check out the Dan for Senate channel, and you can see all the videos as to where it began and how we got here. I told you over a year ago what it's going to be, and congratulations. While you were all trying to decide if I was a, quote, real Mainer, the establishment wins again. Your Marxist, communist, socialist piece of crap governor, she's a shoo-in for the Democrat candidate, and Rhino establishment hack is going to be your candidate on the Republican side. You want change? Write in change. Write in Dan Smerglio. If called to serve, I will serve. But I am done sacrificing for people who don't want it. I'm done trying to prove myself to you. What I said over a year ago has come true. So now your choices are slim. Your state can no longer afford to be complacent and quiet because you are all complicit if you allow this to occur. If you want the change, write in the change. Vote for the change. I did this because you didn't. Because this country and this state needs a fighter. I'm here and ready to serve as I have always been. BOPUSARadio.com. I say the things that you're too afraid to say. Don't be a chicken shit. So there you go, ladies and gentlemen. And I don't know where see, I forget to hit buttons. It's what I do. Listen, I'm in the fourth hour now, so therefore I'm allowed to there she is. I'm allowed to forget to hit buttons. Okay, it's just how I operate. So see, I go away and I come back more beautiful. Woohoo! Oh wait, is that are my balls in your pocketbook then? If I say that.
Yes, of course.
Okay.
You don't speak unless I tell you.
That's right. And if you missed that the first hour, I called the Dream Maker a cunt. But anyway, so I hope I'm shocking enough for you. Anyway, hi, love. Welcome to your show.
Oh, it's my show now. Thank you.
Well,
camera is so bad. I apologize, everyone. We thought we were going to have the new phones by this week because we're going to get new phones and we're going to get a new tablet.
Yes.
Which apparently has a really good camera. So, hey, what can you do? One thing at a time. What's more important, audio or video? I mean, I guess they're both important, but we had to be in separate rooms. My camera is better on my other computer, but then we were in the same room and there was an echo. So I guess they say you can forgive. Well, I heard that. Who told me that? You could forgive bad, not video, but you can't forgive bad audio. I think the audio is more important. So one step at a time. Go ahead, donate to buymeacoffee.com. It helps us stay on the air and stay independent.
Yes.
Thank you to your dad and to Joe and to Aaron and to the few people who have helped us. You know who you are. We love you, and you are always excluded when I want to yell at everyone because there's thousands and hundreds of people watching. And I get it, but I always have to think, if just a couple of those people give $1, like $1, we'd actually be able to pay for what we need and stand there. But everybody thinks everything comes for free, and they expect it in this world. They expect music for free. They expect it all, right?
Well, that's how it always is, because we're in a population of people who are used to getting everything they want, how they want it, when they want it, and you should just give it to them because they deserve it, because they're them. Not they, them, they're them. So therefore, you're supposed to just do everything for free and fuck you and your livelihood, because, the online masters with obvious mental retardation that can't go beyond 30 seconds of attention span, they are the all important ones. They're the new Silicon God. Yes.
Yeah.
It's sickening. So, I think it's kind of fun to piggyback off of what we were talking about before, which you didn't get a chance to hear, but it was.
I did. Sometimes I'll go back and watch the Politi-Shock after. I heard some of it, but
yeah,
I didn't catch all of it. So what did I miss?
So an interesting thing happened where David Ellison and David and Larry Ellison, the father and son, they're two very big Trump people. They're MAGA. They're mega money. And they have now successfully purchased BET, CNN, HBO, Paramount, TikTok.
Okay, I think they're doing some stuff.
Yes. Like so it's now all owned by MAGA, which is very interesting to say the very least, which is entertaining because it may change the way things are done a little bit, and actually give people a chance, which is very unique and very it's earth-shattering to a degree, because they use it as their indoctrination. You do the TikTok thing, not often, but you see it for what it is, and you see how people are, and just the dumbing down of people, and just again, I've seen all.
Not to interrupt, but like I was talking to you earlier about it today, it's just like, as I navigate this, again, I'm sorry to always bring it back to music, but that's what I'm doing on there. But you go back and forth, like the hook, and you can't have any video longer. Now, who said makes these rules? But you can't have any video longer than 5 seconds because no one will watch it. So I have to think of these stupid things like, hold on, let me pee. Like, remember it was a video of some guy peeing in the snow that got like 30,000 views or something ridiculous. And then there's, you put your heart and soul into things and real things with your mind, and, no views. It's just, it is the dumbing down. And it's like, I'm in that, not inner dilemma or turmoil, like kind of like, how do you stay true to yourself, or like, where are you trying to find? I'll catch myself sometimes being like, maybe I should do this to try to get people's attention. And then I don't even want their attention. That's not the people we're after, I guess. I don't know if I'm making much sense. I'm kind of all over the place, but it's just, like you said, the dumbing down of it, and this whole micro content. Again, as doing music and stuff, people don't want albums. People don't want music videos. People don't want, it has to be 3 seconds. I literally saw these classes and these videos, like, this is how the music industry is now. Nobody cares. You have to have 5 seconds, and it has to be the same thing over and over and over and over and over again for people to look at it, because there's more entertainers than there are an audience anymore, because everybody thinks they're a freaking superstar and they have nothing to say. Most of them, some of them do, of course. And like they say, it's great about social media now, but back in the day when same applies to you for what you were doing for so long. You were doing this when there wasn't, not everybody had the access to a microphone, and not everybody should be behind a microphone, for God's sakes, or behind, a band with the music. They don't know how to sing. They don't know how to play. They don't know how to talk. But now those people make it hard for the real ones to ever get their stuff out there. My music is important. I know it is. I know it could save lives. That's why I did it, to connect with people. I know my music's important. I know it will help people because it helped me and what you're doing. But this bullshit of someone pissing in the snow is going to outshine you. And he's probably making money from that. Meanwhile, here you are trying to freaking save the United States. Here I am trying to save people's lives, but no one will see it. And like I said last week, it's not our fault. This is what we're up against. It's disgusting. So back to your original point about him buying HBO and TikTok and all that. Good. I mean, maybe the rules will go backwards again, but I doubt it. I see AI is it's the end of the world. And I'm very excited about Holistics, my podcast. I'm so close. I'm about to record it, and I have everything ready for it. And I can't wait to talk about it because I'm pissed. As you can see, maybe you can tell.
Well, yeah.
I'm just.
I see that, and I know it's not at me right now, so that's a good thing. But no, but I know you're upset because we were talking about it, and it's the same thing, Hollis, that I didn't say this to you earlier. You know, I make a joke about it when people are like, well, how many followers do you have? And what do I always say? My audience isn't followers or leaders, right? Like you throw it back in their face. It's the same thing with you. You're not trying to appeal to the dumbed down masses because you're actually putting your heart out there with a message and with real talent. So because of the world not appreciating that, the new world, you don't care about them. You know,
when I was growing, sorry, put the comment up there.
Oh,
I'm sorry, Dan. I didn't mean to interrupt you. When I was growing up in the 70s, peeing the snow was not a national
well, you know, in the age of, you know,
it's so true. Like this is like again, like it's everybody's a freaking star. Like what is it? Was it the Truman Show or something? I never even watched that movie, but like it's like and we're all, I always say this, even my album was called A Comedy of Errors. We're all the star. We're all the hero, the star, maybe not the hero, but in our own life, our own story, we're the main character, you know? And it's cool in some ways that everybody could go and they could make their brand and they could get out there on social media. There's good things about it. But at the same time, it's like now that everybody can. So like, this is what we're talking about, the stupidity of people. Like someone peeing in the snow is going to be the entertainment out there. And it's really sad. It's just like that would get 10,000 views, but yet no one will give us $1 besides, again, excluding the couple people who do. No one. And what are you trying to do? You're trying to run for Senate. You're trying to help, expose child trafficking, sex trafficking, like that's what you're doing. But you won't get $1 from any of your listeners. None of them. Mm-hmm. All these people who watch for free for years, thanks, I guess. But you can't pick up this, like you can't pick up and help. There's times that we couldn't hardly even stay on the air. This streaming platform alone is $80 a month I just got charged for just to be on here. And not one of you, there's a couple. But no one will pick up and do and give $1. They won't do a buy me a coffee. You know how many times I used to go out in freaking the bars? Oh, let me buy you a beer. Let me buy you a beer. Why? So you could get drunk and get me drunk and try to fuck me, but you can't afford $5 for a coffee. You'd always go up. Oh, let me buy that for you. Let me buy you a beer. Let me buy you a beer. But here we are trying to freaking expose child trafficking, sex trafficking, like real issues, real music, helping people, trying to do this stuff. And these people out there just don't do anything, nothing to help. Sickening.
Yes.
And this is not obviously to your dad or to Joe or to Aaron or the 5 other people who've actually helped us. To all of the rest of you, I don't care if you're listening. You're watching on Rumble, fuck you. You do nothing. You can't even like it. I don't care if you don't like it or if you subscribe. You know what? If you subscribe, we get higher in the thing and they'll push us out more. I don't even care. They're fake. Everybody's freaking fake. Fake. There you go. There's my
I love it.
I'm sorry.
So,
I'm so over it. I'm just so sick of the fakeness and getting back into putting the music out there. Yeah, it's different than 10 years ago. And it's just disgusting. It's disgusting. Oh, let me hold on. Let me go dance in the grocery store. Will you look at my music now? Will you pay attention to me? Hold on. Let me get my tits out. Look at me. I'm so funny. Let me go pee in the snow. Let me go shit on your head. Now you pay attention. It's disgusting. This world is disgusting. And it's gotten worse and worse and worse. And that's why it's very important for this AI and the people who are actually alive, still are part human, to actually care and to regulate this coming. Because I guess, like I said, once we're all dead, us and the people older, a little bit younger, once we're all die off, it's all robots. And maybe no one will care. This is what we're living through. And I refuse to become a robot. So, I mean, yeah, we have to use the tools. I've talked about this before when I was in a better mood. But we have to use the tools. So you can't escape it. I mean, it's only going to get worse and worse. I can imagine like my parents, and my dad's no longer here, but people older, your dad, like watching this. they're in a way they're lucky. They live. They don't have to live for another 50 years through this. We have to live through this. We have to watch. I'm already see there's hardly anybody left. Anybody who has half a freaking brain cell left. Again, besides the people in this chat room and like the very, very, very few. There's hardly anybody left. And we have to live through this as we watch them what's it called? Extinction of humanity.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I'm doing my show Holistics. That's why I'm gonna put my time capsule. I was here. I watched it all just die because just like the Senate vote and no one's the SAVE Act and no one's helping, no one's giving a crap. No one will care. Like it's just people are just dumber and dumber and dumber. And I'm not saying I'm so smart or an intellect, but it's like, come on, man, have some soul, some heart. No one cares. It's a shame. Apathy. Oh no, it's a vaccine, whatever it is. Oh no. I guess it's just the way it is. Oh, okay, well, I guess Trump will lose. I guess the globals will take over. I guess we'll just become robots. It's like, I don't know. I guess I still have a heart and I'm like, I still feel alive. I get mad. I'm just like, why? Or maybe I'm just exposed to the wrong people.
Well, you are. I mean, you're not exposed to any of the people yet because, again, you're in the process of you spent years building this, building the vehicle. And now you're actually doing
where I live. I can go and pee in the snow, and even the horse next door wouldn't notice. Thank you for the humor. I don't need to come. Sorry, Dan. I didn't mean to interrupt you. I'm coming on here like, rah!
No, it's good. It's good.
But go ahead. I totally interrupted you.
No, you're fine. I was gonna say, it's nope, I know exactly what you're talking about, Hollis. I get very disgusted when I see that people are not flooding to support you guys. They damn well should. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe.
And it is true, and again, these same few people that donated to this are the ones that literally also donate to the Senate campaign, because the other people just sit there on their ass and judge everybody because it's what they do. But, we care more about our state than you, outsider, except all the dead children and women and being raped and trafficked and sold. That's all right. Fuck that. They're good. They're not real maniers, I guess. But the point of all this is it's when you feel this way. I have my moments. Hollis has seen it. She has her moments. It's indicative upon us not to succumb to it.
Yeah.
Because if we succumb to it, then they do exactly what they're intending to do. As we already seen with the social dilemma, we've seen what they do. They've aired that to show you what they do, because they always have to tell you what they're doing while they do it to you. So now is the time where, okay, well, now you've really found your voice. You found yourself. You know what you're doing is what the mission that God put in your soul. You're doing it. So now let's try to shut it down as much as humanly possible. And that's exactly what you're enduring. That's what we constantly endure here. This is that moment. This is that test. This is that it's not a final hurdle because there'll be more, but this is what it is. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And I mean, I think that's the thing. It's just like, it also makes me sick. Like I see myself, I'll go on Instagram, I'll go on TikTok, look at my reel, look at my music, hey, it's just like, I just feel sick doing it. I don't even want to do it. I'm just like, I like I said to you, there has to be another way, like I've never been one to follow the crowd. And like a long time ago, when I, even back in the day of my band Love Zombies, I had a big manager and agent. We were playing places, but it was because of like, he pushed us like, oh, listen here. And then, we got fans from that, but it was the machine was behind you. They told people to like it, they told people to listen, and I got fans from it. And I'm not saying any of those. I had some great people, so I'm not saying anything about them. But like, they never would have heard of me if someone was like, "Hey, here, listen, here's money." Like, I didn't even get. We weren't even big at all, but there was a lot of money put in to get to even the little level we were at, just for people to like look at it. It's all smoke and mirrors. I mean, but as you said earlier, no one could think no one thinks for themselves. They have to be told what to do. Mm-hmm. They can't have a heart and think for themselves, or not even a heart, a mind.
A mind.
Well, let me follow. It's always and that's why everyone's obsessed with the influencer. Oh, if the influencer says I should like them, I'll like them. If and that's the thing. It's just, even with my music and stuff, it's just like, I know what I have. I know it's different. I know it's good. And it's just, I get really mad because I fear it's going to be lost in the it's never going to break through because of the horse shit like this, like people peeing in the snow or the AI, of course. Now it's 90% robots, and it's like people like wake up, fight for it, but people don't fight. They're like zombies. Empathy. It's like, so that's why I'm doing again holistics. So when I talk about it, because I always say, as negative as I sound right now, change comes from always a small amount of people. And then the followers come along and say, oh, I was there from the beginning. No, you weren't. I could count on the hand 5 people who were. But they have to, just like our radio network, right? Oh, these assholes. Oh, is anyone on? Like you see them, they come. Oh, you had this one on now. Maybe I'll look at it now. Yeah, they have to like look. They're what are they called? The fence sitters or the sideliners? Because they can't just look. They can't think for themselves, and they're all self-absorbed people who just want to benefit from your hard work, my hard work, the money we did put into it when they have 10 times the money, but they're cheap. The only good person we ever met was Steve Stern. He's a freaking angel.
Yep.
Love that guy.
He's one of the legit ones, and it was like I was talking about earlier with elections, when we had the whole crew on, it was saying like, fucking if well, I can't vote for you, but if Scott Presler says to vote for you, then I'll vote for you. And I said the way to save elections is we all got to save up money to buy Scott Presler a house and a car in every single state we need him, and then he'll come. And save up a few $1 million, and then he'll tell you who you have to vote for because you're too dumb to do it yourselves, and like things are going to break, things are going to change. And it's these moments in time that test you and test your resolve. And I already know that you're going to be victorious because you're not a victim, you're a victor. And I think that this is the thing that goes beyond, because again, you're not just going to be back as another cog in the wheel, so to speak. You've done something drastically different. Not only have you built a network, but a record, like you're doing it all holistically. You're doing it all in-house. So it's...
Yeah, and I think that's the hard... I mean, this is the hard part, and that's the frustrating part, because I know eventually people will get... They don't see it right now. And even that asshole comment, the Dream Weaver, whoever the heck, fuck you, doesn't get it. Music is a part of this. It's a huge part of this. Not just for my career. What career? My music career. No, it's because I went through freaking hell in the music industry.
And you're trying to do something.
And politics was all part of it. So when I met Dan and sacrificed 2 freaking years that I didn't do my music, that I knew was more important to get this going because it's all intertwined, and it's like music is just a part of the entertainment business that is all octopus. All the tentacles are everywhere and it affects everybody, even people. I don't care about politics. I didn't really care that much about politics either. I sound like a dummy, but I didn't until I realized that's why you're not maybe yours, but a lot of people's lives are shit. They can't afford anything. They're medical. They don't have this. They don't have that. Why? It's all because of politics and music. That was just entertainment. It's not about vanity or this or that anymore. It's like I was in it. Yeah, I was going whatever, and I learned a lot, and I saw a lot, and I suffered a lot. And I'm not being a victim. A lot of people have. A lot of women have, and I wish those same women out there would actually come together. I've done all the work. I didn't do this just for me. You know what I mean? I didn't. And I know one day people will see it. I just wish you were here right now to freaking help me, because this is a big thing we could do. But it takes those real people. And I guess it's just the part is hard trying to reach those people for them to pay attention. Like I said in another video I did, I get disgusted and amazed when I try to tell people, look at what we built. It's on Roku TV. It's on Fire TV. We have millions. We want to help you. It costs us a lot. Oh, I'm busy. I'm doing my thing. They can't even look at it. They can't read it. I'm trying to help you as well, but I need help too. But it's always, I just wish someone right now, even my friends, they're nowhere to be found. They'll come around. It's all done now. Maybe you could benefit. Where the fuck were you? Never. But they'll come when it's done to benefit. But if I had that help, we wouldn't even be in this situation. We could grow. But no one wants to help each other. It's all about me, me, me. What about my thing? 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 When I built this to help all of our things, but to help each other to make a big thing that will make an impact and actually maybe make a change. But no. No.
I do know.
No one wants, it's just, it makes me sick.
Mm-hmm.
And I sound bitter and angry. Now, I'm not bitter, but I'm angry.
And is there something wrong with that? I mean, you should be angry. And again, it's about turning that anger into something else, which is always the challenge. It's easier said than done because in the moment it could be all consuming, but you have to continue to push on and push forward and fucking just know the real reasons why you're doing it, the bigger reasons at play, and that's what you're tapped into and your mission statement. So it's different,
I think that's the thing, it's just ego. I mean, everybody has ego, right? Ego is self, me, my channel, my network, my brand, my music, my thing, me. And ego, edge God out. That's what it stands for. I mean, maybe that, whatever. I read that and I think that was just so good. Because when you think about the opposite of ego, it's not just self. Ego, I don't know what the opposite is. It's, consciousness, it's self. It's bigger, God, people, empathy, each other, not just me, my brand. Why do you think it's called Voice of the People? It's not called, I say this all the time, it's not called the voice of Hollis Mahady, the musician, because I want to be a star. It's not called the voice of Dan Smriglio because he wants to be the podcaster. He wants to be the biggest influencer and told everyone he was the one who did it first. No, it's called the voice of the people. For all the people who are fed up with the government, with the establishment, with being fucked over, with being freaking slaves to the music masters or the handlers, or the people who did this to so many people. Where are you? Where are you? You music for what? So you can sit there with your stupid outfits on and be like, oh, I have a new single coming out. Please listen to it. Nah. What the fuck are you doing with your music? Are you trying to help anyone? Look at my song. Oh, It's like
I don't want to interrupt you.
It's just like
It's disgusting. And a majority of the people that are anything on social media are the douche ones that are lip syncing other people's songs. All right. So take that for what it's worth. They don't know what it is, because when I started out, again, I was lucky enough, if you want to call it that, for $7 an hour to go on a real radio station. Real radio? What's that? And then build your own, what's that? And then just like you, playing instruments, what's that? Doing all, like, what is that? And it's not about, and better than anybody, what I always say to you is I want it to be where like people think of VOP and it's synonymous with everything else other than Politi-Shock, me. I think it's going to be synonymous with a lot of what you do because of you bringing back things that have been gone for a long time, which people will actually come to. So I think that's important.
I was going to say, and I don't want to forget to say this, because I think this is the part where I say so cringe, like on Instagram or TikTok. I don't want to be a star. I don't want to be a star. I don't want to be a music star. I don't. I think that's the difference. I almost feel in my soul, not almost, I do feel like this is a fucking blessing and a curse. This is a curse because I feel like everything I've gone through is not going to be in vain. You know what I mean? And I'm not also going to be a victim like, oh, like anyone cares anyway. But like, I don't talk about my story because no one cares. But, I think this is a blessing and a curse. Isn't like me like, oh, I want to be a star. Been there, done that. And it's fake. There's no such thing. So I almost kind of feel bad also for all these artists. Good luck. You think you're going to make it? And if you ever make it, did you see about Hollywood? I mean, like I lived there, been there, done that. I don't want to be a music star. I would like my music to get out there to help some of those people that
obviously just listeners too, but other women especially. I see all these women, they're coming out like, I mean, I guess in fairness, I haven't reached out to them, but I feel so like negative because I feel like you reach out to them. There was this one girl I reached out to. She did write back, but then she just disappeared. I'm like, you would be the perfect person to help me, help each other. No, they don't write back. It's just like, fuck you then. You're just fake, just like the rest of them. It's like they're just fake. It's all ego. It's like we said, I don't want to be a star. I don't want to be a music star. But I like you, I'm an activist. I want to take action. Like when we lived in Maine, that shithole, I saw bad things happen and we saw it. We saw people came to us. They told us how their people were missing. They're like, I felt for those people. I felt like, wow, that could be me. And no one was helping them. No one would even stand up. No one would say anything. So they're all a bunch of freaking cowards. So we said something because I'm an activist. Yeah, sometimes I get mad about, voice of the people. We risked everything. But this is my heart. And I don't care, like, not that I don't care. I'm not into the voting and the politics and election the way you are. But for a while, I was hardcore. I had to step out. I was like, okay, you go back to that, because I'm already another beast over here. That was always what I was doing. Like, I keep saying the same thing, but trust me, I don't want to be a music star. But that's the difference. Everyone wants to be a music star. No one wants to actually use their music to lift the vibration of the world, to help people. No one. There are. But where are those people? They're the people you'll never hear of.
You'll find them.
Why? Because they're buried by the algorithm. And now it's how convenient.
You'll find them through your hard work and attrition. You'll find them when you start doing your shows nightly and you start doing everything. That's when you're going to meet your people that actually care and actually have a soul left in them and hasn't been vaxxed out of them or fucking TikToked out of them. I mean, again, and I've seen some, and I guess they're friendly, but literally I've seen Hollis had to endure this TikTok shit. And you have people, thousands of people in a room, and literally you have hosts, and it's almost offensive to somebody like me who's been hosting a show for 20 years. But they call themselves hosts, and they're on there streaming, and all they do is, Becca, I see you. I see you. Oh, yeah, you're getting up with an FYP. I see you. I see you. We're going to go for 4 hours. We're going to go. I see you. I see you. We're going to go for 7 hours. I see you. I see you. Get you on the FYP. I see you. I see you. This is what they do. And they want, and give us gifts because I see you.
And that's what it is. You go in the room. Now, okay, I can't unveil too much because it's a different project I'm working on. So it's more of an experiment. So I feel like I cracked the code. How do you get followers? So what you have to do, you have to go in the live stream rooms, and then you got to fill your wallet up, pay your money, and get these little Giphy things, hearts and roses. There's cents that like what you could get like 100 for $1, and then you send the rose or the little GIF, and then they'll say your name, and then you'll get followers, and you'll get besties, and you get quality besties.
Quality
you get
besties
to follow you,
yeah.
And that's how you get followers on your account. So it's so. That's how you break the TikTok. I mean, you got to spend a lot of money to get the followers, like everything, So it's just.
I see you.
I mean, I think that's just, and in fairness, again, these hosts who do it, I don't blame them, because I'm not saying I blame, but this is what it's come to. This is how people make money. They have to be fake. They're doing that. Like, I'm not saying really. They're trying to sell things, but it's just like, oh my God, this is our life.
Well, they
make,
not
everybody's
right. I mean, they
but this is the world. And then I think that's the thing. I get scared because I'm just like, look at it now. Look at it 10 years ago. Now look, imagine in 5 years. That's what I'm saying. The people who are here were fucked.
Yeah, but you know what? In the end, it doesn't matter because you're gonna be the essentially a voice or a song of resistance. So it's all parallel. What I'm doing, what you're doing, what we're doing, it's the resistance that's going to matter and keep things going a little bit longer, keep humanity going a little bit longer. And that's what you are. You're not just coming out there, putting out a song saying, notice me. You have an album, you have a record company, production, you're doing it all. You built a network.
And also the reconnection movement. And
Yeah.
that, again, that's my first, and I'm so excited, not because I really do think we could build something, because I said, and it's the first episode, and I'm going to put it out very soon in the next few days, probably maybe sooner. But I wrote this over 10 years ago. Now, again, I'm not saying like, oh, you know, I was like foreseeing the future, but I was. Now, this was before ChatGPT. This was before.
This was like 2015.
2015. It might have been even earlier. I don't have the exact day, but it was like, and I say this in my first episode because I did a whole like 45 minutes like video about it. And you could go on my website right now. It's all brand new with my sexy new pictures in there. HollisMahady.com. You go to podcasts down the bottom. It's free. You put in your email and you could download it. And I wrote this in 2015. I was at the Sunset Marquee in LA. And, you know, I was never a huge writer, but like I wrote lyrics and things. But it was like one night, boom, it just like, I have to write this. And it would like channeled out of me. And this was not ChatGPT. And I swear I read it the other day, the first time I read it, and I read it 3 years ago, because 3 years ago when I met Dan, we were doing the Free Speech Project, all about AI. It was like, oh my God, what this is happening. I got my shirt that said say no to AI. And I was like, oh my God, we have to stop AI. What is this going to mean? There's no stopping AI. So there we go. Congratulations to everybody for not doing anything about it. But what can we really do? I'm not saying that like rude, because I can stop it. But I thought at that time, we need to bring the reconnection movement back. I warned this is what's going to happen. But I knew then, now there's no stopping it. Even Elon Musk says it. Like I said, all these videos, like he even says himself, this is the biggest danger to humanity, because it's going to be smarter than people, and you know, it's over. But that's why I brought this back up again, saying right now is a time capsule of this era, you know, because it's like, I don't know if people believe in previous civilizations like Atlantis, Lemuria, and stuff like that. What I know about Atlantis, it was their technology got so big that like they imploded themselves. And, you know, that's what I fear. That's what I think is going to happen here. You know, there's going to be nobody left. I say that's why right now I'm telling you, we should make videos right now. We should make how-to videos, how to be human. And I'm not even joking. I don't need to go into it all now. Watch my first episode coming out. And if you want to read the reconnection movement, it's free. Go to HollisMahady.com. Just go to podcast, scroll down. There says get a copy for free. Read it. And I'm not saying this like, I'm saying it's up to people like me and like you and people who get this, people who care that humans won't be here. Because I say the kids and the younger generation, it's not their fault. They won't know any better. We long for the simpler times, the way it used to be. We long for what it's like to be human. We are like watching and like, what, oh my God, we're watching in horror. Like, and I bring up music because now I'm just like, look at this. It was bad enough competing, not even competing, but trying to make it as a musician. And now, look what you're up against. Robots? Like, bad enough. Hold on, let's throw another curveball. Now robots could write a song in 2 minutes and no one will ever hear yours, because we're going to put robots everywhere so people don't even have a choice. It's like, do you care enough? Does anyone care enough to try to preserve at least some humanity? Literally, I'm not kidding. We need to make videos like, because in 20 years, when you give a child who doesn't even know how to talk to anyone, because all they have is they're relying on their phone. Even now, look at social situations. How awkward are people? Oh, there's a moment of silence. Let me check my tongue out. Oh, they can't even talk to each other. They can't even have eye contact. Hold on. Oh, it's like Dan and I. Hi, how are you doing? Say, yeah, cool. It's like, like it's so bad. And so I'm not even kidding when I say we need to make videos, what it's like to be human for kids. But again, that's the scary part. Once we're gone, it doesn't matter. They're not going to remember, and their parents won't remember if they didn't teach them. You know, they're not going to know what empathy is. They're not going to know what heart is, soul. Those are things that you have to like learn or you know, or go through life and get that. You know, but if you're just don't even know what that is.
And that's why, you know, all you could do is be your part, play your part, but follow your soul and follow your calling. So in other words, there's a chance for the future depending on what you do now. And it may not be all, but there might be more resistance in the future if somebody does something now when they're at this moment. And that's what you're doing. And that's, I don't know if it's what I'm doing. I don't know what the fuck I do.
It is what you're doing.
it's-
And it is what you're doing. And I think a lot of people do feel this way. But again, it's always that that hurdle, that battle of ego. Or can you come and let's help each other, because I can't do it alone. You can't do it alone. It's impact in numbers. Get your fucking ego and your brand and your followers and your bank account. The future of humanity is at stake. Like, maybe you don't care. I told you this. I say it all the time. I don't even have kids. You care about your kids. You care about your grandkids. You always hear that. Like, I don't say these words because I don't have kids. But if I did, I would say, I want my kids' future. Look at my poor kids' future. Part of why I didn't even want kids. I didn't say I didn't want them, but like part of me is like, oh my God, they're going to be robots. Like, this is so bad what they're going to go into, Like, it was, whatever. I don't need to get into all of that. But it wasn't like choice, want them or not. It was just, it didn't happen yet, or it didn't happen. But if I had kids, I'm fighting because I actually care about other people, because I feel like they should have they should be able to have heart and soul. Like, they should be able to listen to good music of the 60s, the 70s, like some of that music, look at our oldies. All we listen to all day is the oldies. It's so good. I'll hear it come on and I'll cry. Like, you don't want to cry. This music is so heartful. Some of it, a lot of it. And it's going to be gone. And that's helped me through this navigating the world. The world is hard. It sucks. It freaking sucks. And it's just a very weird time to be alive. But I think it's an important time to be alive. And, whatever you believe. I believe you choose your path. And, some of your fate is determined. You have free will. But I tell you from the beginning, this is a blessing and a curse. That's why I laugh. It's like, I'm not out there because I want to be a music star. Yeah, I have to play the game. You have to look the visuals and have the things to get people to pay attention. But I want them to pay attention because I want them to see what I have to say. Like, wake up, guys. Like, if it takes me wearing a sexy, come on, let me lure you in. You know what's up? Like, we got to do something here. And that's why I think I just got so mad, because I'm like, all the stuff that's out there, just like you with the politics and they're fighting. It's like all these influencers, it's the same thing. They're all they're all clouding the people who are actually really doing this for the right reasons, who are connected to God, who see that what's really happening,
You get mad because you care. Read Joe's comment. Thank you, Joe.
Aw.
See? Thank you,
Joe. Yeah. And that's why I met Dan. Like, it's a crazy story. And Joe, I don't know if you ever watched it, but it's on our platform, the Free Speech Project. There's 2 videos. One's a trailer. It's like 10 minutes. But then it's another one. It's 50 minutes. And when I met Dan, it was like, I just couldn't believe I never thought that I would never thought, let me just finish my sentence. I never thought I would meet anyone like him ever, 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 because ever. I mean, just watch the video. It's insane the reason we met, because we are both powerful we are powerful lion. Like, he's not a Leo lion, he's an Aquarius, but we're fighters, and just like you, Joe, and just like you, Charlene, I know she's not here anymore, but like, wake up, wake up, like, have some fucking heart. It makes me so sad to think that people's soul, the last that's left, they're going to try to take it away. They already are. The vaccines, the biohacking of your body, this, the numb, the pills, the depression, wake up. Don't let them have your power. They're taking away your power. You're giving it to them. That's why I always, I felt bad, for people who are depressed. I get it, it's not your fault, but this is done on purpose. And I'll say, don't right away. Just don't go to medicine. Don't numb yourself. Don't do it right away. Try to work through it, because they're doing it to us. They're doing it to us. They're killing us. Don't let them kill your soul. You know what I mean? Don't let them take your spirit. Your spirit is God. It's something so much bigger than Instagram followers or TikTok or my status or my position at the church or my politics. It's like, it's human. It's just so much bigger than all this bullshit. It's all bullshit. All of it. You know, it's like we're human. Like, oh, I missed those days, the connection. Like, go somewhere and like not have your phone. Oh my god, oh I missed it. Let me take a picture. The concert. Let me film the concert. Does anyone watch the videos they take of a concert later? I mean, maybe, but let me. Oh, this great song. Oh, another phone. It's like so stupid.
You just created a word, by the way.
What was that?
You said politics. You meshed.
And, yes, and Joe, you're right. You can be frustrated, but you cannot be beaten because that's the thing. And like I said, like everyone, I'm human, just like you. Like you have your days, so you're like, but I say that's why I keep fighting because they'll knock you down. But I never, ever was impressed by celebrities or status because I'm thinking, God made you, God made me, or if you believe, whatever. You didn't make yourself. You just got lucky. You knew someone, you fucked someone. You are nothing special. You know what I mean? You knew how to budget your money better, but probably because you got someone like, so I'm supposed to, a celebrity, an influencer. I'm supposed to be all like, oh, you're equal to me. You don't impress me. Your heart does, your soul does. What have you done that's good? Like, you all suck. You know? It's so stupid. But yet, that's why, like, people don't know this about me. Could care less. I love music. You know, it's like, I can't stop. It's like, it's just something in my soul. It's like, it feeds me. It feeds me. And hopefully it'll feed it's my soul, you know, it just speaks to the soul. But all this other stuff doesn't. That's why I watch spiritual videos. I love Michael Mirror Dad. I can't wait to talk about. He's the best. He's like someone I'll talk about. You need to know he's the best. But I'm always like thinking deeper. And so this stuff is just like Dan and I say it all the time. 3D world, 3D world, 3D world. His job, this, that. They're just trying to keep you down no matter what. They keep you down. Hey, I'm feeling good today. I just got the mail. Oh, the mortgage. We're going to be foreclosed. You know, it's just like no matter what they.
Or lest we forget, interview 1, great. Interview 2, great. Interview 3, fantastic. Interview 4, we're going to guarantee you're going to go to the final stage. Interview 5, okay, we're moving fast. And I hear nothing for 3 weeks. And then, email, sorry. We really appreciate you taking the time. But we decided to go another route. So even, what they say is even when you know people, it's about who you know. And then when you talk to those who you know that are in the position of power, even they lie to you. Because it's like, and you have to take it with stride. I hit that this past week. It's like something that should have really upset me. You just gotta laugh it off. You just gotta laugh it off at this point. Because like, you know what? Like, dude, you know what? It's so obvious. We were having a good day, and then it's all out of nowhere. It's like poof, email. Guess what? Rejected again.
Yeah,
that's what it is.
And that's the thing, like it's. I feel so bad for Dan, and because again, we say it all the time. We're like, this is the world now. Congratulations, guys. Again, not the 10 people who have helped us and who are supporters and actually have a brain. But for the rest of you, this is how it's going to be. And maybe you're doing good. Good for you. Sounds bitter, jealous. But you know what? It's going to happen to you too. It will. And you just wait until some little robot kid, and you're freaking 10 years older than you are now, and you don't have a job. And your little robot is dictating your life. Because why? Because right now, you decided not to support people like us. And we're all dead. We're all robots. And we all have no jobs. And Elon Musk is happy. And that no one, and we all have to get our shot to get our check, so we can survive. I see what they do to Dan. It's disgusting. Oh, we'll call you tomorrow. No, we're not going to blow you. Like, we don't like when people don't call people back. No, that we're different. Nothing. It's like they just lie. Like, that's what I mean. There's no humanity, no morals. Like, would it really, really hurt just to say, there's a lot of people who are interviewing. We really like you. You're a good candidate. Don't get your hopes up too much, but you have a chance. So just, that would be something real to say. I know that's not how it works. Obviously, in the corporate world, we just got to lie because we just got to get what we need. Who cares about humans? Who cares about morals? Who cares? We're that's why I believe in the afterlife. I think, that keeps me hanging out. You know what I mean? There's somewhere better than this.
And that's something.
Maybe people don't believe that, and they're like, no, there's not. So that's why. Then people who don't believe that, who cares? Get ahead. Just stab that guy. Who cares? Who cares about empathy? Who cares? It's not me hurting. I don't have cancer. I have insurance. I have a car. I got fucked tonight. Like, whatever. Just those people. And why are you not mad? Like, why are people not mad? Numbed. Shot. Medicine. Oh. That's literally what we're dealing with. And it's going to get worse. So, yeah, maybe in this world there's 1,000 of us. We got to find those people and be like, make some freaking noise.
There you go. Tap into the fighter side of it, not the downside, not the angry side. It's okay to actually, no, I embrace anger. I always say, people say,
sadness. Like, feel your emotions. But anger, I read now, anger's a low emotion too. We want to stay high vibe, guys, right? But you can't fight your emotions and fake it either. But anger it goes in levels. The lowest vibe is depression, beat down, hopelessness, negative.
Yeah, fuck that shit.
Then anger, at least anger is still not good. Rage is not good. Anger, but at least that can, if you're channeling that to something good, at least that can get you out of it. So we've all been there. Like the lower, the sadness, the depression, the hopelessness, the not wanting to get out of bed, the crying, life hits you, especially if you lose someone dies. I mean, this is real shit. So that's that. But then take that anger, just like me, just talking about it. Like, there has to be somebody out there. There has to be some people out there, because I'm just, I'm here. We're not like 20 anymore. Who knows how much time we have left? But what is our life for? Do something while you're here. Leave something behind. And I'm not kidding. This is a time capsule. So I'm going to be starting holistics. I can't wait to do that. And, even voice of the people, because I'm telling you, just like I wrote the Reconnection movement and I foresaw it, people will be looking for us, and we're going to be waving and being like, we've been here the whole time. Just like I said, the pirate radio, right? I don't even know what that is, but I know it, right? Isn't it that like what is that? Isn't pirate radio like they had to hide and do
yes,
things?
It was kind of like speakeasy of broadcasting, so to speak, And it's the people that are using the ham radios, the CB radios, the pirate radio, if you will. The people that were the voice of truth in spite of censorship, lockdowns, war, whatever the case may be.
And we're going to be the real humans when everyone's just like, oh, you can't beat AI. You can't. Listen, I even said that how many times already? We can't stop it. But we could still care enough to fight for humanity and have rules and say, you know what? Yeah, AIs, there's robots, there's this, but there's something else. We need to teach it. It's called empathy. Being a human. AI doesn't cry, but it's okay to cry. AI can't hug you. I mean, maybe a robot probably will. Like that movie, Megan or whatever. Or was it Megan?
Yeah.
Was it Megan Fox? And she
Megan
was
Fox, I don't know what that one's called.
I forget. But okay, so they can do that, right? They probably can. Or I mean, the blow up dummy girl, whatever. But
blow up dummy girl.
Before the robots, guys have those dolls.
Blow up dolls.
But I lost where I was. But about videos.
The human touch.
About videos, these are what emotions are. These are things that AI can't do because it's just you're gonna forget. Not we aren't, but other people who don't know much, they're just merging. They're becoming machines, and we have to remind them because I think it's very important. And you mentioned that Mark Beckman book. You inspired me because I read some of it, but it was a while ago. Never finished it. It's literally on our night shelf. I want to read the rest of it because I want to see. I would love to talk to him, because I got to see. There are positives about it, but I do think it's so important. I like, as I said, look who you're leaving in the hands to regulate it. The same people who are trying to kill us already. But again.
And that's why the win.
Right? It's the people have the power. We do, but we don't use it.
And that's why the grifter class and the user class was so mad at Trump because he was getting involved in AI. No, he was actually trying to steer it in the right direction and at least have some human control over it for the time being. And that's why the little things that just happen are massive and so big towards possibilities of it not as quickly being used as a weapon against us. So it's stalling it. It's stalling
Right.
it.
That's what we said. What was the AI that happened? That wasn't the HBO and all that. That's something
Well,
else.
it's part of it because there's also an AI company, and then the TikTok stuff, and also the social engineering that they do with like the Cartoon Network was part of this deal. Comedy Central was part of this deal. Black Entertainment Television was part of this deal, and now that's all owned by MAGA conservatives. So they were using the anime, the animation, the obviously we know what TikTok is, to program people. You know, they were having you know, cartoons for 3-year-olds how to give blowjobs. So like now all this stuff will inevitably come to an end, and it's about recapturing something. And there's also an AI tech aspect to that too, as one of the many companies. But it's like there's things there that were striking the first blow, so to speak. And you know, I think that's a step in the right direction. You can't stop the tide, but you can lessen its impact, and you could steer it a little bit, you know. And I think that's what Trump is doing. So while all these assholes are out there, and they know better, while they're out there bashing him and condemning him and judging him and telling you how bad he is, in reality, it's just another one of the many aspects and many things that he's doing to try to actually save our lives and spare us in the future of just being completely and totally obsolete, in the words of the Twilight Zone.
Yeah. And what was I going to say? Now, there's a question. Is that stuff that, like, if he doesn't win, he can't win again, but if they lose the primaries and the Democrats take over, will all that stuff go away again?
No.
Oh, good.
Yeah, because that's why people thought Trump was going to use the government to take over TikTok, and you can't do that. And the superheroes like Massey and Rand Paul were saying the government can't own it, but he said partnership. So now he has the U.S. government partnership. It happened to be with one of his friends who's a multi-billionaire, and he's the one that bought it. So it's owned privately. So all that it's theirs until they sell it, and I don't see that happening. So that's a good thing, regardless of where they go politically. It's now like there's 25 channels, networks, all these things owned now by some of the good ones, you know. And I think and then you'll get a tirade from Alex Jones over how they're really bad people. No, they're not. They're trying to do something decent and actually, you know, change it while there's still a chance to change it. You know what I mean?
Right. I think that's like you said, change it while there's still a chance.
And you
go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. I was just gonna say, if you really think about it, Ted Turner is an evil globalist pig piece of shit married to Jane Fonda, right? And they've been using that as counter programming, counter narratives forever, CNN and all that. Well, now CNN, literally the voice of liberalism, is now owned by a MAGA conservative. You know, so that's why probably CNN is giving you some, even with the polling guy who shows you the real poll numbers and how Trump is even more popular than he was any other president, everything else. People are like, well, why is CNN doing this? Because you see the writing on the wall. I mean, they know you can't. The man outsmarted you. He beat you, and then you came for him. Then he sued you, and he's made a shit ton of money. And now one of his best friends just fucking bought you. And it's like, that's epic.
That's awesome.
It's epic. And he's
awesome.
somebody.
I think that's the thing. Like I said, and I didn't give up, but I kind of just passed it more back to you about like me getting involved with the politics and stuff. And I, you know, that I love Trump because I do. I don't care what anyone says. He's the only one who sees something bigger, like, and he is the biggest power in the world to actually do something about it. He's trying he's trying to save humanity, and people think, oh, like it's just disgusting. And the influencers and how they've all done this. He sees like a very small amount of people. He's actually, as much as they paint the picture, he's not all about his ego. He actually like he's not. But again, because people again, like I think it's something just. You're born with it, or it develops, or something in your soul. You just know you're not here just for the 3D bullshit. And most people are like, they don't get it. Like even me, not having kids, not having, like, there were certain things that I was just like, you know, I've dedicated my life to something else, and
you're serving your true calling. You're answering the gift, and
it's not because I didn't want kids or that. It was just like it didn't happen at the time. It just didn't, and I was on another path. And it's like if I don't at least fulfill or like finish that, or you know, or keep going with it, it's like then what was this for?
But why are you more passionate than mothers and fathers and fighting for kids that are being trafficked and people being exploited and everything else? And it's the same thing. Well, you're not a real man, but why are we fighting for your land? Why are we fighting for your legacy? Why are we fighting for your family, but you're not? It's the same difference. So it doesn't matter if you have or don't have, your actions speak louder.
Because
And
again,
that's what I mean.
like anything, you're fighting for something bigger. And that's why, like, I get mad with the music when I go back to and think about Voice of Freedom Records. Like, I don't think it's anyone's fault because I haven't really put it out there, but I just know it's going to be very hard for anyone to pay attention and see and even get involved because they're not going to get the chance to see it. I mean, we're going to do what we can, but it's like, this is what's needed.
It's going to happen.
And all the girls out there, I'm a victim, and this one did this to me, and this one raped me, and this one put something in my drink. Well, you want to do something about it? Then freaking come together with another girl who had similar things happen and fucking make something new. No, well, I need my brand and my thought, and I'm going to make a record label. No, I'm going to make a thing. I know I'm going to do it. Oh, have fun. Good luck.
And
the same thing. All those victims, they don't sit there and I'm never going to sing again. I'm not going to, because this one did this to me and this. Yeah, they did. They probably did. And they've done it to a lot of people. So you're going to sit there and keep playing their game or get your 5 minutes of fame being the victim. Why don't you come together and build something outside of it?
But here's the thing. It's the same difference. Remember, I told you everything is downwind of politics. Culture, society, music, everything. Politics runs it all. And in the political sphere right now, it hasn't fully broken, but it's breaking more and more every single day. The dam is breaking on the gatekeepers, the new mainstream media, the Bannons of the world, and all these people. They're being exposed and being outed. That's exactly what's going to happen now with Hollywood. That's why this purchase was something massive. That's what's going to happen with music. They're going to see these people who have played the game, then cry victim, then I'm going to do my own. They're losing their leverage. They're losing their stranglehold. They're losing the gate to keep, if you will, metaphorically speaking. So that's what I mean. And it's starting at the top of the food chain, which is politics. And again, it's thank you to God Emperor Trump for actually, in his own way, just like when he goes up there and he said that they're calling me the GOAT. I guess I'm the greatest of all time. And he says it when he's smiling. He's a consummate showman. He's playing into what they say about his ego because he knows it's going to get the attention, but it's about delivering a bigger message and actions speak louder. And that's exactly what's happening. So all these fake people that we're all talking about, you see, this wasn't supposed to happen. They're supposed to hold on and do what they do and make money off it to the end, cast people astray, or it happens sooner than it was anticipated. It's being controlled. It's a controlled demolition, so to speak, kind of like the towers, and it's literally, these things are happening now, and it's going to have that effect, that snowball effect downwind, and that's going to bleed into the music, bleed into all of it. So that's why what you're doing is a perfect time, because it's going to leave people wondering, well, where do I go? What do I do? How can I? Well, you've already.
And that's what I say. And I said this, I always say the same thing. I've said on other episodes and the kitchen in Maine, and I have a video of it. There are going to be people, and I've already seen them. Oh, they can't do this. The Epstein files, this. We have to do something about it. I'm going to start my own record label. There are going to be people who do exactly what I'm doing, but
there's enough.
They're gonna be doing, and they're gonna, again, it's another psyop. They're gonna lead you astray. Yeah. And they, you know what? They were part of it. As I said, maybe they didn't do anything bad like themselves, but by not leaving, not taking the road, like they didn't want to be broke. They knew if they left, you'd be in your bedroom crying like me, writing songs like covers that I just put out, or The Devil in Me about Hollywood that I wrote like 6 years ago, that I finally, not even out yet, but it took me 6 years to get it recorded and do all this myself. But they didn't want to. You didn't want to leave their lifestyle, because if you leave with nothing.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's all great now. Oh yeah, you were part of it. The people who didn't leave and just silently watched, you were part of it. Because eventually, you're in it long enough, you know what you're part of. Maybe you didn't do anything yourself. But by you knowing what's going on and not leaving and not walking away, then don't try to cry now. I'm going to cash in on it. It's all fake. It's all fake. The realest people are the ones, like I said, you'll never hear of. Either working at McDonald's or they gave up.
And it's not massive, but there's a culling happening, and there are people waking up to it. And that's what I mean. So your consistency of not spending your days on social media, but spending your time going behind a mic, going behind a camera, sharing your talent, your wisdom, your words with the world, it's going to break through because it's the only way to break through it. Not for stardom, not for celebrity, not for anything else, but to find the other real people to connect with. And I think that's the part that's missing, you know? Like we have moments on this show, like, you know, we're talking now and there's been times for Politi-Shock and have some emotional things. But at the same time, you know, I'm trying to connect with people to wake up for themselves. You see, I'm not trying to lead them anyway, other than lead them back to themselves and find their own strength and find their own power. Whereas you're actually offering a talent and a skill set and a level of understanding, which is going to appeal because people are looking for ways out, or people are looking for alternatives. And that's the difference. That's why it's similar path, but different. You know what I mean? And that's why I don't think I know you're going to be successful in your mission, not you're trying to achieve superstardom, your mission of trying to achieve decency and replace empathy with empathy.
Really, what it comes down to, when I say the mission is, and that's why I spent so long building the platform. The mission, it really is to let people who really can't give up, who can't stop, who won't stop, who felt they were born to do it, not just music, whatever it is, they have a chance to make a living and to get their message out there. Like real stuff, quality stuff that's going to help people. Like, you know, it's actually pretty simple because I've never made any money from it ever. I mean, I don't want to say my age exactly, but you know, ever. And that's just not fair. It's not right. It's not right. And again, it's just, I know there's other people like that too. You know, they just didn't crack the code. And then the whole spin happens like now, where it's like, now I have the chance. Oh, there's millions of people out there, but no one will pay. No one cares. They're all robots. No one gives a shit about music or real things. So that's basically my mission, is to make a place where we can help each other and we can make a living. I don't want to be a millionaire. I don't need millions. Do I need money? Yeah, of course. Could do a lot more if we have some resources. I don't want to be a millionaire. I don't want to be a music star, but I want to make a living, and I want to get my stuff out there, and I want to help other people who are depressed and suicidal and all that. Why are they? Probably because like they were just beaten down by life. They have no one who cares, and it's just worse and worse. So that's what it was for. That's what the music channel's for. That's what the Voice of Freedom Records is for. That's what everything we're doing for. Same thing with you, Dan. It's politics. It's different, but you just want a space for real people to be able to actually come together and stop competing. Oh, I want my Patreon, my Substack, my thing. But imagine even in my Buy Me Coffee, if we had other people on there and we pooled our money and we were able to pay each other and help each other, then no, not one person's doing everything. But everyone, it's so infuriating. And nobody wants to come together. I am generous. I don't want millions. I don't give a fuck. I don't. I want to be able to have a car again. I want to be able to pay my bills. You know? I want Dan to have a job. Like, you know, I want to make enough on this to do something. Like, and then to help other people. Because I think the saddest fucking thing in life is to just never be able to do your soul's calling or enjoy what God gave you. You not be able to do it. Because why? Because because it's just controlled and we're meant to just be depressed and life sucks. Life isn't supposed to suck. God gave us gifts. And they hijacked and they made it miserable for so many people. Yeah, there's always the ones that are doing good. Oh, good for you. Good. But like life is supposed to be good for everyone, not just the chosen few. I always say that. Not just the influencers, not just the people, the politics on the top. It doesn't have to be miserable for everyone. But it's up to people to come together. And it seems to be the hardest thing. Voice of the people. Well, right now it's the voice of Dan Hollis, Aaron, Joe, Charlene, Jason, a couple more, and that's where it starts. So I'm not belittling that at all, you know, but I'm just saying it's the voice of us. It is our voice. That's it. You know, but it needs to be more because then it's more impact. I just think The best idea ever. A place actually backed by creators and the fans. Now that just sounds like, oh, that's been done. No, it hasn't been done. It hasn't been done because it's impossible, right? Impossible. It's not impossible if half the fucking lazy people got up their ass and gave $1. We could fight back, but no one will.
Mm-hmm. So we do it the slowest and hardest way possible. But you know what? At the end,
compensate for the rest who do jack shit, like a Steve Stern who actually helped us. The only one.
Mm-hmm. And that's what makes it more rewarding in the end. And it's a long way to get to that end. But at the same time, when you press forward and you continue to go in the direction you're supposed to go, that has to mean something, you know? And we don't lose sight of that. I think that's the biggest thing. We haven't lost sight of that. We haven't lost the plot, if you will.
Oh, definitely.
You know what I mean?
You know, it's just, I think that's the thing. Like you said, you just have to take the longest, hardest way possible. And I think that's just funny. Again, time capsule. Today is March 13th, 2026. Look back at this.
Friday the 13th?
Oh, yeah, it is.
Hmm.
Look back in this because nobody helped us. Nobody. When we needed it.
Mm-hmm.
But you're going to need us. I'm telling you. I know it. Well, I shouldn't say that nobody because it's not true. Few. But for the most part, it could have been so much easier, could have been faster. We could be already saving more lives right now if people helped us right now. If all those women out there who are victims, if you came and actually helped me and we did something together, we could be saving lives, feeding more homeless people, doing everything. We helped each other. But no, we're busy. It's me. It's busy. I'm busy. You know, it's frustrating. But we don't stop and we keep going.
Moral of the story is don't be a dumb twat. And nobody can be offended by that because just pretend I'm British for a moment. And, you know, like, it's really what it comes down to is people, it's the beacon of light in the darkness. Truth, compassion, and mission driven, you know, actually following your path, no matter how hard it gets.
And I think everyone's mission, and if it's not, at least part of it, everyone's mission should be to have empathy for other people suffering. Like, I'm not talking about our suffering at all. Ours is nothing compared to like what so many people deal with, from medical to not having it. Like, you know, everyone's mission should be care about humanity a little bit. And some people just have to overcompensate because like no one does. Well, not no one, but a lot don't. You know, so you have to overcompensate. We have to speak for the voice of the people because no, they're not speaking up, you know? So we got Dan and Hollis have to be the voice of the people. We can't save the world. You know, we're doing our part. That's why I don't care. You know, I could have a better camera. We could have a lot more better things or whatever, but so what? We're doing the best we can, you know? And all those people on Twitter watching and X, they're not going to like it or share it or, you know, so fuck you. Go sign off. Go away. I don't even want you here. Go fuck yourself. You're not doing us any favors. You know?
I do indeed. And
to those who are watching, if you're not a robot zombie emotionless person, thank you. And I apologize. That wasn't directed towards you.
See, that's where you messed up. I don't apologize. Fuck out of here. But, you know, no, you're right.
Yeah,
you
go
know,
away.
It's a social experiment.
Your big audience. Like, I know I shouldn't offend your audience. Well, you know, it's time to do something, guys. You've been listening, for 20 years?
It doesn't matter if you offend them. There's millions of people and they constantly keep showing up and, you know, 99% of them don't do jack shit. So, you know, I mean, let's call a spade a spade.
And I'm saying, and you know what I will say, it does come down to money. You can't spare $1 for it. Like you always say, you have hate listeners, love listeners. And so you hate Dan, fine, don't give $1. You love him, you enjoyed him once in a while, you laughed. If you laughed, well, give $1, you cheap fuck. Get your fucking debit card out and send us $1. Buy us a coffee. Or go fuck off.
They're busy. They got to go buy another supplement from some, overpaid jerk off, or go listen to little fucking I beat off on skateboard fucking beanie douche ones like Tim Pool fucking go and push their fucking paid for sponsorship bullshit. You know what I mean? So it's like, that's where they throw their money away.
Yeah.
Why put it into something that's a network built for people and built for realness? But that's okay.
Yeah.
It's not even. I'm not even mad. I'm like numb to that anymore.
I know.
Like I said, I use it as inspiration.
But like I am mad, but like I seem more mad than I am. I think I'm just kind of like letting it out. But it's like
that's what this is. It's called therapy.
Why are you here?
They're voyeurs. They're
why are
voyeurs.
you here?
They like to watch. That's what it is. They like to watch because they don't know what it is. We're like caged animals in a zoo where people go and they stare at the animals because they don't see that thing normally. So it's like, oh, well, it's just another podcast, but it's not. It's just another, but it's not. So they don't know what we are. So they got to come and watch. And they're sick fucks. It's true. They're sick fucks. They like to watch because they're unfamiliar with what real heart, real passion. It's not everybody, but let's face it, a lot of the audience is. And I have a lot of good ones that have been around and everything else, but I also have a lot of people that are just sycophantic almost. It's like they get off overseeing, like it's unfamiliar territory to them. They'll watch just to make fun. They'll watch just to criticize. They'll watch just to do that. They'll get active that way versus actually do something to support. You see? Now, not all, obviously. I mean, we have the couple. But like it's a foreign concept to them, when people like, well, Josh isn't one of them, but Josh said before, he's like, yet again, he gave me my flowers because he doesn't understand how I could go so long, and he gave me props and said I'm good at what I do because I can go all these hours and sometimes alone and just talk and everything else. And he said even he can't do that. And I think it's not about any ego fluffing there. It's about just going and talking into a microphone and being real and letting your guard down, so to speak, but also letting your heart run, letting your mind go, and just bearing it all. Not that fake prescribed bullshit, but actually just being real and talking about whatever. And yes, Joe, I caught that. So I had to make sure to address Tim Pool real quick.
And like you said, and even I'm guilty of it. If you don't have a filter, that is like not real. Like that is like nobody does that because what is someone going to think of me? I even edited my own video. Like I took some of the ums out and like, oh, well, I don't know. And then I'll watch it, but you don't have a filter and you're real and you just don't care. And everybody cares what everybody thinks of them. Oh my God. Like, oh my God, did you say that? Oh my God, like you're Christian, you're this, you're this. Oh my God. Like you have no filter. So maybe they watch for that, like
it's a foreign concept. And at this point, I'm sure that I've sabotaged myself when it comes to jobs and everything else. Obviously, we all know why I lost my job at 6+ years because of, stepping up for the victims and running for Senate. And I'm sure this comes back to bite me too. But at this point, it's like, you know what? Do you know what it's like to be 43 and unemployed? Thank God unemployment came through, which is a fucking joke too. But hey, little things, right? And to be in this situation is a little unheard of. But at the same time, I don't sit there and say, oh, woe is me. I apply to sometimes 40 jobs an hour, sometimes, 150 jobs a day, sometimes only 40 jobs a day. But that's more than what most people do. But that's irrelevant. It's not about me. It's about, you know what? There comes a point in time where it's like, well, maybe I should tone down the show and maybe I shouldn't say things that may come back to bite me one day. And you know what? If you're going to judge me for being guilty to have enough balls to say the things, as the video says, that you're too afraid to say, or say the things out loud that you're just too cautious to say, then I'm not going to apologize for that. I fought for that right. And better people than I have, fought, sacrificed, gotten hurt, and given their lives for me to have the right to do so. So I'm not going to embarrass that that memory and that legacy. I'm going to honor that. And I'm going to be true to myself. I'm going to speak my mind. I don't give a shit. You know, if I'm telling people to go kill people, if I tell people to go hurt children, no, I'm telling you to fight back against evil and call out fucking bullshit. And if that's offensive, if words offend you, like you said the other night, who decided that fuck is bad, but love is good? You know, it's a man saying this word is bad, this word is good. It's, you know, it's a giant show, and I just choose not to partake in it. It is, and I choose not to partake.
And not to bring it back to my song, but it's like covers. That's my first song I'm putting out, and that was like the whole thing. It's like, even me, it's like I took these pictures that are a bit like revealing and they're like sexy, and because so long you're hiding because I'm like, oh, maybe, they're gonna think I'm a slut or I'm this, or maybe I shouldn't show. And it's just like, you know, it's take off the masks, take them off. It's like you can't, and that's another thing, you can't be real. It's like in friendships. Now you know if someone's really your friend, and or in a relationship, or you're this is weird, but the job search, you can't just be real. Like, man, this sucks not having a job. Oh, he said that. Well, I don't know if we should. What, have you never been fucked over? Like, you can't be real. Like,
They're the biggest hypocrites in the world. And they're the biggest hypocrites in the world. They act like
you can't be real with anything. And
Yeah.
I think that's, like I said, like the song covers. It's just all about like hiding, and I hid and hid. Like, you can't be the real Hollis. I can't be the real. Why? Because no, they won't like me. They're not going to give you a job, Dan, if you're real. Like, you know, it's like they're not. They're going to tune out. They're not going to give us $1. Well, they're already not. So
exactly.
who gives
And
a fuck?
we still move forward regardless. No matter how we may feel certain days, you continue to move forward. And as far as I'm concerned, I've heard people, and I've seen it on this show, even when I've told co-hosts and stuff, not recently, this is about years ago, like, well, I want to say this, but I'm not going to go too far. Like, and I always say, and I don't say it to them directly. I've told other people in the past that the biggest thing, I've had people that try to emulate me. I'm like, don't emulate me, be you. You know, don't sit there and predetermine how you're going to act or what you're going to say. Just be yourself, let it flow. And some people have a hard time doing that. And I can't understand that. To each their own. I'm not knocking them, but I can't understand putting on a show or putting on a persona, because it's not who I am. And, you know, if you're going to love me or hate me, then know me.
Yeah, that's well said, because, and that's the thing too. I mean, we've been through it too. Also, obviously, with this platform. Oh, well, if we say this, like, maybe they won't join, or this one won't pay us. It all comes down to money, right? Same with your job, because the whole world's controlled by money, of course. So the only reason maybe you shouldn't say, what if that job, you almost got that job? Well, we need to eat. Maybe you shouldn't say that, because they might go watch your thing and not give you the job because of it, you know? And it's just, it's like you said, it's just living in fear all the time. Censorship, self-censorship. Oh, I shouldn't say this. I shouldn't, right now, I shouldn't say, fuck you, fans. Pay me, you fucking cheap fucks. Oh, now they might go away and not pay us. Well, they're not anyway, so go fuck yourself.
You're going to lose what you didn't have.
No one will watch. She said too many vulgar. That's not good. That's not nice. What does the fuck word mean? Like I said, someone told me it's bad. I mean, they're 4 letters in the alphabet. Reverse them. Like we said, the word love. Like, I say that's bad now. Love you. You know what I mean? Like, you know what I mean? It's just, they're just words. It's just like everything is controlled. You just can't be true to your soul. You can't, like, it's just so much. Like fear, right? Everything is fear, and it's all controlled by money. Money.
The worst censorship in the world is self-censorship, and that's what I've said for 20 plus years. And I refuse to be that person. And that's why when somebody will say it, like, you know, shout out, of course, to my dad. He doesn't ever tell me not to say anything. He actually really appreciates what we do, and he likes it, you know, and he gets it. You know what I mean? But it's like, it's funny because others, though, have said, well, maybe, you know, instead of saying this, you should say that. And my response is always, you know, it's many things in my mind. And sometimes it'll come out, and sometimes I'm very good at being reserved. Believe it or not, in the real world, and Hollis sees it all the time. She actually gave me kudos, because she doesn't know how I could be rejected so many times and then go on an interview and just be all positive and uplifting and have to sell it when you know you're getting fucked over. You know you're gonna get fucked over, and you know what it's gonna be, but you got to put on the act, so to speak. It's not even an act; it's another side of you, and that's why I feel like with this is sacred. right? It's sacred. Now, there's some things we're going to rebroadcast, and the network's going to be picked up by other people and other networks, but Politi-Shock's not going to be on there because it might be offensive. But you know what? In some cases, I actually thought for a minute, like, am I going to have to censor myself, my own platform, like move my show somewhere else? But then it's like, you know what? No, this is what it is. Because the thing that's sacred is something that you've built based off of truth, integrity, and your own hard work, your own sacrifice, your own money, your own dedication. But how do you bastardize that? You bastardize that when somebody says, well, maybe instead of saying this, you should say that. And again, what I was saying before is that's the most insulting thing in the world, because one, fuck you. Did you build it? Did you pay for it? Do you have an audience for better or for worse? No, you don't. You have nothing, but you're going to criticize and judge because you think you know better. Well, fuck you. You got a degree that says you know better. You have a fake audience that you think you're somehow an expert. No, I don't pre-plan a damn thing. And Hollis knows, Josh knows, anybody who's ever been around me knows. I pre-plan nothing. Why? Is it because I'm stubborn? No. Is it maybe a little bit, but literally it's one of those situations where, you know what? This is an emotional response to events happening in real time. And that's it. And yes, I see the bigger picture.
Well, you be
That's right.
And that's another thing, right? And then this will happen sometimes. I'll go off and be like, oh my God, I cursed too much. Oh,
don't feel that way. Who cares?
Oh, I shouldn't. Now what are they gonna think of me? Oh, it's just I'm just saying like that. And that's because what? I had a real moment or a real night or I kept saying the F word because you keep it in for so long because you're not supposed to curse. You're not supposed to feel. You're not supposed to be angry, or I say, like we say, anger, it's passion. But people who don't get angry, even I said in the videos, why aren't you more angry? I said this in the main video when someone commented on me, oh, you guys seem angry. Well, are you not angry that their freaking children are going missing and people know who the people are and they won't say anything? You're not angry about that. That says more about you than me.
Mm-hmm.
I am angry. I am angry that a lot of things, but like that all my mail seems to come here, but the check I need and then my freaking bank card that I need doesn't. Yeah, I'm angry about that. Like, it's like I get all the tax bills. I'm angry that you get taxed to death, but you don't get your paycheck when you're supposed to. Are people are angry? You're not, oh, she's angry. Well, I don't walk around like miserable, but yeah, sometimes piss me off. And then you curse sometimes.
And that's what this is. It's not about this. I've always said it, and I said it once as a joke, but it's true. This is like therapy isn't a thing for me. I have no desire to go see a therapist. Like, oh, so you went to school to learn how to care, and now let me pay you so you could listen to me and pretend to be my person who's gonna put me on pills. Fuck that. That shit means nothing to me. If it's your thing, it's your thing. God bless. That's just my feelings. Depression, it's a man-made thing. And I have strong beliefs on things, but I'm not telling you not to do it. I'm telling you my thoughts, my opinion. That's why this open mic in front of these fucking millions of people watching is like, it's talk therapy, and this is frank chats about random shit in the real world. Imagine that.
Millions of people listening. And like I said, even with the money, and I'm like, fuck you, but like, hey, you don't have to pay $1. That's all right. But just know that eventually if some people don't chip in, it's going to go away. I just want people to know that. Like if you listen and all of a sudden it's gone one day, it's because we couldn't afford to pay the bill. So you don't have to pay. You haven't. You never have. You've listened. And I guess thanks for listening. I hope we provided some entertainment for you, or Dan did, but eventually if you don't chip in something, it will go away. I mean, maybe you don't care, but you'll find something else and that's fine. But that's all I'm saying. So we don't want your money, but if you want us to continue eventually, yeah, you're going to have to a couple dollars, like you said, they buy coffees all the time, beer, weed, this, that, but I don't know. I have to get out my card. I have to send something. I don't know about that. Those stupid idiots. They're not going to change the world. Who cares about the kids? Who cares about the country? Who cares about the veterans? Who cares about the homeless? Who cares about the people getting murdered? Who cares? I'll just keep listening. But yeah, I got to go get my beer or whatever it is.
Mm-hmm. And it's funny. It's like a parallel universe. And I am going to write that damn book. My father has been telling me for years. Hollis has said it. And I will write a book one day about this experience. Not, you know, there's a ton of things I would love to go off on, and so many things. And I'm actually a very good writer, believe it or not. But I don't, even when I was a kid and I write stories in school, it wasn't stories with made up characters. It was real world shit, real world pain, real world, you know, things. And that's what people couldn't comprehend. It was too ahead. They compared me to a modern day Poe, which to me was a great compliment. But like, you know, I want to write a book about the things I've seen, and people like, oh, well, you're this, you're that. No, I'm real.
Yeah.
That's what you don't understand.
You should write the evolution of Dan, like how you became, but
Yeah.
you could talk about, and I won't say anything too much because this is your story to tell, but the life experience at a very young age that shaped who you were. I mean, this is why he is the way he is, you know, and I'll help you write it. I'm not write it. I'll help you put it together, 'cause I'm good at that, you know, and we can get it out, and you will not use ChatGPT.
No. And, you know, and that's the thing. And why not? And again, it's like, I don't care. And that's why I always said, when people, what if they use Politi-Shock against you in politics, have out of the stories that have been written about me of late, not compared to what was written about me for years and years and years, and they memory hold and they resurface, of course, because I'm doing something, right? Whatever. You know, again, but has anybody attacked me because of the show? No. Why? We can say, no, I'm being real. I'm not paid by anybody. I'm not putting on a show. I'm not doing the dance for anybody. So they don't want to address that, because addressing that would be responding to like real shit. And we can't do that. There's a reason why it sounds stupid, but I'm proud that I'm one of the only ones that hasn't been sued yet. Why? Because I'm willing to fight it all the way, because you have nothing to lose when you're backed by truth. When you're speaking things, you know, that are actually, you could back it up, and they don't want discovery.
It's a dangerous thing too. It's like
The dangerous truth.
the most, yeah, but it's the most dangerous thing. It's I've said it before in shows. It's not that like earth shattering, but it was that song I always think of. It's a Janis Joplin. Freedom's just another word for nothing left to lose. Hey, when they take away your job, they take your house, they take your music, like whatever.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have kids, they take away everything. I guess if they kill us, you know, but like they attacked your health. They've done things like, but a lot of people, like 99% of the influencers, they have something to lose. So they have their lifestyle they don't want to lose. They have their cars, their houses. Obviously, no one wants to lose their kids. So that's a big thing of not having kids. So I think if you don't have kids, you really should be less selfish and do something. I mean, I get it, you know, like I don't have kids, so I understand when people like, oh I can't, my kid. But even then, you know, it's like, but
Are you going to be remembered in history as the one who fought for your children? Are you going to be remembered as the one who just sit there and say, well, I have to be safe and not speak out of school?
And that's another thing too.
You know?
Fought for your children, yours, but there's other kids too. You know,
Yes.
people they're like, oh, well, I better be quiet. I got to keep my family safe. And I get it, but you know, at the same time, it's just like when you don't care about everything else happening, and I just got to be safe. And that's the problem why we're in the world is the way it is, because I got to protect my family first. I get that, but that's where a lot of people end. Okay, as long as we're good, we have a lot. They don't have anything, but we have enough, and we have more than enough. That's what rich people piss me off, because it's like you have more than enough. I mean, you know what I mean? Not super well, but it's like, how much more do you freaking need? Like, you have enough. Like, giving to other people or supporting a radio station when you already have a lot of money is not going to make you less rich or less, like, maybe, yeah, you may have a little less if you give a couple $1,000s or something. But if you that freaking insecure that, like, we're going to threaten you. If you help someone else, your status is going to be threatened. That is how rich people think, I think. It's like, no, we can't give away, because they might get ahead, or we're not gonna. It's insecurity.
It's the same thing where this will sound egotistical as shit, but you know what? There's probably people out there. And again, touche and kudos to the audience at large, because one thing I haven't gotten probably in the last year or two is, well, what's your plan to fix it? What's your plan? Maybe you've finally gotten over that and you realize that I'm not sitting here giving you the plan. I'm sitting here giving you a real world response in real time to shit that's happening, and talking about where it's going to go and trying to push you to fight, right? But going back, it's like the same thing with the job search thing. And it has nothing to do with my experience or my ego or my pride. Fuck that. If it did, I wouldn't be saying this on the air for all of you listening right now. You know, you good people, and you also you sick fucks. It's like there are certain jobs where I'm being interviewed by somebody who's a tad bit younger. They're in the spot that I was in, right? And they have less experience, and they won't hire you because you pose a threat to their job. When in reality, maybe you're applying for the job because you need the job and you already know it's beneath your experience level. But when you're a worker and you're doing it for reasons to, take care of your wife, take care of your station, take care of priorities, have benefits and shit like that, there's certain things you do. But people will do that because they're so insecure and all they have is their job. All they have is this. It defines them. I'm defined by, and I'm nothing special. I'm a nobody. But I'm defined by always being true to myself and being honest and forthcoming and blunt as hell. And, I've been rewarded richly in life. Have I been rewarded with, all the little fancy gadgets and all other bullshit that other people have? Some that I bought, some that Hollis has bought. But no, I've been rewarded richly because I have a wife like I do. I have a best friend like I do. I have the few loyal people, not loyal to me, but like loyal, like real good people that are here now in the chat room. I have people like that. That means more to me because it's not about me, so you're rewarded by not being this facade. Like when we lived in Maine, again, I was raised Catholic, baptized, communion, confirmation, used to be an altar server, all that other good stuff. And in Northern Maine, a lot of it was, it was heavily, mostly Catholic church runs everything. And these people would judge you and condemn you and criticize you. And it's against what the church would say. And how would the church feel? And how the church and your status in the church is dependent on how you're viewed in the community. But then as soon as church is over, they're swinging, they're doing drugs, they're doing this, they're turning a blind eye to trafficking. They're doing everything that they say that they condemn, and it's so atypical. And I look at it like this, like I've said to you all before, you know what, whatever comes out of my mouth, well, you know what, God put this inside of me. So I'm sorry, I'm being true to myself by utilizing my free will, but also utilizing my voice. And I want to see other people do that for better or for worse, for whatever it may be. And that's what we're guilty of, is just being real and not bastardizing the gifts that we do have. And apparently I'm good at being an angry, sometimes funny prick, but I've also done things in my life where I've helped other people. And I don't sit here and go on and on and on about the people I've helped. I'm proud of that fact. And it means a lot to me that I was able to do some good. And have I been rewarded for it? No. If anything, life has been harder. But the reward is knowing that I was able to actually do some good in spite of. That's the difference. I don't need to see payouts and payoffs. All I need to do is know that when I lay my head down for my 1 to 2 hour nap, that, I could get that rather calmly because I know that I'm doing right. Whatever is right to you, but I know that I'm living my truth.
Yeah, because Dan, like, it gets exhausting. And I had another song about it too, but it gets exhausting. Like that's why I'm so proud of what I've done. And if people don't say that enough, I'm proud of what I've done because getting that song covers out there and everything, that's my first song. But and it comes from experience, for so long you have to I've always been a seeker, I'm always looking for the bigger questions, what is life? What does it mean? What is God? And I've been through so many experiences, I went to London, I was with the Hare Krishnas, seeking, not I was a heart, but I went there and I was there and I was oh, what's this? And then I went to, even in LA, not that I'm proud of it, but Scientology, I went and I didn't even realize what I was in, but I saw it. I was just what is this? And then and then I went to Maine and it was the Christians and they were very, and brings me what's behind me. I'm going to admit it. I like crystals. I like all that stuff. I had to go to Maine and be oh, I'm a Christian. I can't talk about this. And what about, and I'm thinking, at the end of the day, I value people who are seeking, I didn't grow up religious. I didn't get a Bible. I didn't get it when I was younger. I didn't my dad was, he practically an atheist, but he was an agnostic. He didn't know what to then he would, and you know why? Because he was raised Catholic, and I don't know what they did to him, but when his dad, committed suicide, I think the priest said they wouldn't bury him. They wouldn't do anything for him, and my dad I think he hated them after that, and it was just so whatever religion, no one's listening, but it's not a secret, but. That's what happened to my dad's dad, my grandfather. And so religion is just the whole thing. But I guess I'm coming back to wearing masks and stuff. I remember in California, that's when I learned all about the New Age and the crystals and the things. And than going to, I remember the People's Convention, that girl we met. Oh, I used to love yoga, but now I just don't. God said, Jesus says no. And I'm just thinking, like,
Where
who?
does Jesus say?
I think at the end of the day, no one knows. I believe in God more than anything, and Jesus, and everything, but I also are you human to say that you don't, you're always kind of like, huh? Like, what's wrong with crystals? Didn't God create crystals? Didn't God make the material that's in, it's just the tree that came from the paper that wrote the and we have to just lie and try to melt and be into, oh, well, I'm in Maine, so I better become Christian and go to church, or they're not going to like us. And it's like, it's just all
And the
just,
Christians hate the Catholics, and the Catholics hate the Christians, and they, it's like all this weird judgmental bullshit. It's like, no, I'm proud to say I love God, and I'm proud, I have no qualms about it whatsoever.
and even the thing, like I said the other day, like, because again, here it just goes back to, I don't even know what my point is really, but living in LA, and I remember there was like this lady, was it like Dolores something? And she did all these cards. No, I forget her last name, whatever. But she did all these like Reiki like oracle cards, angels, and this and that. And then years later, she came out and she like took all of her work back, and she said, "Oh, I found Jesus, and that was all a lie and wrong, and all that stuff." And I just remember thinking, like, I don't know. I was just like, because I was into all that stuff, and then I'm like, oh, is that bad? And I actually was thinking about it, and then I met another born again Christian who was telling me all this stuff about that I didn't know, but I was open. My point, I think, is I was open to all of it, because I know that there's God, or there's something bigger, and I believe, and I that's why I believe full hearted, but I just think we're here, and some people straight out of the gate, they were born into a very religious family. It's prayers every day at night, before dinner and after bed. And I didn't grow up like that. But when I went off on my journey, and I was so lost and empty and confused and miserable, that's when I started exploring. You know what I mean? Like, well, what is this? The Hare Krishnas in LA I was seeking, but always, because I didn't really know, and I don't even know where I'm going with this, but
Well, obviously, you need to read the book in the Bible. It's called Dumbassery, chapter 7, verse 33-30, where Jesus says, "Thou shalt not stretch thy body. Thou shalt not hold a rock. Thou shalt not eat vegetables. Thou shalt not look at tarot cards."
well, I
Thou
think
shalt not.
oh, that was the thing I'm gonna say. I'm sorry, I got totally off. But
No, you're good.
even the other day when we were with the photographer, and she was doing the cards, and we kind of told her about what happened in Maine and stuff, and it's like, even astrology they attack, like that's of the devil. This is bad. The stars, the sky, the planets,
Where she fully acknowledges that
what could
God
be more-
created this.
What could be more God than the sky? And like this is like, everyone, people look up to the sky. The astrology. Now, I get the one thing that they say that made sense, like what they're saying, crystals can't heal you and all that. Fine, like you don't put all your power into this rock over God or something. Yeah, I guess I get that, but that's not what you're doing. I don't think. I mean, at least when you have these things around that are nice to look at, to hold, that are rocks that come from God. Like, you know what I mean? They come from the earth that God made.
Well, how do you think generations of people survived, and Christians and Catholics and Jews, and they survived, 200-300 years ago off of earth elements that were there to heal them.
Yeah.
It's not like Jesus said in also in the book of Dumbassery, chapter 31, verse 2, that thou shalt only be beholden to big pharma.
Absolutely. And that's why, remember, holistics. I am a guys, but this brings me back to like natural health and healing and everything. And it was, I remember reading it, and it was, I don't know what book it was, but it made so much sense, just so obvious. But it was when the natural healers back in the day, this is where all you'll hear, put an onion on your leg, or this herb does this, or, instead of like aspirin, that comes from I don't know if it's it's something natural that it comes from like a tree bark or something. It's like aspirin.
Yeah.
But they took it and marketed it and made money off of it. But they literally, there was a bunch of natural doctors and they were healing people. And what did I sound so dumb because I have to find the writing or the book or whatever. But they came in basically and took over and said, "Oh, we got to make money from this, of course." And that's how the big pharma was born. That's why a lot of people who go into natural healing and they're doing it, they're like, you don't need all this stuff. It's in nature. God provided a lot of this stuff, for a cough, take this, take, turmeric and honey and ginger and lemon and garlic and eat all this stuff. Now, yeah, it might just not be as quick. Like, I'm not gonna lie and be guilty. I take Excedrin. When I have a splitting headache, I take Excedrin. I know that's not
Well,
good, but
what are
like
we gonna do?
sometimes you do it, because you want it quick and you don't want the pain. But these are things in nature that they do heal. Like how many times with farm? Go ahead, tell them about even like your medicine.
I was gonna say, Hollis, I mean, that for those who know, or maybe you don't know, I don't like alcohol. I've never been drunk. I don't drink. It's just not my thing, right? I don't get high, never have, never will. It's not for me. But I'm diagnosed with Crohn's disease and with rheumatoid arthritis, right? So I have a lot of pain. I have less pain now because I stopped taking the Stelara and the methotrexate bullshit and the needles, back last May. I haven't taken any. I've been in less pain. Yeah, I have my days and my moments where I go through severe pain, but ultimately I'm better off now than I was then. And then somebody told me when I lived in West Virginia because I didn't have health insurance, as always, or I was under Obama, I couldn't afford it. Thank you, affordable healthcare. And, literally, somebody said, well, you have an infection in your tooth. And I couldn't get into an urgent care. And somebody said, get some, I forgot what it was, grade something whiskey. And I'm like, well, I don't drink. They're like, no, you're not drinking it. You can if you want to. That's one way to numb the pain. They said, but use it like you would mouthwash. It was like some old guy told me about this. So I bought a little bottle of whiskey and I put it in my mouth and use it like Listerine. The taste was god awful. And within, I'd say 6 hours, the pain was gone. The infection cleared up. I mean, my point for saying this is there's truth to things that have been around for a very long time. And it's just,
And the things that come from God, even whiskey. I mean, I'm not an expert, obviously, in like the process of liquor and stuff.
It comes from, like, listen,
right?
They weaponize it. They weaponize it and make it cool to kill you down, tear, whatever. It's obviously agendized, if that's even a word. If not, I just created it. Clip that. And, but like, it's one of those things where these things have been around for hundreds and thousands of years, like the holistic doctor we've seen, he loves God, he loves Jesus, but he also is telling me, we have the medical, AMA book or whatever it was of all the different, antibiotics to take. Well, he has a book of Western or Eastern, medical, whatever, and gave me natural elements, natural supplements. And guess what? They worked. Imagine that.
Yeah, and we don't talk about the story, like how I met Dan. I met him at a holistic health place. So I was working as a holistic practitioner assistant, and because I was always into this stuff, because I knew long before what they were trying to do to us. They're trying to kill us. Like one of the biggest things they say to detox from your body is glyphosate. I'm not saying that right. Glyphosate is the stuff they put in Roundup that they spray on the plants that we're eating. Now, people will be, Christians or I'm not saying Christians, all of them, but like, that woo-woo stuff, the health, like maybe they're not. Maybe I'm mixing this up.
It's a mixed bag because we've had people that are devout
who are, but I'm just saying they lump it all together. Like, that woo-woo meditation, holistic healing. I won't even think about that. What?
Truth. Right there. Truth. That's 100% what Charlene has put. So true. The Amish are some of the healthiest people in the world, and they don't use any of the modern day bullshit. Yep. Imagine that.
Yep. And there's also something, I have a book about it too. I read some of it. Sometimes I read and don't start them, but the blue zones. And I know there's certain areas on Earth, a lot of them in there are islands and stuff. They're called blue zones, where these people, these civilizations, and they live until they're like in their 90s, 100s, and they're all because they're eating certain foods or they don't have poison in the air, or maybe they probably don't have glyphosate and Roundup on their food. But this is the stuff. When I met Dan, I remember it was 7 things. Now I'm forgetting all of them, but a big one that you're trying to detox your body from was, remember I would list them all, Dan? I know one of them was glyphosate, one of them was parasites, mold,
Oh yeah.
fungi. There's a couple more. I have it all. But I learned this at Inner Harmony with Peter, and that's where I met Dan. But we were trying to detox your body basically from all the poison that is put on in our food and everywhere.
Yes.
Radiation poison. I mean, now we're bombarded from every level, with all this stuff, even vegetables. I love vegetables, but even Dan makes a good point. Even didn't RFK say don't eat them? Like,
yes, he's working on it, but yes, grow your own. Otherwise, he's telling people, and this is what I say, and it's all joking aside. I'm like, well, I don't like vegetables. I've actually gotten more akin to certain things. I have a long way to go.
Hi, Charlene.
Good night, Charlene. We love you. Thanks for coming on.
Yes, thanks for coming on.
And but like literally, why a lot of people were getting the health craze of veganism and everything else. Now, I think that protein meat is essential. It's like, part of the natural progression and everything else. But my point for saying this is, all joking aside, well, you'll be healthier if you just eat vegetables. So the vegetables that are grown in plantation farms that are in soil, that's sprayed with chemicals, sprayed with Roundup, sprayed from the air, poison done deliberately, not always, but especially the last 40 years, purposely to cause cancer rates to spike, cause other things, just like the vaccines they give children, people getting autism, all these different things. And it's not like I say,
that was one of them.
Yes, like lettuce in the ground is naturally bad for you. No, it's not in theory. It's what they're spraying onto it because they're going to get you either way. You see, that's the point. So RFK Jr. is trying to fix that. He has a hell of a battle. It's one of Trump drinks Diet Coke and loves fast food, but and RFK gives him the death stare. But like one of Trump's biggest things he wants to be known for is saving the food and letting America be healthy. Maha, make America healthy again, right? Because it wasn't always this way. So I say it's like ball busting comic, because like I say at the house all the time, but there's truth to it. And it's not because I want it to be true. It's true because they've been targeting the things that people have gone to, natural earth elements, to find another way to get you sick. Just like, what were they spraying in the air? What were they spraying in the air from 2021 to 2024, and probably still going on in some places, maybe not all places, but one of the added elements to the chemtrails, which are a real thing, which has been declassified, which is in the white papers. Go ahead and sue me if I'm saying anything wrong. I'm not, and you won't come for me. So the problem was the anti-vaxxers. No, it's not anti-vaxxers. It's the anti-this vaccine. Although, I wish that there was no vaccines personally, but some, whatever. That's to each their own. The problem is people weren't getting the COVID shot. So people not getting the COVID shot, what were they doing? They were now including mRNA in the pesticides, in the I can't think of the actual the verbiage, whatever, but in what they were spraying on crops. They were spraying crops with mRNA because they need you to get it one way or another. You see, because it was a testing phase. It was a psyop. It was a shell game. It's what they're doing. How can we control sickness this way? How can we inflame these things? How can we kill these people? How can we fast track this? Again, the control groups, ABC, Johnson & Johnson, Pfizer, Moderna. It's like, it's all these different things, placebo effects, everything else. So my point for bringing it up is, I'm going to live a healthy lifestyle. I'm only going to eat this. Well, it's not healthy because they have poisoned it and tainted it. Now, what you don't hear spoken about is there are changes happening, but nobody's talking about it. There are things being done, but nobody's talking about it. There's things now where we're literally seeing a shift, and it's not going to be easy. Imagine Trump administration, but RFK Jr. is fighting something that's been in place for 60, 70 years and planned out much longer and trying to stem the tide.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but I just want to forget, but because again, like going through everything I went through, I was a vegetarian, vegan for a while, in California and everything. And it was not that long, maybe 2 years ago or something. Then I remember reading about the Beyond Burger owned by Bill Gates. And I'm reading the stuff in it. And I'm like, that seems worse than meat, like what they're actually putting in it. And then that's what I wasn't, even when I was a vegetarian, I did do that for a couple of years, but I still had meat once in a while. Like, was it because I craved it? I wanted it, and even with the junk food, like they try to sell it. It's everything. It's marketing. Oh, you're a vegan. It was like the hot thing to do. And then all of a sudden I'd be like, this vegan food, this isn't actually healthy. It has like all this stuff in it. And then you're reading things about soy. There's another guy. Actually, I have my shelf here. What's his name? David Wolf, Longevity Now. That's one of his books. But then I remember reading stuff about him about all different, like soy is not that good for women, maybe men too. I don't know. I mean, you just hear so many different things. But I mean, the best advice I've ever heard, but what you're saying, what you just said about what they're doing with the crops and the vegetables, they're even ruining that because they always say if you want to feel alive, eat things that are alive. Don't always eat dead things. Like processed foods, things in boxes. They always say go to the outer aisles of the grocery store first, where you have your greens and your veggies and all that stuff like that. And then the middle is always Pop-Tarts and cereals and all this stuff that's boxed full of preservatives, and preservatives are all chemicals. Like there's so many things that we don't know, and again, I just kind of got away from it. But again, that's what holistics was always about. It's about talking about this stuff is what it's health, because without our health is our wealth. Without our health, we're not here. But when they're attacking that too, even with the vegetables, and that was the last few years, I remember reading all that about them spraying pesticides on not just pesticides, spraying the vaccine, and people don't believe it. But I mean,
But
I don't
it's true, and it's literally it's white papered. It's been declassified.
not just
by the Trump
pesticides,
administration.
chemtrails, and
Well, also, Hollis,
all that stuff on your food. But then it was just with the vaccine that they were actually putting the vaccine in your food.
Lest we forget, they were also incinerating and melting and liquefying bodies of COVID deaths and pouring them into the water in Michigan, in Illinois, in Wisconsin.
Is that true?
Yes, it's true. Into the soil, into the water, soil and green. Like we could do this. And these are things, I say it. I know people of interest watch this, and not a single one of you've shut me down every time I've spoken about it. When I've showed papers, I've shown like everything. This is legit stuff. They have literally done this because it's the bastardization. Their mantra is they don't believe in God or the devil, but they believe they're bigger than, they're more powerful than. So what they want to do is bastardize everything. So literally they're making you eat the bugs, as Alex Jones would say. They want you to literally, you're drinking water that now has remnants of humans in it, right? It's a sickness, it's a perversion, but it's all these different ways, and they got away with it because there was no autopsies during COVID. How dare they? So they kill off everybody. See, oh, what did this one do? What did this one do? What did this do? Well, how'd this kill them? How'd this kill them? The COVID itself killed nobody. It was what they did and what they injected them with, and what they poisoned them with, and they liquefied the bodies, pour it into the soil, pour it into the water, pour it all over the place. It's sickness. It's sickness, but all done to feed their ego, to feed their evil agenda. That's not conspiracy, that's fact. And as time goes on, more and more will be revealed. And then I could sit there and say, oh, I was right again. Yay. I don't care.
Another one of that guy, the other doctor, but and then again, it goes back. I'm glad we moved on to another subject and I've calmed down a bit. But back in the beginning, when I was angry, very angry, I mean, it's like, are you not angry that they're doing this? Like,
you have to be.
And then all the people like us, and like I said, a lot of the people who denounce the vaccine, or said, oh wait, I don't know. They were health people. And a lot of healthy people who are into the natural healing and understand, they're awakened because they likely, not all, but probably they maybe themselves, they have been on pharmaceuticals and they saw what happened or whatever. They were awakened knowing. As soon as I knew about vaccine, I was like, because I had a background in all this stuff. I was like, wait a minute, like you just question it. Now, it doesn't automatically mean you're a conspiracy theorist or you knew all about the globalists, the New World Order. Yeah, a lot of those people said no too. But a lot of the health people who were into this stuff just knew, like, wait a minute, I don't know if that, let's try ivermectin. Let's try, or they hid that, but let's try more.
What was the other one?
Of course, during the vaccine, they didn't say, go out and get sunlight, go out and exercise, go out and do, it was like, no, it's contagious. You need to sit home in front of a computer. You need to have no human contact. You have to have no, like, it's so obvious. Like,
Think about it.
That's not what you do.
What did I tell you, Hollis? It's It was the perfect storm. And again, I was an essential worker, so I was able to go out because I work in cannabis. But you think about it, you have freedom of speech, but you can't say anything bad about the vaccine, question the disease, question the lockdowns. They're going to suspend you, ban you, keep you locked away, lose your job, everything else. So you can't do that. Autonomy over your body, you don't have that anymore. If you don't get the vaccine, you lose your job, you can lose your house, you can't go out in public, you can't go this, you can't go get something to eat, you can't go whatever. All right. So they lock you away. They put a mask over your face to symbolize they've taken your speech. You can't be seen in public without a mask. So now your mask is no longer, the theoretical mask. It's like a legit mask. I never wore one. So they've taken away free speech. Okay. You have the right to peacefully assemble, right? But you're not allowed to, or certain times. We have to follow the yellow footsteps or be treated like cattle, and people abided, right? You have the right to religion, freedom of religion. But if you go to church, you could be arrested or fined or shut down. And some pastors and priests abided by and shut it down. So they take away your freedom of speech, the right to assemble. They take away your freedom of religion. Well, when the cop told me, put on, quote, in front of the Walmart in Pittston, Pennsylvania, put on your fucking mask or else. And me saying, first stepping off the sidewalk and going into the fire zone, there's reasons behind that, and saying, or fucking else what? You're going to arrest me? It's the law. Show me the law. It's the law. Show me the law. Show me the state law. Show me the county ordinance. Show me any law in this country that says I have to wear a mask or I have to stand 15 feet or 5 feet or 10 feet. Show me the federal law. Show me anything. Well, the guidelines say, show me the law. They can't. We were going to make this hard. I'm going to have to take you into custody. For what? What law am I violating? And his exact words were, oh, so you think you're big shit and you know what you're talking about. I said, actually, as a former cop, I do. So I'm asking you to show me the law. And what was the response I was given? Don't waste my fucking time anymore. I guess go ahead and be proud of yourself. And I said, thank you, because our tax dollars are hard at work because you're playing security at a Walmart. So then the people around me, they all clapped. I was live streaming on Fascist Book, actually, for shits and giggles. And they were all clapping because first they were looking at me going like this. And I would look at them like, peekaboo, what? You got to put your mask on. Put your mask on. No, I don't have one. I can get you one. I said, I don't want one. And the people that clapped when I did this, and I said, the cop says he's going to arrest me for disorderly conduct. I said, what's disorderly? I'm asking you a question. Show me the laws in the book. Can you quote where in Pennsylvania Crimes Code or Criminal Digest? Show me where it is, what chapter, what verse, what code. Show me. But you can't. Show me federally, but you can't. And the people around me to clap, I said, don't you fucking clap, because you all have your mask on. You're all standing 15 feet away from each other and waiting to be told when you can go into the store. I said, you all should be doing this. Wasn't to be some hero, but you now are controlled with how you shop, with how you eat, when you eat. We were giving, the National Guard was deployed, even in Pennsylvania, on the highways, elsewhere across the country, to enforce a curfew. So they took away your state rights. They took away your freedom of speech. Took away your freedom of religion. They took away your freedom of autonomy, the right to peacefully assemble. They took away. And then we cheer when they gave us something back.
Do you think that, obviously it was a whole experiment, and you always say to see how many people would comply.
Yes.
Do you think they were surprised? Now, because I don't know, this is a real question. Do you think they were surprised at the amount of people? Were there a lot of people who didn't? Did you think the people like us who didn't comply or with the misinformation, and we were questioning it, like the people who wrote books about the vaccine and who were fighting some of the nurses, do you think they were surprised at the amount of people who did, or was there not a lot of people?
There was more than what they anticipated, but not as much as there needed to be. But they were pissed. Now, remind you, some of those people were doing it by design to also lead you and to basically gatekeep you in another way. That we're the voice of dissent, but we're really part of the system. So it's kind of just the way of the world. But we failed because more people didn't do it. But it was just enough people to really piss them off and set them back. So, and that's where they decided we got to add the mRNA now into what we're spraying in the crops. We have to start liquefying more bodies. We have to start doing this. And really, like I told you, my mother was in ICU. I couldn't go see her because they said I had COVID after she allegedly, they were going to kill her. And I said, when did she pop out of the coma, rip her ventilator out, and say, "Hey, I'm ready to die now," and then they stopped it. And the next day, she took a turn for the worse while in a coma on a ventilator in an ICU, but
And-
she found COVID.
And now, do you think like it's kind of crazy too? I mean, the timing of all of it, like even more people who know, but like even with Trump coming in, they're probably of all times, like the one guy who's just like trying to, like you said, backtrack their plan with RFK and like because it was obviously even us, you know what I mean? With the voice of the people, we were building this. The free speech project was 2020 or like when I met you 2021. We didn't know what was going to happen. I was like, even in the election, I was like, we're screwed. Thank God he won because he actually does care about freedom of speech and all about the media. Like, thank God he won because there would be none of this.
People don't understand. Like I always say, that clip of me when I went viral when I talked about COVID and what they're going to use COVID for, to lock people down, to steal the election and everything. And like, you're crazy. COVID's not even in America; it's only in China. That's how before the time it was. And that clip, like I said, it's somewhere. Please, somebody send it to me. It's probably on one of my recordings. I did it live on the Politi-Shock. And people came at me like I was a fucking devil, like you're making you're using fear porn. I'm like, no, I'm telling what they're going to do, and that's exactly what they did, because it came during the end of Trump's first administration, and then he famously got COVID. They took him to the hospital. He left the hospital, took off the mask, threw it down, went on the balcony of the White House, and put his fist up to show, fuck this shit. And Operation Warp Speed was not about the vaccines; it was actually about the counter vaccine. There was a lot more that you're going to see soon that all sounds like, oh, that's just Trumpers talking. No, there's actually truth behind it, and you're going to see things declassified and white papers coming about that very soon. Actually, wait for it; it's coming. But like, and then they fast tracked it because they needed this in place to steal the election, which they did. That's why we had a president inaugurated with nobody in attendance. So it was all a facade. That was almost your Manchurian candidate. So they did it as a perfect deception to push their string theory of how they can control people, manipulate people, and kill people off in a new way. They wanted to do it during Trump, but it wasn't having the same effect. So they had to use it. That's why Bill Gates with Event 201A in 2017, now with Epstein talking about a pandemic scenario where I told you they started in 1999, 2006, 2008, 2009. It was Ebola, encephalitis, West Nile disease, mad cow disease, back to Ebola. Then they found, let's just use the flu. And, it was like the perfect scenario. They dumbed it down to trick the masses, but that was your deception. That was your shell game for you not to pay attention to the election stuff going on. And then we had a president actually put the military on the streets with orders to shoot American citizens that came to the Capitol. So all the things that were done, it was a test case, and they expected to have 2024 sewn up. So yes, thank God Trump got in, because Agenda 2030 would have came to fruition.
Yeah.
Agenda 21 that was in place for 31 years was altered, and they changed it to UN Agenda 2030, Great Reset, when Trump won because he wasn't supposed to win.
Yeah.
So then 2030. Go ahead.
And that's the thing, like you said, so soon people forget. It's just
They
like
do.
stupid influencers and these stupid assholes who. It's just they're not going to stop. I mean,
No, they're waiting.
Trump always says they're coming after you. I'm just standing in their way. What we forget about that clip? He's still the only one standing in their way because
He's the enemy now. He started World War 37. Don't you know?
God forbid something happened. We're just back where we started. Like, people don't really. That's why it's just like you said, they're exposing themselves. It's already so obvious that a lot of these people, like the majority, don't really care. They don't care. They don't care about humanity, like we were just talking about, like the bigger picture here, what's at stake. And what does it all come back to? Why are these people doing this? These people, who are they? Who are they? Go ahead, go look on our Buy Me a Coffee. Who are they? The New World Order for Beginners. If you remember, you could download it. But like, who are they? And why are they doing this? The people who control the world, because they're the ones you don't see, the ones way higher up controlling all of it. And it's because people like you and me and in the chat room and who are watching, we're just we're an inconvenience to them. Like, how dare we were born. I mean, sorry to get in your way, guys. You don't have enough, so you better take it all from us and kill us too.
Well,
sorry.
we stand in their way.
When you were younger, like, sorry for existing. Sorry, mom, for being born. Like, sorry, globalists. Sorry, elite, for being born. I mean, you better get rid of us because we're the problem. Just trying to live our lives. I don't know, have enough to pay our bills, maybe go on a vacation, maybe have some kids, maybe like enjoy our life a little bit while we're alive, the same life that God gave us, that they gave you. But no, we are in their way because they want everything for themselves because they don't have enough. I mean, they don't have enough. The taxes, the little drippings we get, they have to tax it. They have to take that too because they just don't have enough. Why are you angry, Hollis? Why are you angry, Dan? Why are you so angry? Why aren't you angry? Like, because they decided to play God. Because my existence is a problem to them.
Yeah, supposedly.
Your existence is a problem to them. Everyone in the chat room, everyone who's not part of the 1%, we're a problem to them. How dare God gave us a life too? That's one thing they can't take. Well, they're trying. But that's one thing they can't deny. We have just as much right to be here as you do. But they decided, since they have all the money, that they could just eliminate us. Like, not enough people care. Like, are you not mad? Like, excuse me.
And it's very apparent and obvious, and that's why we need to almost regurgitate these talking points over and over again, because people need to remember. And that's why they dumb people down further and further, and they made them more hooked. That's why the 5G nets went up. The 5G, again, it's not about phone service. It's about...
And now the AI takeover.
Exactly. They fast-tracked all while people were locked down. So they were locked down in their houses, and they were locked in their digital cage. You see, this is how it was the perfect plan. It was rolled out. It was deliberate. And that's the thing that people need to understand. And, there's
like you said, like people move on so quick from COVID.
Of course they do.
Move on so quick and don't hold any of those people responsible. Well, I mean, thousands and thousands of people died during that time.
Murdered. They were murdered.
Thousands of people I knew a couple of people who said they couldn't go say goodbye to their grandma, their mom who was dying. Like they weren't thousands of people died during that time because of these people. And people just forget. I mean, I'm sure the people who had this happen to them didn't forget, but
my best friend's dead.
What?
My best friend, but my other one actual real best friend, that I knew from school, she's dead. Her three children have no mother.
It seems like, oh, COVID's so old news. Thank God everything got back to normal. Well,
just like that.
Who's to say that they're not going to do it again? That's not all going to happen again.
They want to. Trump's in their way. And that's what people need to understand. That's why he's going after this fucking world order on the international stage to prevent it from, he's shrinking their stranglehold, and people are too dumb to realize this. They're too dumb to see this, or they're unable to process it.
Or, like you said, they're not dumb. They're assholes. They're evil, and they only care about themselves. Like 90% of the world. They only care about their salary or their prestige or their influence or their podcast. It's all they care about.
And they even showed you just how little celebrity or sports figures mean, because the politicos and their handlers, their masters, wanted to show you oh, you like this athlete? Well, we're going to fucking cause them to have a massive coronary right there in the middle of a Monday Night Football game, and nobody's going to say two words. Oh, your little broadcast, you're going to fall over, collapse, it's all going to happen live on the air, and nobody's going to say anything because, that's them stroking and showing their power. Again, you've seen it 1,000 times. You've seen it 1,000 fucking times. But where is it? I mean, let's watch it again. Here, just watch. It's funny, but it's sick.
Good Morning America is brought to you by Pfizer.
CBS Health Watch sponsored by Pfizer.
Anderson Cooper 360. Brought to you by Pfizer.
ABC News Nightline. Brought to you by Pfizer. Making a difference. Brought to you by Pfizer.
CNN Tonight. Brought to you by Pfizer. Early Start. Brought to you by Pfizer. Friday night on Aaron Burnett Out Front. Brought to you by Pfizer.
This Week with George Stephanopoulos is brought to you by Pfizer.
Today's countdown to the royal wedding is brought to you by Pfizer.
And now a CBS Sports Update brought to you by Pfizer.
Meet the Press Data Download. Brought to you by Pfizer.
This portion of CBS This Morning sponsored by Pfizer. On how to find the hidden sugars in the American family diet. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Bill Gates' advice on how to combat mistrust in science at 60minutesovertime.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
You really need to get vaccinated.
COVID vaccines are now available for children 5 years and older. And the more people who get them, the better we're going to be able to help stop the spread of COVID.
play these videos, and it's like, it's you're meant to have a laugh over it, but this really happened.
No, it's not funny because you have to is that real? All of
Yes,
that?
it's real. That was all real. The football player, Monday Night Football collapsing, the soccer guy collapsing, the people, the broadcasters, the sports commentators. These is all real. That wasn't stage bullshit. It was real. They did that to show you the celebrity, whatever world they could affect you. They could turn you on and off like that. They wanted that control mechanism. Remember, the app you had to download to prove you had the vaccine. It knew you had the vaccine because it was reading something that was shot into your body. It was a tracking system. And they could literally, that's where the 5G towers come in place. 5G is a delivery system. It's not a cell phone service signal. All right. So it's delivering what? It's delivering radio waves and frequencies to activate what's being shot inside of you to affect that. You see, it's literally, look at the clots they pulled out of people. It looked like alien organisms because they were, and not alien in the sense of from another world. Alien to the body was unnatural because they were growing things inside of you to kill you in different ways. Control groups, again, go back to the white papers when they started testing this in 1999 in Somalia, when they tested again in 2002 in Uganda, they tested again in Haiti in 2004 through 2006. They said, and I said this during my rant that went viral, I said, COVID stands for Certificate of Vaccination Identified. People are like, what the hell are you even talking about? I said, that's true. White papers revealed. Later on, Tom Renz actually found them. He did a FOIA request and actually got this paperwork. It's been like, it's legit, right? And it literally says in some of their testings that it's not the virus, that they're using the virus as the vehicle to cause the panic, to push them towards the vaccine, and the vaccine efficacy rates are the ones that we're curious about. What's going to stick, what's not. One was a placebo. The other two were to cause different things. Control group A, control group B, control group C. That's why COVID-19 vaccines were trademarked and registered 2015, 2016, 2018, before 2020, 2021, and whatever it was we even hit, right? So again, what was the paperwork saying from the FDA and from these international health organization, World Health Organization, that's right, in 2013? Label them as C.O.V.I.D. Certificate of Vaccination Identified. And they were controlling them. And those control groups, those three control groups, became synonymous with Johnson & Johnson, Pfizer, and Moderna. The other ones were just offshoots of the big three. See, so they found ways. It was always the efficacy rate isn't, quote, where it needs to be yet. We have to find another delivery system, end quote. Delivery system? What does that mean? Why did that movie come out in 2010 that everybody talks about? Oh, it was all just like Outbreak in the 90s. It was just, Ebola, right? Never heard of Ebola yet. But then a movie came out about the monkeys and people bleeding out their eyes and ears. Oh, that couldn't happen. Then 3 years later, it started happening, right? But people weren't scared enough of that. They tried bringing it back multiple times. Ebola was supposed to be the go-to in 96, 97, 99, 2002.
Oh, that movie freaked me out.
Yes, it was meant to.
I thought it was worse than the one Contagion.
Which was again a coronavirus found from a bat in a market in China, and people had to wear masks, and the vaccine saved the world in 2010.
And even the guy, I think it was Jude Law who was in it. He played the character of the guy coming to try to sell the ivermectin. It wasn't called ivermectin; it was something else.
Yes, and again, kudos to Lawrence Fishburne for saying, like, he goes, I have nothing to lose. Because if you think any of this is just creative writing, he goes, and you don't understand the history of this business and how it's warning you about the future. That was Morpheus in real world. And it's like, there's no coincidences. Yeah. There's no, and that's what people need to understand and realize that, oh, that's just conspiratorial. Okay, so a coronavirus from a wet market in China, they said delivered by bats, I guess people eating bats, right? And the vaccine was the cure. The ivermectin, that wasn't ivermectin, was, and the other one, the hydrochloroquine, which, remember Dr. Janet Birx, who said she was in the Trump administration, sadly, but she said she doesn't even know what hydrochloroquine is, and hydrochloroquine is bad. So if the president said that, he should really reconsider that. Meanwhile, she is the chairwoman of the International Malaria Foundation, and hydrochloroquine has been used to treat malaria since 1931. So she doesn't know.
Also, because I'm sorry to interrupt, honey.
No, you're good.
But because it was during COVID, obviously, and we were all locked down, or during that era, I read a lot of books about COVID and like the I forget, but like the ones against it. But there was something like they took thousands of pounds of ivermectin and like dumped it into the ocean.
Yes.
Like
Incinerated it. We got rid of it. They made it illegal. They made
what does it
hydrochloroquine
fucking
illegal.
mean? That's so messed up.
Hydrochloroquine is actually one of the most effective antibiotics or maybe antiviral. I don't know the exact medical terminology, but it's one of the older things they would treat people with that was based off of natural derivatives. It was actually good. It didn't hurt you. And ivermectin was been used for generations, but they actually made it illegal. We had to do black market shit to try to get it. People going to Mexico and getting it from vending machines in Mexico, but smuggling it into America where you can get arrested and charged with a felony for trafficking legal drugs.
And they literally took, it was like a whole boatload.
Millions.
There was probably more.
Tons.
They took so much of it and just like dumped it in the ocean and like destroyed it.
Yes. So you have some healthy fish out there. But literally that's what they did to try to keep you because they want to. Global warming again. Remember, I gotta find that video. It's the same day. This is timestamped. This is accurate. This is factually accurate, and it's real. I played it on the show before. I have no idea what the video is, and it's hard to find. But it's one day in 1994. One day, because when I grew up, all we heard about was the next ice age. You know, global cooling, and it was 9:12 in the morning on CNN. And they were talking about the next ice age coming sooner than we anticipate. Global cooling is the greatest threat that the world's ever going to know. And all this wonderful thing. 1:17 p.m. the same day, scientists revealed the greatest threat to humanity is global warming. The same day went from the forthcoming ice age to, let's course correct, global warming now. That was the derivative. That was part of the delivery, kind of like when George H.W. Bush said, a new world order. You know, that was like the call sign to activate, right? So global warming has always been about population control and reduction. And they need to find vehicles to expedite that. So in order to sustain on the earth, we have to control the world's population. That means cull the world's population, which means inevitably we're going to scare you into, various things, environmental, blah, 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 blah. You're living in fear. So now you're trusting the government. They build that fear. It's kind of like the 93 bombing in the World Trade Center. And then in 2001, they, the terrorists took it down, right? They were setting the stage, if you will. So global warming had people scared, and the overabundance of it, constantly hitting with it. Al Gore, the world's going to end. The oceans are going to rise. Everything else, blah, 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 all this shit. So now we're living in fear. Oh, there's a sickness. There's a new pandemic, a virus. Oh, we better trust the government. And people did. It was all about fear porn. It was all about shell game. It was all about it was all a psychological operation. It was all designed, drafted, created by the intelligentsia communities. It's always been this way. And this is not just some crazy person speaking. That's why YouTube is now, oddly enough, YouTube and Fascist Book have people from the Trump administration formerly are actually on seats of authority, whatever. Go figure. Not that I trust it, but that's why we're still streaming live on YouTube right now. But when I would just say COVID, they would turn us off back in the day and get rid of our channels, right? It's like some things cannot be stopped. The free flowing of accurate information because some white hats kept it around and made it possible to be seen. What are you doing? Are you trying to get around the yellow coffee?
Yes.
Hi, Hollis.
I can't go into you. I'm letting people know while we're speaking of it.
That's right. We'll put a syringe in the middle. Maybe people will be more inclined to donate. If you donate now, we'll send you a vaccine via mail. How about that? So for the millions out there, hurry up. You know what I mean? But it's like this is what they don't like, and there's a lot of truth out there, and a lot of things that have been revealed and been declassified since RFK, since Trump took over this time, but we don't talk about that because he's too busy killing the hundreds of thousands of troops in the streets of Iran right now, fighting on the ground, don't you know? You see, it's all deception. It's all done by design. It's deliberate and it's done by design. And we could do, Hollis, when you go from the Atlantic to the Pacific, what are you doing? Are you going from state to state or are you going from body of water to body of water? What would that be called?
You're going ocean to ocean.
I like that. Ocean to ocean. That sounds almost like going from one coast to the other coast, doesn't it?
Yes.
Coast to coast?
That's what I said.
Ocean to ocean?
We should do our own version in homage. Is that how you say it? Homage
Yes.
to what I love, coast to coast. And
Yes.
Dave was on
Ocean
coast
to ocean.
And Dan loves Coast to Coast because Coast to Coast was always very late at night. Obviously, we're in the wee hours of the early morning here, which is just
Been on air for 5.5 hours. I'm glad we're going to do a short show tonight.
I know, but Coast to Coast always goes into weird stuff like this, like aliens and crystals and what else? I feel like it was always that, or the angel readings, or like they always had some weird person on there talking about. It was a lot of like afterlife and spiritual and after death and its experiences and a lot. I always, when I think of Coast to Coast, I always think like they were talking about stuff like Area 51 and all that and aliens and angels, like angel readings. They always had some clairvoyant on there. That, I mean, there were other things too, but those were every time I tuned in, and it was usually around this time. It was always like, I don't know, like between 12 and like.
I'd be on patrol listening like at midnight to about 4 a.m.
Mm-hmm. Is that when they had like, was that, because that was the only time I ever tuned in was that time. It sounds dumb. Was that like were they on 24 hours, or was it always like late night?
Usually it would be live every night, and they would do a replay right after. When I was on Coast to Coast myself, actually as a guest, and then got to guest host it, which was such a great honor. It was, that was when I first met you. I told you about it, and I did do it. I guest hosted for 1.5 nights, because the second night, another gentleman came in and took over halfway through, not because it was a bad thing, just because he was lined up to do it. And it was like such an awesome honor. And it was Pacific time, but we went live at midnight Eastern, and I was on live on the air until 3:45 a.m.
And what did you talk about?
I had people on. I had a natural physiologist. I had people talking about the Mothman, which was interesting. We went from Mothman to Sasquatch to unidentified beings living in the waterways.
That's it, right? That's it, Sasquatch. And you always want to talk about Antarctica and all that stuff going on, the flat Earth and like all that stuff.
Somewhere in the archives of Coast to Coast, and that's another one we should find. Like you'll hear me hosting the show, which it was pathetic. I spent like the first fucking 20 minutes, like what an honor it is. And the producer's like, Dan, we love it, we appreciate it, but we got to take the calls. I'm like, sorry. I was like, oh my God, like going on Rush Limbaugh was cool, but like I'm hosting Coast to Coast, like holy hell.
That's so cool. How did that happen?
Coast to Coast had me on a lot of times. I don't know how or why, but they took a liking to me because I would come on because they would talk about politics too. They would talk about how I was like, pushing the system because I was uniting people against me with their hatred because I was bringing people together. And they were talking about the human design and I was saying that this was a globalist plot and plan. They're like, let's piggyback on that. Let's get into that. Would you come on and talk about it? And I did. And then we started talking about different things. We started talking about CERN. We started talking about Project Bluebeam. We started talking about all these different things. And they're like, will you come back on next week? I'm like, fuck, it's Coast to Coast. Yeah. So I did. And then I had a relationship, and out of the blue, they said, would you mind guest hosting Coast to Coast a couple nights this week? I'm like, well, fuck yeah.
That's so cool. And then what happened? Like, how did it end? You didn't go back?
I guess, things changed. I think that was during that weird time where our, people disappeared in the desert and everything else. But I did the one night, and the next night they said another gentleman, I think was from Australia, was coming on to host the second part of the show. They said, not a problem. I said, we'll be in touch. I never heard from him again. But they said it was great. It was nothing bad. It was not a negative thing at all. I think I took like 49 calls. I had 6 different guests on. It was crazy. Like, it was so cool though.
That's so cool. I
actually did it.
That's awesome.
I did it, oddly enough. I was in the same studio, WILK Studios. I got to go there. They set it up where I can go there late night because all they did was play reruns, but they played Coast to Coast. So I was in Pittston where they have like WILK and Froggy 101. Where I went on 98.5 KRZ with Jeff Walker. I was in the studio with him. I got to go back to that building, and I got there like 11 o'clock at night, and I was on live. I had a producer in there, and we were doing the live bit. The producer thought it was so cool. He's like, how did one of our own in Northeast Pennsylvania? I'm like, I'm not from here. How did he get picked to host Coast to Coast? I'm like, I have no idea. But I was literally doing it in a studio as well, which was really cool. It was real radio. They didn't really phone it in. So it was a trip. It was a trip. And
that is so cool.
When I saw Jeff Walker,
what?
When I saw Jeff Walker like 2 weeks later, he looked at me, he goes, "How the fuck did you host Coast to Coast and not me?" I said, "I guess you're just not that cool, Jeff." And Jeff Walker was cool as hell. He had us on when we were doing the rallies, and they play music on 98.5 KRZ in Northeast Pennsylvania. But Jeff Walker talks about certain things, and he did not hide his fact that he was supportive of what I was doing with Kids for Cash and the illegals, and he put me right on in the show, and he was a really cool guy. But he was like busted my balls. He's like, "How the hell did they pick you?" I'm like,
"Oh, what do you mean? How the hell did they not pick you? You have such a good radio voice. You're meant to do that stuff." But that's what I'm saying. Even this aftershock at 1:00 should turn to ocean.
I like that.
And then we could take the phone calls. I mean, we'll take them before that anyway.
Yeah.
But we keep talking about the phone calls, but we're gonna
do it. It costs money. Let's be honest.
It costs money. So if you want to call in, it costs $1. You want to be on the air, it's $1 because we're gonna have to pay for this out of our pocket.
Well, that's what I mean. It costs money to actually, we got to reload the fund and take the calls. So we're going to start doing it. Yeah. But and now recruiting people who are interested in potentially doing some. Because if we did it, we could do it. We could do it a couple nights. But why don't we do it 7 nights a week? So anybody out there want to host a late night freaking coast to coast homage? Now's your opportunity. Get in while it's good. You got a lot of people still listening right now. So come on, anybody out there? You want to get involved?
I noticed it picks up late night because maybe it's not late night for them if they're listening.
We get a lot of West Coast people, a lot of people from Russia, from Saudi Arabia, from all over the world. So it's like morning there now. So we have a lot of listeners. We do have a lot of people on West Coast time, Pacific time, Hawaii time that are listening right now in Alaska. So yes, people like, well, doesn't it get kind of dead? No, it picks up. The later you go, the more people show up. It's fucked up. But that's how it's always been with Politi-Shock. And that's why, and also I never shut the hell up. And before I knew you, it's just who I have to talk to, just myself. So,
well, listen, ocean to ocean. And then we could do you know what I mean? You get a list of topics and then maybe just pick one each week.
We should do
Antarctica is one you always talk, the stuff I like to talk about, all it's not conspiracy theories, but start to talk the Twilight Zone, the Rod, all that stuff. We talk about, and then you could get
8675309. 8675309. I don't know if you're trying to be mean, Rich, but I love that. So thank you. But anyway, yes, why the hell not? I mean, we do have a 24/7 fucking platform. We might as well use it, and I think it'll be actually fun, you know?
And we're late night birds anyway.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know. We're gonna have our dinner soon.
I know.
Sorry, Dad. But I mean, literally, it's crazy, and people don't realize, and it's it's messed up. But we're just sitting here shooting shit with you. We're not doing anything glitzy, fucking whatever special. But we have 6 to 8 million people that tune in and listen to this live. It's crazy, but the fact that we're in such a vast audience, we're in so many places. And again, we got there without any backing or pushing or funding, but this is what 20 years of resistance will do. It doesn't pay the bills, but it gets you out there to a large enough audience. But that's what I'm saying. There's Coast to Coast always had a large worldwide audience. And, we could do the same thing here. And I think it'd be fun. Why not? We have the means of which to do it. So we should do it.
And you were already a host on Coast to Coast. Oh, that rhymes.
Yes.
Ocean to ocean. I like that. Because we can't call it Coast to Coast, but
it could be any ocean too. So don't worry.
But we could say in homage to Coast to Coast. Is Coast to Coast still on the air?
I don't know. My dad says it's still on. I don't know if it's still on the air. Honest to God, I have no idea.
Who were you talking to that was who was it that, or did they know Art Bell or something?
Dan Bolson.
Who?
Dan. Our friend from Columbia.
Oh, and he said we should go to do a studio. Did he know a guy from it or something?
In the desert, yeah. In was it Arizona or Nevada?
It was Nevada.
I wanted to get a ranch out there so bad with the radio towers. I looked at it once. I tried, but the hell had the money to do that. It would have been so cool. I would have lived in the middle of a desert on a big plantation ranch thing with a radio tower. That would have been awesome. Yeah. That would be actually kind of cool. I mean, talk about cut off, but hey, we survived northern Maine.
That's true.
Talk about cut off in a different way. But no, there's something to it. I mean, do you know that the largest ocean in the world is actually not on the surface? It's actually about 2 miles below the crust of the earth. Did you know that? Or just body of water? Oh yeah. See, there's so many things like this.
And you can talk about like all the stuff too, the ancient civilizations like Atlantis and Lemuria and all that. I'm sure there's like and the star seeds and the indigo, like all those different things. That's what the kind of stuff they talk about.
And Godzilla. Listen, there is something that when I used to do I was trying to do kind of a tribute to Coast back in 2011 when all the Tea Party people were like, oh, you're jealous. And I'm like, fuck this. I'm just going to do it all online. And I used to take calls all night. I get some funny ass calls, drunk people, everything else in between. But literally, we had somebody read a letter to the editor that came on camera too and showed it. It was from a newspaper. You know, I think it was like in Utah. And they said that all the terrorist attacks happening around the world, and it's a terrible thing. And these people were dead serious, apparently. And, you know, but we can learn about terrorist attacks because think about the poor people from Japan that constantly get attacked by Godzilla. They know terror attacks better than anybody, and we should pray for them. And it was so funny. And apparently, like, the newspaper had to do a follow-up on it and said that the individuals that wrote that letter to the editor, they reached out to, and I'm a huge Godzilla fan, they genuinely believe Godzilla was real, and they were sincere. Now, I don't know if it was just trolling anyway, but the newspaper had to do a follow-up and say that the people who wrote that letter were sincere and they believe that Godzilla is real and attacks Japan. But it was just like this weird shit. It was so much fun. Like I would do like these crazy fucking calls.
And other things you could tell, like dreams that we were talking about last week, and hypnotizing.
There's
like, all my books here. Off here, like all my books here. I have Sylvia Brown, The Other Side. I have Atlantis. I mean, these are just a few I'm naming, but like I have all the holographic universe. I have a Destiny of Souls. I have chakra healing, conversations with God. I have loads of stuff that's all 1984. Obviously, I have like all these books. The Shadow Dance, Between Death and Life. Dolores Cannon, she's another one.
Yeah. There's so much you can get into, and
angels. I mean, you could talk about so much stuff. That's all the stuff that I love to talk about.
I think it'd be fun. I think we do it. You know, like why the hell not? You know, why not? That's it. Just why not?
It's done. So people are going to actually ask for your participation here. You're going to have to write in some topics.
Yeah.
We should definitely, we'll just pick a topic and
we'll do it. I mean, why the hell not? I mean, let's have fun with it. But, the one thing they hate is when people talk, and that's the power that we have to have these off the wall conversations that aren't that off the wall as people start to wake up to the fact that they could bust balls, they could troll, they could do this, that, whatever. But go ahead and say conspiracy theorists are all full of shit. Go ahead. I'm not saying the earth is flat. I'm not saying that bullshit. Teach your own. Some people think it, some people don't. I'm not even talking about that. I'm talking about everything else. So why not have conversations that are like, obscure, if you will, because this is the time.
I mean, space and everything, because this is the thing too. Like, how often, like in your daily grind of life, do you sit down and think of life's big questions? You know what I mean? It's just like, you're just trying to get a job or keep food on the table or whatever, so people aren't like, oh, let me think about why does this exist? But that's the time. That's what this is the time for.
Right. Have fun with it. And again, look at how many people are watching. I mean, it's like we have a shit ton of people all over the place.
A lot of people actually, they're back again. I think I lost some people when I told them to go screw themselves.
No, you didn't. I tell them that all the time. You're good.
Oh, okay. There's like 90 people watching on Rumble. So if you're actually watching this, or maybe we're in the background, please, if you're enjoying it, you could make a one-time donation or a couple dollars, $5-10. I spend a lot of time. I'm going to make graphics for Ocean to Ocean and do all this stuff. And the StreamYard costs us $90 a month. Like, all this stuff costs a lot of money. If it sounds like a good idea, if you want to support, you don't have to join as a member, but, go give us $5-10 if you can afford it. And it really helps us, because then we can bring all these things to life. Otherwise it comes, but it just takes a long time. But, go ahead, go give, if you can't afford it, buy us a coffee,
I didn't mean to cut you off there. I apologize. This is the beginning of we're gonna take this to a whole other, like, we built this for a reason. So it's not like we're gonna back down and stop doing what we do. It's like there's a lot of shit to be had, a lot of shit to do, and we want to do it all. So you could be a part of this and you could help it make it happen quicker.
Yes,
You
make
know
it
what I'm
happen
saying?
quicker.
And that's what it really comes down to. So let's freaking do it, people. And if you're out there and you're intrigued about being a part of it and want to maybe help host or something else or whatever, have ideas, reach out to us. Yeah, it's not hard. This is what it comes down to. So there. I mean, this has been fun. I mean, I didn't know how long we'd go on. You were really upset in the beginning, rightfully so. And I love that it's kind of morphed into just this longer conversation. It's awesome. I love this shit,
Well, yes, and with that said, I think I have to go now.
Yes, and oddly enough, I'm gonna have to go too. Imagine that. So Hollis, I hope you have a great night, and I hope your commute home is good.
Yes,
and I'll see you in 36 seconds.
You get home safe as well, and thank you for having me on the show. It was nice talk therapy.
Yes, and thank you for sharing. And thank you. Oh, sorry. It's almost like you're in the other room. So, but no, this was fun. This was fun. And for the people who stuck with us the entire time, thank you as well. I'm glad we can entertain you, or I'm here for you to laugh at, whatever it may be. But still, this was good. This turned out to be really good. Josh is gonna shit himself when he finds out we went 6 hours. Like, how the hell do you do 4 or 5 hours? Like, that's crazy, huh? We did 6. That's what we do.
Yeah.
It's
like
fun.
Whole day at the office.
That's right.
Longer
That's right.
videos. I just popped on at the end here, but
You've been on for how long have you been on now? You came on at around 12, so you were on almost 3 hours.
Wow.
Right?
Well, check out, and now I will plug myself here. Check out, wait. No, that's the old one. Where's my new picture there? Oh, here it is. Do you like my new fancy picture here?
Oh, yes. Yes. Professional picture.
If you guys are interested, go to my website right here, hollismahady.com. You can sign up for my email list, get notifications about the podcast I'm starting this week. It's called Holistics. So if you sign up, you'll be notified when that goes live. I can't wait to do it. I'm very excited about that. I'm doing another podcast called A Comedy of Errors. That's all about my new album, but that's for exclusive members only on Buy Me a Coffee. It's not this Buy Me a Coffee. It's a different one. But if you go to the website, everything's on there, hollismahady.com. There's new pictures from my photo shoot you could check out. There's a little example of the song that's coming out in a couple weeks. And there's a bunch of videos up there about Voice of Freedom Records, about the network. If you want to get involved, if you want to join, just you could go and check it out. And yeah, so that's me, hollismahady.com. Go ahead, and then don't forget our Buy Me a Coffee here. And for members who's any supporter who signs up, even if it's a one-time donation, you automatically get a free copy. This is a digital download. It's like, I don't know, 25, 30 pages, all about the New World Order and who pulls the strings. And it really breaks it down. It's really cool. Even if you don't need it, maybe you could share it with someone who is interested or who doesn't know what's going on, or a liberal that's like, whatever, they probably won't read it. But, if someone's just not really understanding who they are and they want it really broken down, this is really good. Dan helped me put that together. I mean, I put together, he pretty much told me what to put, but we worked on that together. But yeah, so make sure, again, go ahead and check out our Buy Me a Coffee. And again, I'm on our VOP USA Radio as me. That's me here. And it's www.hollismahady.com. All right, Dan, I'm signing off. I'm going to exit the stream, and I'm going to let you say goodnight to everyone.
Well, thank you, my darling.
Now, do I hit end stream? I don't want to. That just makes me go away, right?
I'll do it for you. Don't worry.
Okay.
Yes, Hollis, I don't want you hitting buttons. Oh, I love you.
All right, everyone. Thank you. I had fun. Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Charlene. Thank you,
Jason.
Thank you,
everybody.
Everyone else who was out there listening. And if I offended you, I didn't mean to. At least I did.
Yeah, you did. Fuck that.
I didn't mean to offend you. Wake up. Don't be cheap. If you can't afford it, do it. If you can't, I understand. But if you can and you're just being stingy, or you're spending it on something that doesn't matter, throw us a couple bucks. It really helps, and it helps us stay on the air. Thank you all. I love you, and have a great night.
Bye, Alice. Sorry. There you go. Say goodbye.
Bye.
There you go. All right. Goodbye.
I'm still here.
You're going. And there she goes. Hollis Mahady, hollismahady.com. Hollis Mahady Smeriglio. There you go. That's from my dad. But everybody, this has been fun. I mean, damn. I really thought I'm like, all right, maybe we'll try to do a 3-4 hour episode tonight. I didn't anticipate going 6. But that's kind of how it all happens, isn't it? It's what we do sometimes. But I enjoy these conversations, and I mean, when I say it's like it's an open mic to just have freaking real dialogue. I mean, that's it. There's no script here. There's no bullshit. There's none of that fake stuff. It's just people talking. Imagine that. So all I could say is thank you to everybody who's joined us, obviously from the MAGA Lions for Trump, for starting off the show and sticking with us for over an hour. Josh Bernstein coming on, doing Politi-Shock's Hour of Rage live, which you could catch that hour segment tomorrow at 9 p.m. Eastern time. Sunday night will be live with the Rage of Aquarius with myself and Josh as well, and the flagship show of that brand, because now we have 2 episodes in that brand, kind of. We do the one live here. And then Sunday night's live as well. You can catch us at 9 p.m. Eastern on Sunday night right here on VOPUSARadio.com, the voice of the people, USA Radio and Television Network. Again, download the app, Android and Apple. Go to the stores and type in VOP USA. You will find us. Go to Roku, Fire TV, Apple TV, Android TV. Search for VOP USA, and you will find us. Download our channels for free. Watch us there. Or preferably, go to the website, VOPUSARadio.com, VOPUSARadio.com, and watch past episodes, watch other episodes, watch all about Hollis's journey, all about her career in music and her passion. There's so many videos on there, so many documentaries. Well, not documentaries, right? It's like our documentary, and then there's other shows on there, past episodes. There's so much stuff. There's the whole journey of Hollis with Holly's Playhouse and everything else. You could learn so much, see so much. Our friends are on there from the State of Freedom, for the love of freedom. There's a lot there to see with more episodes and more new people coming onto the network, more programming for you. So it's your chance to go catch up on all of it. And I hope you do. Other than that, remember, buymeacoffee.com/VOPUSA Radio. Buymeacoffee.com/VOPUSA Radio. Scrolling on the bottom of your screen. Everything I just said is scrolling down there for the world. And also the little QR bullshit is right there for you to scan or in your face, either or. That's your opportunity to go and sign up for one of our tiers. The highest tier is $20. Pay for the year. It's like $20 or $30 off. You get access. I'm not going to do the exclusive programs until people sign up for it. So until that happens, well, F you. But once it does, you're going to get exclusive live shows, special interview things, roundtables that we're all going to have together, all this other shit. There's a whole bunch of stuff. We're going to give you a lot of stuff. That's the VOP Posse package. Because fuck the war room. And other than that, I guess that's pretty much it, isn't it? Because I've got nothing else for you. I, for some reason, cannot scroll down on my one side here. I don't know why. It's kind of odd. Why doesn't my screen scroll down? Huh. Look at that. It's seizing up on me. It will not let me go down to play you an outro. Interesting. I must say, that's a new one. So, whatever. In the meantime, here's just another quick little blast. I don't know why, but I like this song. And I just heard it like 24 hours ago. So I'm going to play a little bit of it for you again because I think it's pretty cool. And instead of being able to play you music, since I can't scroll down and I don't know why, it's not working, which is really weird. But it could scroll other things, but not on media assets. It's not letting me scroll down. So be it. I mean, whatever. The weird shit that happens, at least it's happening at the end of the show, right? So here you go.
Big brother's watching, filling your mind with fake news. they twist the truth. Control your mind. But freedom's fire burns. This time we rise. But the airwaves, fear clicks divide, turn friends to slaves. Words are weapons, hate if you speak free. Tell police at your door to lead your history. Double stage days, war is peace they claim. Freedom, slavery in that twisted game. But we remember, fight's just begun. 1984, hell no. The answer is 1776. Break the days, reload. We the people never comply. 1776. 1776. Liberty or death, we won't submit. The answer to 1984. 1776. Mr. Shrink your mind, drones in the sky. Phones track thoughts, algorithms decide. Erase the past, ministry's digital cage. Founders' blood boils, we tear up the stage. Ignorant strength, that's the last lie. We see clear with unblinking eyes. 1984, hell no, the answer is 1776. Break the chains, reload. We the people never come back. 1776. 1776. Liberty or death, we won't submit. The answer to 1984. 1776. They want your mind, we won't comply. They want your voice, we amplify. They want control, we defy. Tyranny dies, free men rise. Build it up. 1776 commences again. No surrender, no retreat. We the people will defeat. The answer to 1984 is 1776. 1984. 1776. 1776. 1984. 1984. The answer to 1984 is 1776. No more screens, no silent nights. Like a beacon, fight for rights. 1776. 1776. The answer to 1984 is 1776.
And there you have it. A little closing. Whoa. What the hell is it? It's screeching at me. Go away. So there you go. A little closing tune for you all. So everybody, thank you from all over to everybody all over the world for joining us. And I'll see you Sunday night, 9 p.m. Eastern time for the Rage of Aquarius. And of course, look for Hollis's shows to start dropping. And Holistics is going to be the first one, and you're going to love it. I promise you, because she puts her heart into everything that she does. It's going to be badass and awesome. So you're going to see more of Hollis doing what she does best, just speaking from the heart and putting her wisdom out there into the world. And I can't wait for it. Otherwise, I'll see you Sunday. And then, of course, next Thursday night, we shall return for Politi-Shock live at 9 p.m. Eastern time. So good night. God bless, and stop being the bitch of the political elite.
You've been listening to Politi-Shock. Politi-Shock is all about waking the masses against the New World Order, the World Economic Forum, exposing the vaccines, actually finding out the truth,
and reporting it. Shocking. Dan has been a political activist since 2006, holding rallies all around the country. With a stint in heavily censored terrestrial radio, he said F it, went online, and built his own network. You're welcome. We'll be back soon. But in the meantime, hit us up on Instagram, DLive, and Twitch at VOP USA Radio. The website at www.VOPUSA Radio. On the Android and Apple apps at VOP Network. On Facebook, Voice of the People USA Radio fan and group page. And on Twitter at official VOP USA. The show airs every Thursday night at 9 Eastern. And the website streams 24/7. To contact, send that email to Politi-Shock at VOPUSARadio.com. We are your third eye. Just in case that second one closes for a second. See you next time on Politi-Shock.